Got the right ones.
Welcome to Draft Utopia. Chris Ransom, along with Joseph Potter and William Yanish. Today, it is the defensive tackles. I've got 17 defensive tackles graded as players with starter potential, and this is probably my favorite position in the entire draft class, maybe outside of running back, the defensive tackle group. This group is going to be amazing, and let's start with my number one guy on this group, Deon Walker out of Kentucky. I have him at number 12 on my big board, only because I don't think the positional value for defensive tackle is as high as it should be. It's high, don't get me wrong, but it's not as high as corner or edge rusher. So I think that does drive the value down a little bit, especially when it's a deeper class. But I do have Deon Walker at 12 on my board, 83 floor, 93 for potential out of 99. I do think he'll reach his ceiling by his third year in the league, and the player most have comped him to is Dexter Lawrence, the nose tackle of the New York Giants. And Deon Walker was able to win a double team against Georgia, so he's good. He won a pressure against South Carolina. A lot of people are saying his tape is worse this year, but that could not be further from the truth. So, I mean, he hasn't done enough to move up, but I don't think he's done anything to hurt his stock either. I have him at 12 on my board. William, have you seen any games of Deon Walker this year? And if not, Joey, I'll defer to you.
I've definitely seen a little bit of him. He's a long, tall guy. Like you said, 6'6", 348, man. And I mean, just when you got that size and that length, you're able to bend and do all kinds of things like that. This is one of those guys. Like you said, he's definitely good, man. So.
And if you haven't seen Walker, you may want to check him out on ABC today. Texas plays Kentucky. Jake Majors versus Deon Walker at 3:30 in Lexington. All right.
Yeah, and that's a game I'm definitely going to make an effort to watch. And here's something that is really interesting about this draft class. I was doing a mock draft simulator yesterday, and obviously I was the Browns, and I was looking at defensive tackles to take, and they still had the Browns at number 3. There were two guys I was looking at. Deon Walker, who was, for some reason, you said it best. They got him way too low on the board. People saying that he's not what he was. Totally disagree. Agree with you and William. He is still one of the top guys, if not the top guys. You have him. I was looking at, I'm not going to spoil your rankings, so I'm not going to say a name, but the Michigan defensive tackle. And the problem was, the Browns had the number 3 in that simulator. And I was like, I know these two guys are probably top 10 running. The 3, if they get a top 5 pick on them. And I was actually debating drafting one of those two guys.
Crap, I screwed something up. I forgot to add Kenneth Grant to the defensive tackle rankings. I just realized that, yes, I do deserve to be roasted for that. That is a massive screw up. That's not a minor screw up. That's a massive screw up.
The brain, man. The brain. What happened?
Yes, William, the brain. The brain's clearly not working on my end. But we're going to get to another Michigan defensive tackle to kill some time. Mason Graham, the number 2 defensive tackle. We will get to him, and now I guess I have 18 defensive tackles out of 20 with starter grades. But, Mason Graham, I have a floor grade of 80 on him, but a ceiling grade of 95. So I actually think his ceiling's higher than Walker's, but I think he's a little bit more of a project, whereas Walker's more of a sure thing. But Mason Graham is my number 2 defensive tackle in my rankings, and I have him at 16 on my big board. I have Deon Walker at 12.
Yeah, this is just...
Graham's not a sure thing because I do think his role is different. I think he is more of a... This is a guy I followed for the last couple years in Michigan. I think he's more of a guy that you're going to put at a 4-3 defensive tackle, and you're going to say, I want you to stop the run. I want you to focus step. I want you to hit hard and make sure that nobody runs up the center. And occasionally you get a pass rush. I think his role is different than a lot of guys that we're going to see come out of this class. And I don't think he's a pure nose tackle, but I think he is a run-stuffing 43 defensive tackle. But I think he is probably one of the best that we've seen in a few years at doing that. I think my comparison to him is kind of like Tomlinson when he came out for the fight, when he was drafted by the Vikings, I think it was. He now plays for the Browns, but he just fits that mold of he's a 43 nose tackle that's going to impose his will and stuff the run. And with the way the Shanahan offense is coming back, and we've seen it with the Browns, we've seen it with the 49ers, obviously Kyle Shanahan, and now we're seeing it with the Cardinals. And I think that trend's going to continue. Players like him are going to be wanted, and they're going to be wanted early, because you're going to want to stop that zone blocking scheme that's coming back, and you're going to need guys like Graham to do it.
I agree. While Dexter Lawrence is my comp for Deion Walker, my comp for Mason Graham is I have Gerald McCoy of Tampa Bay.
Gerald McCoy's a good one. I think McCoy
That definitely is, man.
Yeah.
So it's pretty good. It's pretty good call.
Yeah. Next up, I've got Walter Nolan out of Ole Miss. He is, and look, I've got, just because I have a floor grade of 80, ceiling grade of 95, doesn't mean Graham's going to reach his ceiling. It just might take him 3 to 4 years to reach his ceiling compared to Walker. It might only take Walker 2 to 3 years to reach his ceiling, whereas with Graham, it might take 3 to 4 years. Walter Nolan, I have at 18 on the rankings. I've got a floor grade of 80 out of 99, ceiling grade 93 out of 99. I have him at 18 on my board. He is the third of 5 defensive tackles in this first round. And Walter Nolan, I do have him at 18 on the board here. So,
yeah. Nolan, you know, he's a former 5-star recruit. You know, he was number 2 overall, you know, to Texas A&M, and then he, you know, transferred to Ole Miss. Kind of came in, you know, a little bit, and this is a versatile guy. You know, I mean, he can play almost anywhere on the D line. You know, the one thing is I've seen him all over the map on different sites and everything else. I mean, it's everything from number 15 to what you got, number 2, you know, or 3, and it's just one thing. I feel that this is a really good player, and that those rankings are just plain wrong. And like I said, versatility is something, I mean, one of the number one things you can have, you know, in the NFL. So, I mean, he's just a really good player.
yeah.
And here's the thing about Nolan that I have not seen any Ole Miss games, and I've got a couple pulled up ready to watch. I haven't seen any this year. And last year I had him as a top 15, top 20 player, or top 20 prospect. And one of the better defensive tackles in this class. And, you know, Chris and myself talked that last year's defensive tackle class was pretty good. This year's was going to be loose. Obviously, it is loose. But I haven't seen him this year. But what I saw last year pretty well lines up with what William said. So, William, I got a question for you. Do you think he has improved on what he was? He's still that versatile player, but do you think he has improved exponentially on what we saw last year?
Yeah, I definitely do. Just having that much more experience. I mean, you can see that in his play. You know, I mean, I watched some of it last night, and I mean, this is a guy that can play, you know, 3 technique and a 4-3 and a 5 technique, you know, and a 34 defense. And I mean,
He was
Where'd that
giving
go?
Fairchild and Wilson fits
Yeah.
a few weeks ago in Ole Miss's win over Georgia. He was giving the Georgia interior offensive line fits in that game. So, and you're going to have a tough dilemma on your hands, Joey, because the next defensive tackle we break down is Ohio State's Tyleik Williams. He won a quarterback pressure against Joe Alt last year. Still pretty dominant player. I have him as DT4 floor. And here's the thing, Tyleik Williams.
I don't think because I look at Kyrie Williams. I said last year that Ohio State had the best four deep defensive tackle room.
Well, that's the thing. Williams and Ty Hamilton were the starters last year, and Michael Bennett Jr., who the Browns drafted. Mike Hall Jr. was the number 3 defensive tackle in Ohio State. He was the backup. There's a reason he was the backup. His ceiling is lower than Hamilton's or Williams, but we'll get to Hamilton later. But Williams is going to be playing Indiana at noon. Nolan's going to be playing Florida at noon. So you will not be able to watch both. Well, actually, Nolan's going to be on ABC, and Williams is going to be on Fox when Indiana plays Ohio State at noon. So actually, you can flip between both of those games.
I can flip. I've done it before. But Williams, to me, he's somewhere between that number 5 position defense tackle and number 2. I can't pin it down.
I have him at number 4, and I have him at 29 on my board, and I have Kenneth Grant, the Michigan defensive tackle, at 30. But I have the same floor and ceiling grade for Williams and Grant. 78 for floor, 91 for ceiling. I think both players have a good chance of reaching their potential.
I think he's one of the most balanced defensive tackles we've seen in the last couple years. And I think this is what sets him apart from his teammates last year and his teammates this year, and people that are in the class with him this year, that he is so balanced. He will go without a single pass rush an entire game, and in the next game, get 4 pass rushes. Or then 4 pass rushes, 3 pass rushes, and 2, the rest of the time he's in run. He is so balanced. He just does whatever he needs to do. He's not spectacular at it. He doesn't make a show of it. He's not one of these guys that's going to, do a lot of spectacular things. But he is the guy that's going to get up there. Oh, you want me to do this? Okay, I got it. No problem.
Well, that's the thing with him, I mean, this kid is athletic as hell, man. I mean, he's got a 1.62 second 10-yard split, a 4.68 40, and I mean at 327 pounds, man, that's after he lost 40 pounds.
Yeah, and here's something, William, I want to know if you agree with this. I, as a defensive lineman, former defensive lineman, I'm a little older now. One thing that I always thought was when evaluating people, and even watching the combine, when they run the 40, I don't give a crap about that final 40 time.
No.
Because if you got a 325-pound guy that has to run 40 yards after a running back or a wide receiver, you got way bigger problems.
That's the one thing, though, it just shows how fast he is,
Yep.
Yeah, oh, yeah, absolutely. But that 10-yard split.
Yeah.
Because my first thing is, it's something I said, I think it was last week, something I said for years. Footwork can be the difference. When there's a major problem, I'm always looking at footwork first. And if you have a first step, because I was a dancer back before my knee and ankle decided it did not like living, and the one thing was the foot speed. The foot speed was always there. And the foot speed made all the difference for me because I often joke, I don't have long arms, okay? My arms go down to my waist. That's it. They're not long. But I gave up 1 sack in 4 years at the high school level as a left tackle. Because I just had my feet, I was always ahead. And if I miss something or somebody else missed something, I could redirect quickly and get back to my assignment to allow things to happen. Footwork is incredibly important. And I think that's where the first step comes in. Because if you can hit that first step on a 10-yard split, and you can be faster off the gates than anybody else there, that tells me you are going to be the most explosive off the ball. You know, forget the long jump. You know, that's for receivers. They can have their little moment in the sun. But that first step off the ball on the line, if you can run a 1.6 to 1.67 or even, 1.5, that tells me your footwork is top notch. If you can run a 1.5, your footwork's next level because you've got that foot quickness. And so that is something that I'm looking at with him that I think sets him apart from everybody else. Because you cannot be as balanced as he is, get the pass rush that he has, be as athletic as he has, and then at the same token be as stable against the run and do it at such a consistent level without being spectacular. Believe me, he doesn't have a single spectacular skill in his arsenal. But he is damn good, and he is balanced. And I attribute that to that first step, always being a step ahead of anybody he comes across. But Chris, I think you said it. He's come across some really good players, including Joe Oaks, and he's beaten them. It's all that first step. William, it's that first step. It's that 1.67, 10-yard that really stands out, that makes you say, he can step here fast, and he gets his steps right.
Yeah.
When you do that, you are ready. You have already beaten your guy.
Exactly. And you get that first step off, and this guy is 6'3", 327 pounds, man. He is shorter than a lot of the offensive linemen in this league, and I mean, he can absolutely get under them, and with that first step, just blow them up, and that will just collapse the pocket like none other. And he'll be able to do, whatever he needs to. Like you said, he's not spectacular at anything, but, I mean, he just has all the tools to get things done and knows how to get it done.
What do you guys have to say about Kenneth Grant? I appreciate the long rant on Tyleik Williams as an Ohio State fan, but what do you have to say about Michigan's Kenneth Grant? Because I did like his tape. Not as much as Graham, but I liked his tape. I had the same grade on him as I do for Williams, for floor and ceiling, but Williams stood out a little bit more, which is why I put him at 4.
I think that Grant has, at 6'3", 339, I mean, he has some good upside, and he has considerable, flex and bend for a big guy, I mean, just watching his tape, it just says it, But the one thing that concerns me about this is, having Mason Graham on the line and, just having a good front seven around you, I mean, just to the point to where it makes you look better. And I'm not sure if that's the case with this guy. It's just one of my concerns that, he might not be, quite as good as he looks, but he appears to have that upside, that he can actually, get somewhere and make a career for himself.
Years ago, I got roasted by Chris once. It is barely memorable to anybody but me. Because I made a statement that Nick Howell would be the second best quarterback coming out of his class. And Chris roasted me on that. He roasted me on that. Hell of a statement. Well, that class ended up being trash outside of Andrew Luck.
That you can't say that. Russell Wilson and Kirk Cousins are still in the NFL.
Okay, so it's not quite trash. It's garbage. Not trash, garbage. It sounds bad.
I wouldn't even say it's garbage because Tannehill lasted in the league until last year. And
you didn't like Tannehill either.
I felt like Tannehill was super raw, but had ability to be
Yeah.
a high-end starter. I never viewed him as a Pro Bowl QB, if that's what you're saying.
As soon as you said his name, that's just what popped out, dude.
I
Exactly
think
that.
Joey just tries to forget about that class in general, mainly because the Browns drafted Brandon Weeden.
Oh.
Kind of, but I do. The one part of that class I do remember outside of the part that I try to forget. Thank you for reminding
Also,
me.
ESPN's 10 p.m. commentator Brock Osweiler was a member of that class.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're hurting me, Chris. You're hurting me.
Well, Brock Osweiler has a Super Bowl ring, even though it was as a backup. He does technically have a Super Bowl ring from the Broncos team that won Super Bowl 50.
You keep hurting me, Chris. Stop. I'm trying to make sense.
Robert Griffin III, another guy who played for the Browns in that draft class.
Oh, I said he wouldn't make shit because he was going to get a 3 years. I mean, he proved me wrong. It only took him 2 years to screw up his career. Jeez. You know, so I was like, you know, and that's why I said Foles would be the next, because I looked at his tape. I watched every game he played for 2 years, and I said, and Chris, you're like, oh, all he does is check down, all he does is check down. Yeah, but what can he do? What is the percentage of completions that you're witnessing when he does something other than checking down? And that I equate here. What can he do? Not what does he do, what can he do? And the point is, on that, he's a little more athletic than his counterpart. He plays the same type of game, but he's a little more athletic. So can he translate that of William? Can he translate that? Do you think, and because this is where it comes in, what can he do? I was proven right on Foles because he showed, even if it was for even if it was just for a month, his longevity, it shows I was right there.
You were right for 2 years in Philadelphia. You were right for 2 years when Foles was in Philadelphia. I'm not going to say you were right throughout the duration of his career because Foles didn't stay with the team his entire career.
But right here, we're looking at, do you think he can hit and show what he can do?
And Case Keenum went undrafted in that draft. Case Keenum was in that draft, too. He went undrafted, and he played Nick Foles in the NFC Championship that year.
Do you think that Grant can show that latent skill? Is it what he can do?
What was that?
Kenneth Grant. I think he's got the athleticism and the block shedding to succeed. We'll see.
It was, my question was, do you believe through what I say, it's not about what you do, it's what you can do, that Kenneth Grant can show what he can do at the next level, and that he should be evaluated on what he can do, not what he does do at this level?
That depends when you're, evaluating him, whether or not, you want to go on that potential, or if you want to go on what he has. And with this guy, I would probably look at what he has. Like I said, since he's been surrounded by, good players and everything else, I would definitely have to say that, yeah, I would definitely, I wouldn't grade him on his potential. I wouldn't, draft him on his potential. And I would, have to look at what he has, exactly what he showed, nothing further than that, because, I have that doubt.
That's fair. Next two defensive tackles I have second round grades on. We'll start with number 45 on my board. Floor grade of 75 out of 99. Ceiling grade 90 out of 99. That is Howard Cross the third, defensive tackle, Notre Dame. He is my number 6 defensive tackle in this draft, and he's the final defensive tackle in my top 50. I'm a big fan of Cross. I love his motor. I love the way he pushes at the line of scrimmage. His rip moves are good. You'd like to see the block shedding improve a little bit, but I think there's enough there for him to be a day one starter. He might, and then at number 59, it's a player Joey was a big fan of, Dante Corleone. He had the injury at the beginning of the year, got that cleared up. He's been playing ever since. I've got Dante Corleone, defensive tackle, Cincinnati, at 59 on the board, and I've got Howard Cross the third at 45. But those two defensive tackles cracked the second round. I've got a floor grade of 72 out of 99 on Corleone and a ceiling grade of 91 out of 99. Corleone is the rawest of the top 7 defensive tackles, but there's enough of a floor and ceiling for him to develop into a starter, even if he doesn't reach that Pro Bowl ceiling. But he's the final guy with that ceiling to develop into a Pro Bowl defensive tackle. And then you got a bunch of guys who are raw but are high end starters after Corleone at 7. But I've got Cross at 6.
You know, Corleone, he deadlifts 700 pounds, benches 485, squats 605. I mean, this guy is just a beast. And that's all he does. He only played 8 games this year, but, 6'1", 320. Yeah, so far this year, he's got 3.5 sacks. He had 3 the past 2 seasons. And I mean, this is a guy, he's a run stopper. He is, he can get to the quarterback. He can collapse the pocket. I mean, he is, like I said, incredibly strong. And, I just love the guy. So I'll just...
Yeah, and everyone in my top 7 from Deion Walker to Dante Corleone has the ceiling to develop into a DT1 on an NFL roster in a 4-3 scheme. Everyone on this board has the upside to develop into a DT1. But outside of the first round guys, with Cross and Corleone, you're probably looking at floors of DT 3s to start out, I would say. I'd say Cross and Mills. Grant, I think, has the floor of a DT2 and the ceiling of a DT1. With Cross and Corleone, I think they have the floors of a DT3, a backup defensive end that gets rotational action, but they have ceilings of a DT1, which means...
Corleone is a prototypical nose tackle. He is in the Eric Armstead type of, he is strong as a house. He's going to take up 2 guys, one with each arm, and he's going to make you say, you want to run at me, you can run straight into my chest, and you're probably going to bounce off. Like you said, William, he's a freaking brick house.
Yeah.
He's strong as hell, and he's athletic enough to make some plays. Everything he does is going to be on the box.
What do you guys have to say about Cross?
And Cross, on the other hand, I believe Cross is somebody that we've been watching for a few years now. I've seen a number of his games. He is fast. He's athletic. He's strong. He has the total package. But he's inconsistent with it. He is going to show you some great things. He's going to show you some marvelous things. He's going to make you think he is a top 5 pick on one game, and then the next game, you're going to think he's a second or third round pick. Okay, there's that inconsistency, but the physical attributes are there. And the physical attributes are there for both of those guys, even though they both play different roles. So now, in this sense, now we get back to Williams' thought of you got to draft on the potential. Because you got a lot of inconsistencies, you've got a lot of limitations. But they both have the physical capabilities, as Chris said, to be NFL starters.
Yeah, and I've got Corleone with a 91 potential grade and Cross with a 90 potential. So Corleone's potential is higher, but I have a floor grade of 75 on Cross and a 72 on Corleone. So I think Cross is more NFL ready right now, but I think Corleone is the higher ceiling. But I have
Yeah,
both players in round 2.
and Corleone is going to blow up the combine, and everybody's going to be drooling over him. You know how that goes, just because of what we said. And Joey explained Cross pretty much what I know about the kid. I don't know much, but that sounds about what I saw. So I
Well, we're
agree
going to
with that.
get to his Notre Dame teammate, who is the only third-round defensive tackle in these rankings. He came in at 100. Riley Mills, defensive tackle, Notre Dame. He came in at 100 on my big board. Floor of 69 out of 99, ceiling of 89 out of 99. So you're looking at a DT4. Well, you're looking at a defensive tackle with the floor of a DT4 in the NFL, but the ceiling of a DT2. So you could be getting a backup. You're hoping for a high-end starter. Worst case scenario is you're getting a DT4, a warm body. Best case scenario, you're getting a high-end DT3 who can develop into a serviceable DT2 in a 43 scheme. So
Yeah, I can agree with all that. I don't know much about
and that's the
much
case
about
with a
this
lot of
kid.
these guys after Mills. But what do you want to say about Mills before we get to? We've got 4 fourth-round defensive tackles.
Mills is all upside.
Yeah.
Kelly is all upside. Get drafted, and you're hoping for a future starter. But you're not going to start him right away. You're not even going to. You might even put him. You're not going to put him on the practice squad, but you might dash him as like the number 4 defensive tackle because he's all upside, and everybody's going to see his potential. That's what he's going to be drafted on, and there's a lot of it there. So the only question is, how's it going to develop?
You can never have enough defensive linemen either, and especially ones that have, potential like that. So
Yep. I mean, next up are 2 fourth-round defensive tackles: Shamar Turner, Texas A&M, and Nazir Stackhouse, Georgia. I've got 88 potential grades on them, 1 grade lower than Mills for potential, but I think their floors. I have their floors at 60, but that could be too low. I think an argument can be made with Turner. He could be one of these guys who blows up the combine and even propels himself into the first round like Corleone. And Nazir Stackhouse has been a steady force on that Georgia defensive line at nose tackle the past 2-3 years. So an argument can be made that my floor grades for those guys at 60 out of 99 is way too low, even though I think their ceilings are lower than Mills, which is why I put both in the 4th round. I had Riley Mills at 100 on my big board, and only 102 players are going to get picked in the 3rd round, Joey. So that's mainly why I have Shamar Turner and Stackhouse in round 4. I have Turner at 114 and Stackhouse at 115 in my defense.
yeah, I got jack of all trades written down under Turner, and I mean he's 6'3", 289, so he's a little bit light in the ass end, but what I saw of him, like I said, it was a little bit of everything, and he definitely looked like a 3rd round pick. I just from an eye test, if I had to give him something like that, he looks like a good all around defensive tackle, and might have some potential to get somewhere. As for Stackhouse, he's just been there doing his thing, like you said, man, and it just depends on how many nose tackles are needed where he's going to be drafted, because after a while it gets down to the point that it's a numbers game, and I'm not quite sure I mean whether he's going to be drafted 3rd, 4th round, whatever. Definitely probably slide into day 3. I mean,
Yeah, what do you have to say about these 2 defensive tackles? And then we're going to get to 2 former Pac-12 defensive tackles.
Jack Ball plays master of none for Texas A&M defensive tackle. He can do a lot of things. Doesn't make a splash on anything, but he will be a good piece to have in your defensive tackle room. But Stackhouse will probably end up being a starter, maybe not immediately. He'll be a starter, but he'll be a nose tackle. That's all he's ever been. Been a great one with a steady hand all throughout college at the highest level. He's a guy I love because I love his physical style of play. Well, let's face it, he's a nose tackle. He's going to be a nose tackle. It's the 3-4, 4-3. He can play both sides. Doesn't matter. He's a nose tackle, and he has potential to be one of the best nose tackles in the NFL. But don't try to put him somewhere else. Try to put him somewhere else. It's going to hurt you. And you're going to hurt him.
Right up over the top of center, man. And collapse that damn pocket. Just push. That's it, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the next two defensive tackles on my rankings, at 129, we have Utah defensive tackle Junior Tafuna. I've got a floor grade of 60, but a ceiling grade of 87. I do think there's starter potential there. Whether he reaches it or not remains to be seen. But Junior Tafuna out of Utah came in at 129. And at 139, 10 spots below him, occupying the final spot in round 4, is Oregon defensive tackle Derek Harmon. So I've got a 87 on him for potential as well, but I've got a floor 57. But yeah, Tafuna and Harmon, what do you want to say about these two defensive tackles? I think Tafuna could be a gem in this draft, and Harmon and Caldwell remind me of when Oregon had Buckner and Armstead. And Caldwell is, I have Caldwell as my top round 5 defensive tackle, but yeah.
Well, let's not go that far. I mean, that's, Buckner and Armstead, that's a pretty high praise.
I'm not saying their ceilings are as high as Buckner and Armstead, but this is the best duo Oregon's had since then, okay? I'm not saying their ceilings are as high as either player. I'm saying this is the best duo they've had at defensive tackle since those two were on the campus, Joey. There's a big distinction between what I'm saying and how I'm saying it. All right? I'm not saying they're as good as them. I'm saying they're the best duo they've had since those two. That's the distinction. But, Tafuna, you've watched some Utah. Have you taken a look at Tafuna, William?
I have, obviously, because it's Utah, man, and it's Kyle Whittingham, and you just know right off the top, tough player, and I mean, underrated, completely underrated, but he's got football IQ, he's got the smarts, and he can do just all kinds of stuff, and he's going to be ready for the NFL when he comes in. He's not going to be that raw because, like I said, with Whittingham.
Tafuna's got the best football IQ I've seen from a Utah defensive tackle since Star Lotulelei, but he doesn't have the physical strength and the dominance that Lotulelei had coming out of Utah, which made him a first-round pick in 2013.
Yeah, but Lotulelei was a one technique, and
yeah,
I was surprised that he was drafted that high by Carolina, and it was kind of one of those things, and he stuck around and everything, but I mean, in college he was great, but like you said, he was smart, and so is this kid. I mean, it's just one of those things you can just tell, man.
Yeah, and then I have Derek Harmon rounding out round 4, and his Oregon teammate Jamari Caldwell at the top of round 5 at 141 on my board, 2 spots below Harmon, who's at 139.
Yeah, Harmon, 6'5", 310. I mean, he's got hella good length. He came in, to Michigan State, 3-star, under the radar. His hands are probably, his weakness, but, he has really good power, and like I said, the length is definitely one of his strengths. I mean, and just, that's another one that who the kid is because, the kind of culture that Dan Lanning has at Oregon, and it's, like I said, just like Utah, but this kid, I mean, like I said, good length, everything else just a little bit weak in the hands.
Yep. Joey, you want to say anything about the Oregon defensive tackles or Tafuna, or should we get to the Tonka?
Tafuna is a guy, I've only seen him once or twice, but I like what I saw. I haven't done any deep dives into him. Now, obviously, you get done more research on than I have. But I like what I've seen so far. And I'm sure I'll get more into him as the process goes along. So as Caldwell goes, I like Caldwell. I think he is the better of the two Oregon defensive tackles. I really do. I think he's got more upside. I think he does a lot of things better. I don't think he's as athletic, but I think overall he is the better of the two Oregon defensive tackles.
All right. Next up is Tonka, not the Tonka toy truck, Tonka Hemingway, the South Carolina defensive tackle. He comes in at number 14 on these rankings. I have him at 142 on my sport. 142, one spot below Caldwell. But yes, wow.
To Tonka.
Amazing fact, Joey. Amazing fact.
That's not a fact. I was being sarcastic.
So if I bring up the Tonka toy truck, the punishment is we have to hear Joey's sarcasm. That's the punishment for bringing up the Tonka toy truck. Fair enough. Fair enough.
I gotta hit where the iron's hot. Tonka to Tonka.
You're
Got to go for it, man.
You're making William laugh his ass off like Peter Herbstreit on a college game day. Just running around, getting the ball.
YOLO. You only live once.
You wanted to see something funny? It's like, go back and watch these games on Prime after when Jameis Winston and all that, when he convinced them all to go make snow angels.
That I saw the Snow Angels post-game show. That was hilarious.
So, are you feeling?
No, I love that.
What do you think of Jameis? I mean, you going to keep him around? I mean,
I have always loved Jameis. I've loved him since he came out of college.
Yeah.
And the thing is with Jameis, though, Jameis is going to put you through the ringer. I love his leadership. I love his arm. I love his decisiveness. But that decisiveness is also going to hurt you because if he decides he's letting it go, it's going. And it's an old school gunslinger mentality.
yeah.
He's going to put you through some highs. He has seen this year. Some amazing highs. He's going to put you through some horrific lows. Oh, on Thursday night, we saw him both in about 6 minutes. Okay? He left the news for the Browns and turned around and won the damn thing for the Browns. So, yeah, you're with Jameis. I love Jameis, but I think Jameis is a good 3-year bridge for the Browns. But then he's going to move on. I don't think he is long-term answer because Jameis just ain't that kind of quarterback.
Yeah.
Jameis has.
Well, Dov Cleveland said they're going to keep Andrew Berry, Stefanski, and Deshaun Watson next year, and they'll probably have Winston too. They'll probably bring him back too, but that's just what I've heard.
You got
from
Zappy
Dov
over there
Cleveland.
too, don't you?
Dov Cleveland could be reporting misinformation for all we know. I'm not going to say
yeah.
misinformation, disinformation like some of the people in politics, but like that could be.
I wouldn't go that far because they're going to keep Watson. But what I've been hearing is they're done with it. Never going to play another game for the Browns. They're going to, most likely scenario, they send him home and pay him. Like Houston did with him in 2020. They're going to send him home and pay him. He's gotten old. Same way he did with Houston. The guy's gotten old. Send him home, sit his ass down, pay him until you can release him.
Yep.
And word is around NFL circles is that he has played his last NFL game. It's over for him. He's done. They're going to sit his ass home. They're going to pay him, and they're going to move forward.
You know, that's what I
was just looking at the Browns are keeping Davis Winston, and if he be a quarterback next year, You are so screwed. You are so screwed.
Okay, I'm not going to go on that tangent. I was just thinking, what animated character personifies the personality of Jameis Winston? I had two choices. I'm not going to say out of respect for Jameis since he won on Thursday night. So
Goofy?
I'm not going to.
Goofy?
No, that's not what I was thinking. My two choices
How about
were
Pluto?
Osmosis Jones and Static Shock, because Osmosis Jones has emotional highs like Winston, but he also is kind of corny and he'll have some screw ups now and then. But he delivers in spades. And Winston's the same way. He delivers in spades as well.
He's such a child in a lot of ways. That first thing you said, anime, I'm like, whoa. Okay, try it.
Next up, we have Ohio State defensive tackle Ty Hamilton. We mentioned Ohio State earlier with Tyler Williams. Hamilton was the other starter on that defensive line. And in addition to Hamilton, we got three more defensive tackles with starter Nash Hutt, Locker, Nebraska, Devin Van, North Carolina State, and Thor Griffith, defensive tackle, Louisville. Started out transferred to Louisville. He was on my radar last year. I think he was decent on my radar last year. Came back to college. So those three raw, but all have potential development starters. And those 18 out of 20 defensive tackles are the guys that have starter upside. Then you're looking at backups in round 6 and 7. I think Hamilton, Hutt, Van, Griffith. I have fifth round grades and they all have high ceilings. It's the fifth round. If you want any guys, you got the floor, William, and if not, I'll read through the final guys on my list.
Oh, go ahead, man. By all means.
Okay. My only sixth round. Cam Jackson, the tackle corner. I have a sixth from Cam Jackson. I think he's a high-end back. And then rounding out with Yaya Black, defensive tackle. I have a seventh round grade on him. So Joey, if you want to say anything about Cam Jackson, you got more, and then I'm going to let William wrap it up with Yaya Black. I know William watched Iowa football. Yeah, I can hear your voice, I can hear Joey's voice, I can hear William's voice. I think things have settled down now, but yeah. There was a period where we could hear each other for a lot. I'm going to go over the poll question here, and then we will spin for the simulator. And the poll question was best prospect in the 2025 draft cycle. Before I reveal who got the most votes, I'm going to reveal why 3 players did not get a single vote in this list. Paige Buchers, her and Olivia Miles from Notre Dame, they've both had season-ending injuries, so I think there's some durability questions with the WNBA draft and the fact that there's not a star on Caitlin Clark's level in this draft. I think that's why Bucher's got 0 votes. Ethan Holiday, high school shortstop, younger brother of Jackson Holiday, son of Matt Holiday, but still high school shortstop. That's probably why Holiday got 0 votes. And James Hagens of Boston College also got 0 votes. He's in the NHL draft. But Hagens, 1 goal, 12 assists, 13 points in 11 games. And Michael Misa has 43 points in 22 games. And 3 years ago, Tracy and I had Misa ahead of Hagens, but then Hagens dominated last year at 100 points, broke Kucherov's record for points at the IIHF World Tournament on the U.S. national hockey team developmental program. And as a result, Hagens ended up moving up to number 1 in a lot of NHL mock drafts. But I think those mocks were quick to jump the gun. And if Misa reaches 50 points before Hagens reaches 20, I think we're going to start seeing some mock drafts put Misa ahead of Hagens, because you got Misa, what he's doing this year. You got Matthew Schaefer. He had mono. His mom died of breast cancer, but he's still being a superhero to his younger brother, and he worked his ass off to get up to the first line. He wasn't even supposed to go number 1 in the OHL draft. Ryan Ruberek was, but that didn't matter. Schaefer still found a way to beat the odds and succeed. Carter Bear, high energy guy. He's the voice of the Everett Silvertips at left winger. He's basically Baker Mayfield with a hockey stick and skates. That's Carter Bear. And the crazy part is there are people that have a second, third round grade on Bear. I had him at 13 in the preseason. And after hearing his interview, I want to move him up. But I'm not going to, because I'm not crazy. And then you got the goalie, Joshua Ravensbergen, who also interviewed well. Those players move the needle for me. Hagens is a good prospect, like Ryan Nugent-Hopkins was coming out of Red Deer, but he's not a great prospect. And when you're beginning to question someone's status as the number 1 pick, that's when you know you're probably getting a good player, but not a great player, because the great ones, you never question their status once they get up to number 1 in the draft position, whether it's a guy who's maintained that number 1 spot the entire draft process, like a Myles Garrett or a Connor McDavid, or whether it's a guy who ascends to number 1 like Burrow. But either way, when it comes to the great ones, once they have the top spot, they don't give it up and they don't give it back. So that's why Hagens got no votes. But yeah, the 5 people that did get votes, I'll reveal them. Alex Harris, I voted for Harris. 19 goals, 5 assists. He's the only player that can score on a triple team. And he's going to be playing Pittsburgh tomorrow. So top forward versus top defender in the MLS draft. Nicholas Sorensen's the top defender in the MLS draft. Alex Harris is the top forward. So we're going to see top forward versus top defenseman in college soccer tomorrow.
I want to cast a late vote, Chris. I want to cast a late vote for Holiday. Because let's face it, I'm a big fan of the Holidays. I'm a big fan of their family. I love how their players work. Now, obviously, this is baseball, so technically you're all...
And I made it so you can vote for multiple players in the poll question where you voted for Will Campbell. So if you go back into scouting college football, you can click on Holiday anytime you want and cast a vote for him. This is not limited to 1 vote. You can vote for multiple people.
Okay.
Because I think William voted for both Travis Hunter and Jalen Milroe, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
I didn't know there were 2 people. It's like
You can vote for multiple options, Joey. That's basically what I'm saying.
Nice. Like, get my ass up and get moving. Might just do that.
So, yeah. So, Holiday's the best of the guys that got 0 votes. And then Harris came in at 5. Will Campbell came in at 4. Jalen Milroe came in at 3rd. Travis Hunter had a huge lead, but he came in 2nd. And Cooper Flagg out of Duke barely beats out Travis Hunter by a single vote. But I just wanted to see best of the best poll question just for fun. And since Flagg and Hunter were tied, I had to cast a tiebreaker vote. And, you know, if Flagg could hit a triple, make a shot while being triple teamed like Harris, I would have gave him a vote as well. Because I do think if you look past that, you can make the argument Flagg is the best overall prospect in this cycle. But, it's still early. You're a little skeptical about flag, and it's going to be exciting to see how these people in these sports do throughout the draft cycle. So anything you want to add to our poll for best of the best in the 2025 cycle?
I will, and I'm going to look at Hunter, and I'm going to say this. I love Hunter's confidence saying that he will play both ways in the NFL, but guys, we both know that he is not going to consistently play both ways in the NFL. He might be a wide receiver, and I love some of the stuff he does at wide receiver. But I love his body control. I love how he anticipates things. But the bottom line is, he will not play both ways in the NFL. I see him more playing receiver in the NFL than corner, because I think you can move him in Hail Mary situations or in clutch situations where I don't drive. Defensive tackle now play, or defensive back now play both ways. Those types of situations, he wasn't a consistent play player. It's like when the Cowboys was something similar to DR back in the day, when they had them clutch situations, we got DR out there wide receiver. Okay, he was primarily a defensive back. Okay, he didn't play offense that well. Only a certain situation. I think that's the thing with Hunter. I think that's the other thing, because that takes the solid stuff aside. And now you're looking, at recruiting him as a wide receiver. Where does that play him? You can't argue against this one thing I always say.
Only player I nominated was Will Campbell, and Ken LeBlanc thought we didn't have enough nominees, so he took the liberty of nominating Hunter and Milrow to make this poll more interesting. I appreciate Ken for that. Yeah.
Be in a top five. Why? Because when you're looking at it realistically, he's gonna be a receiver, and is he a top three receiver? I think so.
I got Hunter in my cornerback rankings, but not my receiver rankings. But I've got 3 corners in the top 5, which is nuts. It's unheard of.
Yeah, Hunter. He's definitely not going to play both ways. Maybe come in, like you're saying, like Dion, or if there's 5 wide.
Before we load up
whatever.
the draft simulator, we are going to spin the wheel. I actually I'm on Wheel of Names. I actually figured out how to change the colors of the wheels, because it used to always default to blue, red, yellow, green, but I've actually figured out how to change the color of each of the wheels so it represents each of the NFL teams. So we have the Bills, Falcons, Jets, Saints. We got the Atlanta Falcons, Buffalo Bills, Cincinnati Bengals, Jacksonville Jaguars, New Orleans Saints, and New York Jets. Who wants to only spin the wheel once? Because we're going to go in snake order. So whoever spins third will get to spin fourth as well. Whoever spins second gets to spin fifth, and whoever spins first gets the team that's left over. I'm willing to spin once if you want to spin twice, Joey, but if you think spinning the wheel is dumb, you can spin first and take who's ever left over. All right, you're spinning twice now for singing that. I'll go first. What do I land on? The Falcons!
Oh, nice.
I got the Falcons, so I will be drafting for the Falcons. And no, the Bills are now blue. The Bills are now black. The Bengals are now blue. The Jaguars are yellow or orange. You know what? This is we're gonna let's see if we can edit the colors for this.
I shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry.
Just spin that.
Customize. I'll customize the wheel. Give me a second. I just Because I didn't think it would like
I find that entertaining.
it's about as entertaining as the exchange Bill Maher had with Neil deGrasse Tyson in last night's episode of Real Time.
I mean, I
Yeah.
can beatbox.
Quite entertaining, at least for somebody like me. I found it quite entertaining.
All right.
Hey, look, colors.
Yeah, I know. I saw the colors.
You're changing colors and you're the only one on the team.
Yeah, I got to get rid of the black. The black's for the Falcons. Now I got to remove it so that the thing.
It lays on black. It's like Vegas. Lays on black. Then again, do it. Like Emperor Palpatine type shit. Like William and myself are sitting here like, we are teammates. We are free agents.
Yeah, because I'm just. Let's see. Is this it? No. Then what? How the hell did we change the wheel then? Like, what the heck did I do to change the wheel color?
This is why you need to use cue cards. I still use cue cards. If you use cue cards and write down step by step, you wouldn't have this problem. 5 cue cards. Use a pen.
Just
You know what
spin
a
that
pen
fucker.
is. I know you got keyboards these days. You know what a pen is. And write that shit down, step by step. Cue cards. Exactly what you need right now. Yeah, kids, the old way still
Hey,
works.
man, I'll take the Buffalo Bills even if they're black, you know? I mean,
I'm at the point of not caring anymore because if the thing's going to change the colors,
Are you on the verge of using cue cards?
why the fuck would we use cue cards? And we're spinning for Joey. What team is Joey going to land? He barely lands the Bengals.
Yeah.
So, Joey, you're picking for the Bengals. I'm picking for the Falcons. And William gets 2 spins since this is going to be reverse order. Let's see what the spinner does now that we remove the Bengals from the board.
Let's go, William. We got this.
Yeah, okay, so why is the spinner keeping the Bengals up?
Because I'm awesome.
No, the spinner.
Let's go remind everybody of it.
If it lands on the Bengals, then just freaking spin it again. Ooh, the Saints.
You got the Saints.
I ain't taking a quarterback. That's for damn sure. Come on, Buffalo.
So William got
Tatanka. No, man, that ain't cool.
So you got the Jaguars and the Saints.
Okay.
So that leaves the Bills and the Jets for Joey. Great.
The Jaguars
now I'm
are still a team.
One of the AFC East teams, but I'm not sure if this thing will pick. I'm not sure if this thing will spit next in 2 weeks. We'll each get to pick for 2 teams. But yeah, the Bills and Jets. I don't know how this. I'm just waiting for this thing to I'm waiting for this thing to Okay, now it's actually working.
Yay.
Oh man, I want another spin. I mean, I wasn't even sure that Jacksonville still had a team.
Yep.
We're gonna get this going. I'm gonna sing the entire BG soundtrack. Okay.
Oh,
You want
dude.
Joe Douglas's job? Because you sound like you want Joe Douglas's job. You sound like you want to clean up the mess Joe Douglas created.
I could do it
Well,
job. Hell, yeah, I'll take Kobe Jackson's job too. I'll clean that shit up. Not that difficult, people.
And now the Jaguars are blue, the Saints are orange, the Bills are black still, and the Jets are Jaguar green instead of regular green.
okay, you guys can just flip a coin, you know? I mean, that might be easier.
I'm just trying to get rid of the Jaguars and the Saints so that this thing will actually land on something. I know we don't
Right.
want to get rid of the Jet spinner. That's bad spinner.
I'm standing in a pond looking over this stuff. Got a lot of birds going on here. We got.
I did not think the spinner would be this slow and laggy. That is my fault. That is my fault. I clearly overestimated how laggy the spinner would be.
Well, you know, going back to what I was saying about Hunter, you know, is
Nice. These little baby ducks. You see, we're going Animal Planet here while we sit here waiting on the spinner to play nice.
And
Do you want me to see the bad dungeon? Probably not.
probably not. No. Come on. Spinner, just do something. Way too.
so Joey, yeah, what, I didn't hear you earlier. It was kind of staticky there for a minute or breaking up, but, what did you have, what position did you have Travis Hunter playing in the NFL? What do you think
He
he
has
is?
him as a receiver. I have him as a corner, I think.
I definitely agree with the receiver, man. Like I said, I mean, he's just not,
You
not
got
the,
the Buffalo Bill. The spinner erased the Jets, and now the Buffalo Bills are the only thing that's remaining. So I guess you get the Bills and I get the Jets because I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this anymore. We're just loading the damn simulator.
Now, William, you said something there. It's like, what do you agree with? Is Hunter's a corner or a wide receiver?
a wide receiver. For
I got him
sure.
as a corner.
And I feel that that's his most. I like corners that are more physical, and I think that he is just gonna, you know, project more as a wide receiver. And after watching Dorian Singer just run right past him the other night, I it kind of cemented that in my mind, you know. And I watched a little bit of him after I heard Brandis say that you know, that she definitely feels that he's a wide receiver, and you can just tell from watching him. And I saw that, you know. I mean, like I said, I like the physical cornerbacks. I like the ones that hit hard and everything else. And don't get me wrong, they don't have to be that whatsoever. But I just feel that, you know, he is a wide receiver, and bring him in, you know, if they're in a 4 or 5 wide receiver set on the other side as a cornerback, you know, put him out there against whoever the best receiver, whatever. It doesn't matter who you put him up against, but it's just the point. I feel that he has a better shot to succeed at that in the NFL.
Google Chrome is being slow. It's being really slow, and the only option it's giving me is force quit, even though I'm trying to X out. It says application not responding, and force quit is the only option I'm being given. And I'm hoping I can just X out of Wheel of Names and we can start the damn simulator. I'm hoping Google Chrome will be patient with me and not make me reload the stream. You know, Google Chrome, it'd be fantastic if you could allow me to continue on Restream without reloading. If you can't do that, Brock Purdy's not playing until week 14. I am putting that evil on Larry Page and Sergey Brin. I am putting that evil on your company if Google Chrome freezes. You do not get Brock Purdy until week 14 if Google Chrome freezes the live stream.
Hey man, I called in a favor. At least I tried, and I mean, Brock Purdy, I mean that already, like, I
don't
totally
know if
didn't have a
Larry
quarterback,
Page and
man.
Sergey Brin are Niners fans, but I'm basically blaming Silicon Valley for Kyle Shanahan's miscues as a head coach this year.
Okay, that makes sense. I mean, it seems feasible. Kyle, Kyle's just freaking trying to outsmart himself.
We got Cranes and Doug sitting here getting along, all people. Why can't we all just get along? Silicon Valley can get along with 49ers, can't they? Come on, just get along.
Yeah, I know. I'm Xing out of Google Chrome, but it's not allowing me to X out. Like I clicked on the X icon and I don't know what's going on. It's basic. All right. We're going to have to reload on Restream. And now I'm going to get a freaking copyright strike because Google decided to click on the Bills-Jaguars game from week 3 and load.
Somebody has to make a big play.
Even though
On the move.
the computer is mouth. Okay, here we go. Do not go back, Restream. Do not go back. Thank you. Okay, perfect. So we had a little bit of a hiccup there, but we're good now. Do not do this to me, Restream. You do not X out of the live stream, Restream. That's bad, Restream.
Bad.
Do not
Restream.
X out. You X out. You'll get Purdy back in week 13 if you do not X out. If you do, you're gonna get another Brandon Allen start against the Bills in week 13, and that's gonna demoralize any interest in Sunday Night Football.
Yeah, you don't get me started on the NFL, man.
I mean, Brandon Allen on the Bills is like not another teen movie when the actor that plays Captain America came in because he started Not Another Teen Movie. He was the third string quarterback, the jock, Chris Evans. He was the third string quarterback in Not Another Teen Movie. That's going to be the Niners with Brandon Allen this weekend because both Purdy and Dobbs are injured. They neither can go.
That was Chris Evans.
Yeah, in Not Another Teen Movie, the third string QB, the jock. Yeah.
Damn, he was young. Man, I did not know that was Chris Evans.
I got like one thing for Shanahan, and that's just like go get Daniel Jones or something. I mean, just let's not do this Brandon Allen, Josh Dobbs.
Shanahan and his auto pick. I'm not young. I'm not skinny. I can do this. I can even do a red carpet walk. And I go down there.
Please don't X out, Restream. I mean, don't do this to me, Restream. Do not X out. Go back to Restream. Do not X out on me, Restream. All I need you to do is to load. Okay, there we go. That's better. Just load the simulator. This is not difficult. This is not rocket science. Window, Chrome tab. Go to Window and click on the simulator, please. How about instead of being entertaining, let's be productive. Let's be serious. Let's have intelligent conversations.
I'd love to talk about prospects. I would love to get into this draft. But
Be good. I'll be back for you in a minute.
the wheel of fortune you had going there kind of caused problems. Entertaining as it was, it did cause problems. So we know not to use the wheel of misfortune again.
That was a skit I had for the 29-hour show. That was actually the name of the skit. The other skit that we ended up using instead was Kim Jong-il's book club. It was basically Oprah's book club with terrorists, and everybody thought that was the best skit at the 29-hour show in high school. It was Oprah's book club with terrorists. That was what we were aiming for. We were teenagers. We were young. We were just like, yeah, let's have Vladimir Putin and Fidel Castro review books like Oprah's book club. That was literally the entire thought process there. I'm not saying any of those men are bad men, but we do dumb stuff when we're teenagers.
You're a bad man, and you hit it right on the head. It's interesting, and we will give you a pass for this. Yeah, because you were a teenager. It was entertaining for the time.
And this was like 2008, 2009, when jokes about this were at its peak before PC culture sort of manifested in the 2010s.
Well, now we're afraid to make fun of food because food kind of went off the deep end.
Yeah.
And you don't want to make fun of him right now because if you do, it's probably going to end up something. I don't even know what bad he can come up with. So I've been around enough people with dementia to know that it can be quite creative. So let's not do that now. Not do it now.
Yeah, I'm old enough to remember Mikhail Gorbachev.
Hey, I like Gorbachev.
Right.
As much as I can like any Russian leader, except for the one that came before him that would kiss everybody. That's hilarious. But, for a world leader, you just walk up to another world leader and start kissing all over the place. But I digress. I don't judge. You walk up to JFK and kiss him on the lip, that's your prerogative.
All right, we finally got this thing to load. Hooray!
The funny thing is I can make jokes about that. I'm Russian, so
I will put the timer at 60 seconds. I should put it at 40 for all the malarkey I put Joey and William through, but I will put the computer timer at 60 seconds
Hey,
instead
look.
of 99 like last week.
Pretty colors.
You have no idea how much nonsense I can throw out there to keep this thing entertaining while you're going through it. I got to know that. It's like you didn't put me through anything. I had another 6 minutes to get off the top of my head.
Yep.
During that 6 minutes, I come up with more. Nonsense.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What was the sixth? Yeah, the first team. Who is it? Who's the sixth? I'm just trying to think. Who is the sixth? We got clicked on the Bills, clicked on the bank. Oh, it's the Falcons. I got the Falcons, and then I think William got. Then Joey got the Bengals, and then I think William got the Saints and Jaguars. Joey got the Bills. I got the Jets. So I've got the Jets and Falcons. Okay. All right. All right, cool. Let's load the damn simulator. And William, you have the number 1 pick. So what do you want to do with the number 1 pick with the Jaguars, William?
Man, see what I got for trades, man.
If you make a bad pick, there is a slight chance some of the people that listen to Joey on this show might riot in Jacksonville if you screw this up. No pressure, though.
No pressure. No pressure. Let's see. Oh, yeah, no, I'm going to stick. I'm going to pick, and I'm going to take Travis Hunter, wide receiver. Give Trevor Lawrence a little bit of help,
Yeah, Travis Hunter, cornerback, Colorado. Simulator agrees with me that he's a corner, but he can play receiver too.
Yeah.
Jaguars do need a corner. The Giants take Kelvin Banks as a bookend. The Titans get Cam Ward. The Browns get Shadur Sanders. The Patriots take Wyatt Milam out of West Virginia. Saints are up. This is Williams' pick.
Really cool story right now. I dropped my earbud. I'm sitting here at this pond. I'm looking for it. And somehow the darn thing got down my sweater. I'm sitting there on my hands and knees calling when you're going through this stuff. I feel something in my sweater. I pull out my earbud. How the hell did it get into my sweater? I don't know. But I had to share that story because it is.
I'm sure there's somebody on Doug Peterson's coaching staff that likes to treat AirPods like pogs and just throws the AirPods onto the ground like they're freaking pogs.
Yeah.
I knew pogs were a fad in the 90s, like 95, 6, 7 when I first moved to Kansas. I don't remember collecting them, but I knew they were a fad. I have enough brain cells to know that they were a fad back in the day.
I had a couple of slammers, freaking. Let me tell you, man, some of those freaking. I still don't know how to play that game.
All right, it's William's pick, and
them.
then I'm up at 8.
Okay, I'm gonna shock the world right here. You know, I'm really thinking about this, and I'm actually gonna clean house at quarterback, and well, meaning Derek Carr's gone, and
so we're trading Derek Carr for whatever we can get, and then we're taking Milroe. Okay.
Yeah, you got it.
Let's see.
Hey, I could have been real kind to him and took Garrett Nussmeier.
I mean, the Giants already. Well, the simulator gave the Giants took Kelvin Banks at 2, so we're gonna see what the Giants give William for. Well, I don't know who. Let's see who's picking after the Saints that needs a quarterback. Panthers, no. Dolphins, Buccaneers, Seahawks, Rams, Bears, 49ers, Broncos, Texans, Falcons, Cardinals, Commanders, Chargers. Let's trade him to the Steelers. Let's trade Derek Carr to the Steelers. Russell Wilson hasn't been extended yet. Let's trade Derek Carr to the Steelers. Post-Gazette reported extension is coming, but since it hasn't officially happened yet, we are going to trade Derek Carr to the Steelers and see what the return is.
Okay.
Because we will not get an opportunity to do this again if Wilson gets extended, which he probably will. So, no, we're not trading Carr to the Commanders. They have Jaden Daniels. Why in the hell would you replace Jaden Daniels with Carr? I mean, I'm sorry, but you deserve to be roasted on that alone. Is Dan Snyder secretly running the team again? I mean, this sounds like the type of thing Dan Snyder would do. Bring in Derek Carr after Jaden Daniels wins Rookie of the Year and sabotage the team.
Yeah, why not? I'm not sure about Snyder, but you know, Al Davis was a little bit.
Steelers will not do 27 for Carr. They're right on the fence about 60. But we'll see if they agree to do 60 for 60's a second rounder for Carr.
You can trade.
Let's see if the Steelers will do that for Carr. They do. So you got pick 60 for Derek Carr. You got a second round pick for Carr. You do have 3 trade offers, William. The Browns have offered 3, a first, second, third, Zach Zinner, a third, and a fifth. Now that's a second and a third. A second, a third, first, second, third, and Zach Zinner. That is a good offer, but you'd be getting picks next year, not this year. The Giants are offering a second, third, fourth, first, and second. And the Vikings are offering $28.97, a first next year, a third next year, a fourth next year. But it's terrible trade value compared to the other 2 deals. I would stay put at 7 and reject all of these.
Yeah.
You have to look at if you look at the Browns trade, that's pretty. Adding Zach Zinford, you have to think they're going after an offensive lineman at some point.
Yeah.
So Williams is like, when you have to go after an offensive lineman, because if you don't, you're an offensive lineman.
You want Milroe, though, correct? Because you said Carr, you're trading Carr away. Do you want Milroe or do you want Ewers or Nussmeier, just to make this a little bit more interesting?
Oh, let's do Nussmeier. Give him the hometown.
Okay.
Guy, put some asses in the seats out there.
The Giants 33, 66, 102, first and third? No. Screw both of those offers. All right, I'm picking for the Jets at 8. I'm just thinking here. What do I want to do?
Not suck.
That is an option. I mean, the Jets have Morgan Moses at right tackle, and they have Tyron Smith at left tackle. Are both of those guys free agents after this year? Because if they are, I'm going to take Will Campbell, and that'll give me a bookend tandem of Fashanu and Campbell.
That might be. I don't know if they are.
That's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at the contracts to confirm everything before I submit the pick.
Because we also have to think that
Moses and
Aaron
Smith
Rodgers-
are both free agents after this year. So we can keep Aaron Rodgers, and we'll have Will Campbell and Fashanu on rookie deals. Let's do it.
Well, we also have to look at Aaron Rodgers is 40. How many years he's got left?
Well, if he doesn't retire, he's going to continue to be my quarterback. I don't care if the Jets want to get rid of Rodgers in real life. I still think he's better than anyone in this class. So we're
Of course, he's Aaron Rodgers. Of course, he's better than him. I mean,
That's
but,
dangerous.
so I'm taking Will Campbell. All-
I'm not going to argue that. I love Will Campbell.
All right, we got it. You got an offer from Dallas, 75-42, 149, first and fourth this year, and Eric Scott Jr. Not a bad offer, but that's a no. And the Titans are offering a first, fourth, Awuzie, second, fourth, and 2/4. That's not good either. And the Broncos are offering 1951 and a 2026 third round pick for number 13 if you want to move down. So you get 19 and 51 if you trade down with Denver.
Not bad.
That's a good return. I would actually consider that if you don't want to pick at 13.
And which team am I picking for?
The Bengals at 13, but you get 19 and 51 if you trade down with Denver.
I'll trade down to have a feeling I know who I want to take. I think he's going to be there.
All right. So Siobhan Revel went to the Broncos. The Colts took Quinn Ewers. The Bears take Connerly. Whoo! The Texans have offered Tank Dell for 19. That, well, you're losing. You replace Higgins with another really good receiver on a rookie deal. That you actually have to consider.
I am considering it.
The Titans offered 37, 104, 116, 143, and a second next year, plus Sebastian Joseph Day. So Sebastian Joseph Day, in an abundance of draft picks if you move out of round 1. And the Panthers have offered 47 and a 2026 first, but I think their offer sucks compared to the first two. And the Cowboys offered Oso Digizua, but he's going to be a free agent after this year, so there's no point in taking that deal. But I'm looking at Dell, and I'm looking at the package the Titans offered. Do either of those offers stand out to you, Joey?
Dell has me thinking but then I also have to think that the problem with the Bengals is not the offense. So I'm going to have to pass because he was out Higgins when Higgins injured.
Well, the Titans offered 37, 104, 116, 143 a second next year, and they also offered Sebastian Joseph Day. Sebastian Joseph Day would help your defense, and you'd be getting multiple seconds if you move down. I'm guessing you're going to decline both offers, though. Reject all, right?
Because I've got a guy in mind that I feel is going to be a superstar in the NFL.
Well, just to recap what happened, the Broncos took Mason Graham. The Buccaneers got James Pierce. The Seahawks took Quinn Ewers, not the Colts. The Rams got Josh Simmons. The Bears got Connerly for Caleb Williams' blindside. And Armand Membao, the Missouri right tackle, goes to San Francisco at 18.
I want Starks.
Malachi Starks, safety, Georgia. I moved Watts ahead of Starks, but Starks is at 19 on the simulator, so it's a good pick. All right, the Texans at 20. They take Trey Harris. Stroud gets another weapon. And who's up at 21? It is the Falcons, the team I drew. All right. You know, number 2 player on my board is Michigan corner Will Johnson. So we get an. I mean, right now the Falcons. Who's their number 2 corner next to Let's look at the Falcons depth chart. I know they have AJ Terrell, but who's their number 2 corner? Let's look at this really quickly here. Their number 2 corner at the moment is Mike Hughes, and their nickel is D. Alford. I don't have a problem with Alford, but Mike Hughes sucked as a nickel corner in Kansas City when the Chiefs lost to Burrow. So we are upgrading corner, and we're taking Will Johnson, number 2 player on my board at 21 here. And Emeka Egbuka's a Cardinal with Marvin Harrison, Josiah Stewart. Logan Brown of Kansas goes to the Packers. Ravens get Cameron Williams. Jonas Savannah to the Steelers. Jeremiah Harris, Iowa to the Vikings. And Howie Roseman grabs Jack Sawyer. Howie Roseman pounces on Jack Sawyer at 29. But you've got 30 with the Bills, Joey.
Let's face it. Outside of that, what wide receivers are there? Because outside of that first game, Amari Cooper has not lived up.
Well, Luther Burden's still on the board. Luther Burden's still there, as is Restrepo, as is Ty Felton.
Let's get Restrepo.
All right.
The Browns won that trade as of what we're looking at right now with Amari Cooper, which is not what I expected, and I don't think it's what anybody here expected. So let's just be honest with it. They need a young guy to step in here and kick somebody's ass, and I think Restrepo is probably more pro-ready than the other guys he named off.
Yeah, these trade offers suck. Before I click reject all, we'll show you what the Chiefs did. The Giants, they got Jalen Milroe in round 2. So their decision to draft Kelvin Banks as a right tackle next to Andrew Thomas paid off, because not only do you have Andrew Thomas and Kelvin Banks as your bookends at left tackle and right tackle, now you have Milroe with those bookends and neighbors.
That
Not
is
a bad way to go about it. Johnny Cornelius, the Oregon right tackle, goes to Kansas City at 32. Okay, you're back on the clock. William, with the Jaguars.
With the Jaguars.
You did get some trade offers, but they suck.
Okay, yeah, never mind.
So I'm just going to click reject all.
Who do we got on the top of the board? Best player available.
I'm not sure who number 3 on my big board is. I think number 3 on my big board is Luther Burden, the Missouri receiver. He's still available in round 2. But Watts is there if you want a safety. He's my number 1 safety, Watts. Tate Ratledge is there if you want a right guard. The Jaguars are probably going to move on from Brandon Scherf at right guard. So Ratledge is there. Burden's there if you want another weapon.
Let's see. What tight ends are there?
Believe all the tight ends that are available.
All of them. Yeah, give me Colson Loveland. I'll put him next to Evan Ingram.
Yeah, I mocked him to the Jaguars in the summer. That's a great value pick for Jacksonville. Yeah. And the Browns, after taking Shadur Sanders, they take Jack Nelson out of Wisconsin. The Raiders get Dylan Gabriel, Ozzie Trapillo. Bears offered 42, 43, 228. That's not a bad return to move up 2 spots. You only move back 2 spots and you get 2 7th-round picks. That's actually a good return if you want to take this deal from the Bears, William. It's your call. You're getting 40, a 3rd and 26, and then 2 7th-round picks this year. That's not a bad return for only moving down 2 spots.
Oh, yeah. I'll take it.
All right. The Bears have moved up with William, Jared Ivey. Ooh, the Broncos have offered a 6th-round pick, a 1st next year, and Troy Franklin, the Oregon receiver I loved. That is for 39. I am very tempted to take that. But I also feel like a jerk for breaking up Bo Nix and Troy Franklin. The first next year and Tyler Scott, 42 and some 2026 picks. All right.
Yeah, man. Bo Nix is number 7 quarterback in fantasy football.
This is tempting because, I mean, the Jets do have Malachi Corley still on a rookie deal, but they're going to have Adams for one more year. They're going to have Wilson on a rookie deal. And then right now, I think I think Lazard's the number 3, and then it's Gibson at 4, and it's Malachi Corley at 5. But I do like Franklin, so I am going to take this, and I'm going to offer you the first I got for your pick at 40, William. I'm going to offer you the first I got. Well, actually, that's not a good deal for you, but I will make an offer for the next team available. I'm gonna give the Patriots the first rounder I got to get 41. So before we submit Williams' pick, I want to make a trade with the Patriots for 41. Can I get rid of the first next year for 41? Patriots might not be comfortable with trading to a rival, but you know what? I will do this if the simulator. Okay, so 55 and 74 won't fly, but how about this? 54 and 145, 199, 238, 244. So I give up my first round, pick the Commanders, but I get all of their picks except their fourth rounder or third rounder. I'll do that. So now I get more draft capital. And you're up, William. The Vikings and the Texans have made trade offers for 26 ones. I'm guessing you're going to reject that. And wait, and you're going to pick for the Saints at 40.
Okay, Saints, give me the running backs.
All right. Get another running back to pair with Kamara. Oh, Marion Hampton is there.
Yes, sir.
Jordan James Mullings is a fullback. Caleb Johnson, Sampson, Judkins, Henderson.
You know, I like Sampson, but I'm going to take O'Mara and
Hampton. All right.
I got my tongue tied.
And the Patriots at 41 draft Trey Amos out of Ole Miss. Luther Burden's a Cowboy. And the Dolphins take Curtis Rourke in round 2 to develop behind Tua.
Yeah, they need someone.
This is a good offer, Joey. You got the Colts have offered you 46 and 113 to move down 2 spots with the Bengals. This is a good offer, Joey. The Texans are offered Diggs. So Burrow, well, Diggs' trade value's in the red though, and he's going to be a free agent next year. The Bears have also offered Keenan Allen, who's going to be a free agent next year for 46. Jeez, these owners must think the Bengals are stupid.
I already traded Diggs earlier today.
46 and 113 is a good deal to move down 2 spots if you want to move down.
First of all, I want to address the Rourke graphic by saying I just placed a bet that would make me almost $9 for Indiana to beat Ohio State. Take it as you will. So I addressed that really quick, and now to address the trade, I'm addressing the trade by accepting the trade.
Colts have offered 46 and 113, so you get another 4th by moving down 2 spots. And Ashton Gillott and Landon Jackson get picked. You're back on the clock.
Trade for Diggs, man.
Or is that Gelato?
Gillott.
Yeah, Gelato, same thing. So I'm looking, and who did I just make this trade for? Who am I drafting for?
The Bengals at 46.
Singles. Okay, we got a safety, which was desperately needed. And this is the thing. Like I said, offense is the problem, defense is the problem. What defensive tackles are available?
I think the simulator has Deion Walker in the 130s.
Deion Walker's available, just give me him. It's like,
Simulator has him at 131. See, this is what I remember.
Yeah, if he's there, take him. It's like, it's not a question, it is a...
So the Bengals get Deion Walker. The Panthers get JT Tuimoloau. Nick Scorton's a Bear. Isaiah Bond's a Seahawk. Nick Imanawari. Ooh, this is actually a decent offer. The Bears have offered star cornerback. Jalen Johnson's the star corner. The Bears offered Jalen Jones, 79, a second next year, a fifth next year. Jalen Jones is the number 5 corner on the Bears. Never mind. I thought the Bears offered Jalen Johnson their best corner. Never mind. We avoided that pitfall, thank God.
You tried.
No, the Texans have offered 54 and 121 for 51 and a 4th and 6th next year. That's actually a good offer. I'd probably take that because you get another 4th. So you're going to accept Texans 54, 121. You're at 51 again with the Bengals, but the Texans have offered 54 and 121 and a 4th and 6th next year. So do that. All right.
Yeah, makes sense.
Nick Imanawari, Kyle Kennard, and now I'm up at 52 with Atlanta again. Number 4 player on my board is Notre Dame corner Benjamin Morrison. So bye-bye D. Alford. Hello, Benjamin Morrison. So we get another corner to complement A.J. Terrell.
You could probably use a running back too.
I mean, we've got Bijan Robinson. We've got Algier on a rookie deal for 1 more year.
Oh, come on, man.
And the simulator's not letting me pick Benjamin Morrison yet, unfortunately. Maybe the simulator already took him. I'll double check because if Benjamin Morrison's ranked in like the 180s, I think I have to wait a bit to pick him. But I'm gonna double check first before I All right, I don't think the simulator's gonna allow me to pick him. So let's take a look at edge rushers. Is Mikael Williams there? He is. All right, we're gonna go Mikael Williams because Matthew Judon's a free agent. So next player on my board, Mikael Williams, number 11. We're gonna grab him to be an edge rusher in Atlanta here. The Cardinals get Ursary. Interesting. The Vikings have offered a 3rd, 2 5ths, 3rd and 4th next year, and Byron Murphy, their best corner. Byron Murphy, they've offered him in a trade. Byron Murphy, that is an interesting trade for 54. Yeah, you move down a lot, but you do get a number 1 corner in Murphy, a proven number 1 corner. Byron Murphy. I'm not saying no to this, but I'm saying you might want to think long and hard about this for a little bit.
I'll take it because Murphy is, I think he is at least 1 of the second. And they're actually giving me more than Murphy.
You're getting a 3rd, 2 5ths, a 3rd next year, a 4th next year, and Murphy. You're getting all of that for 54.
So, yeah, it's like, come on, dude. It's like, that is overkill that they offered overkill for that pick, and it's not even close. You're having to drop down, lose a 2nd round pick, but at the same time, I get a 1st round caliber corner. Are there how many 1st round caliber corners are there that are better than Murphy in this draft?
Okay, the Colts have offered me a 5th, a 6th, a 2nd next year, a 3rd next year, and Sam Ellinger for 55. Of course, I'm not going to do that. The Chiefs are offering 68, 96, 274, a 4th next year, a 7th next year, and Nick Jones, number 7 corner on the Chiefs. Cowboys are offering me draft picks, and yeah, all these offers suck. I am picking for the Jets here. I'm sorry, but those are all horrible offers. I mean, the Colts, you have the nerve to offer me Sam Ellinger? Sam Ellinger? The odd. Okay, so the simulator will not let me pick Benjamin Morrison yet. Who is next on the simulator? Xavier Watts. He's 13 on my board. So the Jets are going to take Xavier Watts here at safety. We'll get a free safety because the Jets do need multiple safeties. They have undrafted free agent Tony Adams. What team is this? This is the Bills at 59. The Bills have 59. The Bills have 59. William has 60. The Bills have 61. So Joey has. It's a Joey William Joey sandwich. It wasn't intended to be this way, but you got the Bills or the bread, the Saints or the peanut butter or whatever topping
man.
William likes on his sandwiches. But whatever. The Bills have the
Hot
next.
chick, blonde,
Okay,
brunette.
I wasn't trying to make it dirty. It's just you got 59 and 61 and Williams 60. So it's just weird. It's just weird. I've never seen that on the simulator.
It is a weird situation. You did a very good job of making it weirder.
I definitely make it weirder. I mean,
15. So you got Restrepo. You took Restrepo at 29. What do you want to do here at 59 and 61 with the Bills, Joey?
Well, at 59, I think I took care of the Bills. Probably primary situation there because obviously they tried to build a Amari Cooper because there was a deficiency. I think I took care of that. So who are the top players on the board right now?
Barron and Moore are ranked 14 and 16 on the simulator. Harold Fannon's ranked 21st. You could replace Quentin Morris with Fannon. You'd have a 3 tight end set of Kincaid, Knox, and Fannon. Felton's there. He's 23rd on the board. I'm not as high on Felton as the simulator. Tate Ratledge is there. Only free agent the Bills have is left guard David Edwards. I think Ratledge is more of a right guard, so I don't think that's necessarily a fit. Jordan James, Brashard Smith, Harmon's there. Tyler Warren's there. Fairchild's there if you want a left guard. Fairchild's a good fit. Jay Higgins is there if you want a middle linebacker. And if Grant is there, Tyler Williams is there.
I do like Fairchild, and that is it's not the biggest need right now. It's going to be a big need within the next 2 years. So I will take him because this is what good teams do. They reload before they need to reload, and I want to continue that with the Bills here.
All right, you're up at 60, William.
which team?
Saints.
Saints. All right, Saints. I got it. That. Pull up the
You've
wide
got
receivers.
Nussmeier and Hampton so far.
Yeah, pull up the wide receivers.
Okay. Felton's there. Tez Johnson's there. A.O. Manor. Higgins.
Yeah.
White. Horton.
Let's see. Go to tight ends.
Fannon's still there. Warren's still there.
I have all of a sudden become enamored, intrigued, something like that. Tyler Warren. I'll take him.
All right, Tyler Warren. So Williams drafted the only 2 tight ends through 60 picks, and the Bills are back on the clock at Cowboys are just offering picks next year, and the Chiefs are offering 64 4th and 5th. Last time the Bills traded with the Chiefs, they got Xavier Worthy. So I'm guessing we're rejecting both of these.
We're rejecting everything. We're the top tight ends.
Fannon's still on the board. Howie Roseman's on deck, by the way. You're not giving Howie Roseman the satisfaction of drafting Fannon.
Hell no. Fannon is, like I just said.
And the Eagles reach for David Bailey out of Stanford.
What? Who?
The Panthers have offered 71 and 107 for 65. So you move down 6 spots, but you get an early 4th round pick from the Panthers. I would take that. That is a fantastic deal.
And who is this?
William at 65. You get 71 and 107. You move down 6 spots, but you pick up an early 4th. I would take that. That is too good to turn down, in my opinion.
Yes, sir.
Joey, would so you want to do that? Accept trade?
Yes, sir.
All right, cool. So the Panthers take Ty Felton. Ernest Green's a Giant. Denzel Burke's a Raider. Holland Pierce. The Browns get Damani Jackson. The Raiders get Jackson Dart. And now the Lions have offered second, 5th next year, and Stephen Gilmore, the worst corner on the roster. I don't necessarily think that's a good deal. The Cowboys have 75 and 171, a 5th this year if you want to move down. It's a late 5th, but it's probably the best offer you're going to get. 75, 171, and a 4th next year if you want to move down. Again, it's up to you, William.
Yeah, no.
You're not giving Jerry Jones the satisfaction of moving up.
No.
Okay, that's fair enough. I mean, Jerry Jones got Luther Burden in round 2, so.
Yeah, nah.
What did Jerry Jones get at 13 in round 1? I'm just curious. What did Jerry Jones get? He got Walter Nolan and he got Luther Burden. Okay, that's a good draft for Jerry World. All right, can't give Jerry World any more. What positions are you
who am I
looking at?
drafting for?
Jaguars.
Linebacker. Outside linebacker.
All right. Higgins, Lawson, Perkins,
Yeah.
Walker, Campbell, Carter.
What about inside linebacker?
Those are the inside linebackers.
Oh, are
Higgins
they?
is a middle linebacker. So is
there we go.
Lawson.
Yeah,
so is Stutzman.
Gotcha. Oh, yeah. I'll take Stutzman.
All right, Stutzman, done. The Patriots take.
I wasn't hearing clearly.
Sorry about that.
Nah,
Patriots
cool.
take Tate Ratledge. I'm happy for the Patriots in real life, but I'm pissed off at the simulator for taking the player I was looking at. Saints have 3 offers for 73, and all of these offers are next year's draft. So, no, we're rejecting all of them. William, you're back on the clock. The Saints.
All right, Saints. Yeah, pull up linebackers again. Actually, go over to best player available and name off the first couple linebackers and defensive ends.
Mondon is there.
Who's that?
Mondon is there. The Higgins is there, and Mondon, the Georgia linebacker, and Smile Mondon Jr. and Higgins.
All right. What about safety?
Barron and Moore are ranked 14 and 16 on the simulator. Malachi Moore, Alabama. Mukaba's 82. Bowman's 89. Castro's 97. I do have a first on Castro, as crazy as that sounds, but yeah.
No. I'll take Castro.
All right.
It's gonna dog me for that pick, but whatever.
74. Commanders take Brady Swinson at LSU at 74. Cowboys take Mondon. Buccaneers get Moore. Muhammad. Who's picking here?
Putin's picking.
Who's picking here? Joey's picking at 78. So Joey's back on the clock at 78 here.
Which team?
Bengals. And so far you got Starks and Walker. On defense so far.
The opposite of what I did.
We're going to count the trade in there. Got me a cornerback, a safety, and a defensive tackle.
And Byron Murphy. So, yeah, you got Byron Murphy, Starks,
Man.
and Walker.
My man, gonna crack some skulls.
Available at this point.
According to the simulator, the best player on the simulators are Jade Barron and Malachi Moore, ranked 14th and 16th. They're the only 2 guys in the top 32 still on the board at safety. Higgins is there if you want a backup middle linebacker. Jake Majors is there. Kenneth Grant and Tyleek Williams are both there if you want another defensive tackle. If you want to upgrade left guard, Clay Webb is there. I mean, they have Cordell Volson at left guard. He's decent, but he's a floor player.
Let's go with Webb. We at some point somebody's gonna have.
Yeah, if I had accidentally clicked on Carson Beck, Joey would have actually ended the call in disgust, but thankfully I didn't. And I clicked on Webb.
I thought he already did that earlier, bro.
Congratulations.
And William, you're back on the clock at 87 with the Saints.
With the Saints, yeah. Pull up. Is Perkins still there?
Let's find out.
Never have enough pass
He is
rushers.
Harold Perkins.
Yes, sir.
All right, he's there, and he's a Saint.
Game day unavailable. That ain't cool.
And you've got offers for 92, 132, 246. But yeah, you don't want to move down to the end of the fourth round for 92, I'm guessing. Nah.
No.
So we're going to decline these, and you're going to pick here. Okay, cool. And with the Jaguars, so far, Williams gotten Travis Hunter, Loveland, and Stutzman.
All right. So, am I back on the clock?
Yes, you are.
All right. Jaguars. Let's see. Who's the backup quarterback? It's Mac Jones, right?
Yeah, he's in a contract year this year.
Oh, yeah.
So he's a free agent after this
pull
year.
up the quarterbacks.
Let's find out what quarterbacks are available here.
Yes, sir.
Carson Beck is still there. Aller is there.
You know, let's see. I can see a few of the other ones. I started watching some Drew Aller tape, and I saw something that I actually kind of liked. Yeah, I'm gonna take him to back
Aller.
up Trevor
Okay.
Lawrence. It all of a sudden hit me. I was like,
And the Browns take Carson Beck. They already got
like that
Shadur. Now they're drafting Beck.
didn't they do that last time? They drafted like Cam Ward and then something else last time or something, didn't they?
Yeah, I'm just curious what
one
the
time
heck
we were
the
on.
Browns are doing. Because I think they got
Yeah.
Shadur, and then they got round 2, they got Jack Nelson, the Wisconsin tackle, and then they got Domani Jackson, and then they got Carson Beck, strictly off of value. So they got
Teams that need a quarterback and they feel they really freaking need a quarterback. So Washington RB3, Kirk Cousins, the Packers always Mark Brunell over Brett Favre, Aaron Rodgers behind Brett Favre, Jordan Love behind Aaron Rodgers, hedging their bet in case something happens to make sure they've got something going. It's not...
okay, the Jets are going to select Benjamin Morrison, cornerback, Notre Dame, and he will be playing with Sauce Gardner in the third round at 95. So we get...
Yeah. Speaking of the Jets, Chris, you know that thing you said about Rodgers earlier. I think we need to have an intervention, bro.
I mean, the Browns took Carson Beck right before my pick. I'm kind of stuck with Aaron Rodgers. I'm kind of stuck with him. But, you know, what backups... Because I might trade a pick for a backup at this point, like a succession plan. What are my options here? Penix, I'm not trading for Penix. I'm not trading for anybody in the Bengals. I'm not trading for Mac Jones. William, you want to pick for Hainer or Rattler? Because I'm entertaining that idea as a successor to Rodgers. I'm entertaining trade. If you want to keep Rattler, you can keep Rattler. But you liked Rattler and Hainer. If you want to trade one away for a pick, I'm game.
You know, I I think I could. You know, they were my QB2s. You know, like 2 years in a row. Um, I would like to. I would like to free Jake Hayner.
All right. Let me see if I can make that. Let me see if I
All
can
right.
offer you. Let's see. I've got 140. I'm gonna see what I can do here. I'm gonna offer 146 for Hayner, and if that's too much, I'll throw in 145. Let me see what I can off. What Hayner's worth according to the simulator. But I'm gonna offer
Yeah.
146. I'll start low and I'll adjust my offer if necessary. Um. So Hayner, what is okay? 146 for Hayner is a fair deal according to the simulator.
146.
I've got 110 and 145, and I've got 153. I can adjust the offer if you think 146 is too low, but I'm not sure what else. Simulator has it on max, so it's
Yeah.
simulator saying it's a fair deal for both parties.
Yeah. I'm cool with that. Like I
All
said,
right,
free him. Let him. Let him go. You know,
all right. So
fly,
Jake Hayner
fly,
is a
fly
Jet.
high.
I don't have to draft a quarterback in this group, and Hayner's a Jet, and Joey's on the clock at 97,
You know,
thanks to the third round pick he acquired from the Vikings in the Byron Murphy trade.
I was just saying earlier how New York and Carolina, the Jets and the Panthers are where quarterbacks go to die. But I mentioned freeing Hayner, but I think he can be the greatest Jets quarterback in the last since Namath, and I think he'd probably be better than that. He wasn't that great.
If the Jets move on from Aaron Rodgers, I think he ends up in Carolina. Tepper just buys Aaron Rodgers, hoping it solves all his problems. And then we end up
Yeah,
getting a Panthers Buccaneers Monday night game where Joe Buck goes Baker Mayfield, Aaron Rodgers, Baker Mayfield, Aaron Rodgers, and that's the whole game.
isn't that like Tepper? Yeah, ugh.
I don't think there's going to be a Thursday night football game.
I'm talking about Monday night next year.
Monday. Oh.
The Panthers, they get Aaron Rodgers, and we get a Baker Mayfield versus Aaron Rodgers Monday night game where Joe Buck's announcing Baker Mayfield, Aaron Rodgers every other play.
I like
Okay,
Baker
I
Mayfield.
thought you said Thursday, and I'm like, yeah.
No, I meant Monday. No. But you were up at 97, Joey. It's your pick with the Bengals. We're still in round 3.
What are the top players on? Because I've addressed the defense, and I think
Harmon's available. Mullings is available. Jay Higgins is still there. Williams and Grant are still there at defensive tackle. Tez Johnson's there. Judkins is there if you want a running back. Tacario Davis, the Arizona corner that I have a first on, is still there. He's 100 on the simulator. Brooks is there. Corleone's there. He's 117. Taj Brooks, all right, done.
Yep,
Okay.
Man,
So the Bengals take Taj Brooks in round 3. The Dolphins, they take Greg Zabel out of North Dakota State, and then Melio Dotson. And the Rams get Patrick Payton. The Giants kick off round 4 with Brady Cook. So they replace Daniel Jones with Jalen Milroe. And then the Giants take the liberty of replacing Drew Lock with Brady Cook. Okay.
Drew Lock's a good quarterback, man.
Lock is a good quarterback, but I don't understand why they're replacing with Brady Cook. But the Jaguars are up at 103. Williams back on the clock. Hunter, Loveland, Stutzman, and Aller are the picks he's made so far. You don't
All
have any
right.
trade offers, so
Okay, who's on the big board on the best player?
I can click on certain positions.
I mean, just on the best player available.
Best player available, number
Yes,
one
sir.
player is a running back, Rashard
Yeah.
Smith, and then they have Harmon, Ramsey, Styles, Mullings, he's a fullback. Johnson, Iowa running back. Sampson, Higgins, Iowa linebacker. Jake Majors, Texas center. Grant Williams, the 2 defensive tackles we talked about earlier.
Let's see. Give me Samson.
Sampson, Dylan Sampson,
Yes,
Tennessee.
sir.
Okay. All right.
I like that.
The
Little
Titans
Trevor
take Evan Stewart, Oregon. The Browns get Trey
Travis.
Zune, the 4th round tackle. 154, 4th and 5th next year, no. 171, 169. Not a bad offer, but no, because it's still very early in the draft, and you just don't want to do business with Jerry Jones. So we're gonna reject all of these, and we'll you're back on the clock with Jacksonville at 107.
Oh, let's see. Check out cornerbacks.
There's a ton of good ones there. Tacario Davis, who I have a first on, is still on the board at 100.
Yes, sir.
Riley, I also have a first on. He's at 218. So those are both really good value picks. And if you want a safety, my 4th best safety is Kevin Winston. Nwangpa's there too, though. Hairston, who I also have an early second on, is also there. So there's a lot of options at secondary here.
Give me Riley.
All right. Riley it is. Quincy Riley, Louisville corner, is a Jaguar here.
Not to diminish the mock draft, but I was just looking at opening where Ohio State was running through the tunnel. Usually Ryan Day is really loose. Ryan Day will stand at the tunnel and look like the Rock. Okay, you really think that is the look of a guy that knows he's coaching for his job right now? Usually he's loose and everything. He looked like he's gonna fuck somebody up. Just saying, that's just outward observation. I just looked at that and I'm like, damn, what happened to Ryan Day? Why is he so angry?
And the Saints are up at 109. William, you're back on the clock again. So far, the Saints have got Nussmeier, Hampton, Warren, Castro, and Perkins.
All right, let's see. Safeties.
Safeties. I've
Yes,
got a
sir.
second on Bowman. He's there. Also got a second on Nwang. I think I got a third on Nwangpa, and I got a second on Winston. Rod Moore, I had a second on. Wooler, I moved into the 3rd, but I had a second on him at the beginning of the year. There's a lot of good safeties.
Yeah. Give me let's see. Nuang Pong, however you say that.
You want Nwangpa? All right, done.
Yeah.
And 149. I did get last year I got a copyright strike because there was music in the background. It was a country, so the video, it wasn't taken down, but it was restricted in certain countries on last year's live stream from 2023. That was a Facebook notification. So I'm just saying, Joey, you may want to turn the volume down a little. I agree. It's important. America is important. I'm putting my hand over my heart, but I'm also saying we might get a copyright strike on Facebook. I'm trying to avoid that.
You guys think gentlemen? Are you saying Joe Biden's listening to this podcast right now? When did you get a copyright strike for the national anthem?
No, for music in the background. For music in the background last year, we got a copyright strike for something on Facebook.
The music that was just playing, though. It was like, it's Francis Scott Keys.
I'm paranoid. I'm trying to avoid the strikes in general, Joey.
It's over now, so you don't have to worry. It's just the sheer thought of the national anthem and somebody owning it and somebody in power listening to this podcast and saying,
why does Ryan Day look like he stepped into a flaming bag of raccoon poop?
That is what I was just saying. It's like, Ryan Day looks like he is ready for a freaking war. He is tight. He looks like he's coaching for his game, and he is. This looks like the biggest game of his career, simply from his facial expression.
Okay, so the Lions have offered me 131 and 132 for 110. I am going to move down with the Jets, so I'll have multiple picks this round. And the Lions ended up picking I don't know who's picking. The Bengals have 113 and 114. So the Lions took Jalen Walker, who I have a backup grade on. Thank you, Brad Holmes, for taking a backup and handing me 2 draft picks. Riley Leonard's a Panther, and Tez Johnson's a Dolphin. And the Bengals have the next 2 picks, 113 and 114.
You know, after seeing how Ryan Day looked, I'm going to draft Ryan Day in his mentality coming out of that huddle. And as you put, looked like he just stepped in there swinging Kyle Dolphin.
Well, Ryan Day's not on the board, but Henderson and Tyleek Williams both are.
Why does Ryan Day look like he just stepped in a big pile of dog shit?
Defensive tackle, a guy that is, like I said, got a lot of upside. He can do a lot of things well. I'll take it.
Cowboys have offered 149 and 169. Not a bad offer, but too rich for my blood to trade down. The Chargers have offered 125 and 213. You move down 11 spots, but you pick up a late 6th.
Nobody gives a shit around 6-round picks. Those are trade bottom.
So decline to both of those. Decline. Yeah. All right. Just double checking.
Every now and then you'll get a hit, you know.
Those aren't horrible offers, but those are not offers that move the needle for you. Those aren't horrible offers, but neither one moves the needle at this point.
Yeah, it's like for every Tom Brady and Brock Purdy, you get a short-term ace like Donovan Peoples-Jones, and for every Donovan Peoples-Jones, you got guys that don't make the roster and are out of there by the first week cut.
Okay, so who do you want here at 114? What position do you want me to look at?
114, let's look at receivers.
A.O. Manor is there. Higgins is there. Ricky White is there. Baron.
Okay, let's go with Ricky White.
All right. Ricky White is a Bengal.
Yeah, he's got really good value at this point.
Tacario Davis is a Buccaneer. That's a very good pick. Powell Ryland, David Walker of Central Arkansas is a Ram. Who's up 118? The Bills. Joey has this pick, and then he has 121. So
doesn't Ryan Day look like that all the time?
Bills, Restrepo, Fairchild, and Fannin. Those are the players the Bills have drafted. Tight end, guard, left guard, and receiver. Gone all offense.
Well, who is there?
The best players available for the Bills are Smith, Derek Harmon, Kamari Ramsey, Sonny Styles, Mullings, Caleb Johnson, Jay Higgins is there if you want another linebacker. Kenneth Grant out of Michigan is there if you want a defensive tackle.
I'm going with Grant.
Yeah, that's...
Wow, he's still there?
He's still there.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Alec Aomanor goes to the Broncos. You're back at 121.
That was an interesting one. Very. Well, I understand had Henderson back for turning kicks.
Judkins is there.
Uh,
I don't think the Bengals drafted a running back. Let me double check. They took Brooks in the 3rd round, so yeah, they don't need another running back. But they got a safety. They got Walker and Williams, Clay Webb at left guard, Taj Brooks, Ricky White, and Byron Murphy.
It's been a well-rounded draft. Who are the top players? And name the positions.
Rashad Smith, running back, SMU. Kamari Ramsey, safety, USC. Sonny Styles, safety, Ohio State. Mullings, fullback, Michigan. Caleb Johnson, running back, Iowa. Jay Higgins, middle linebacker, Iowa. The Bengals of Logan Wilson. Jake Majors, center, Texas. Trevian Henderson and Judkins are both on the board.
I'll go with Majors.
Jake.
I think Majors is a guy that could. They don't need a center now, but I think he's a guy that can grow into the center in a couple of years.
Okay, the Falcons are up. I believe, Tacario Davis is off the board. So is Castro. So is Webb. So is Quincy Riley. Is Donovan Jackson the Ohio State left guard there? Because that is number 21 on my board. He is, and we are going to grab him at this spot with the Falcons. So Donovan Jackson is a Falcon here at 122. And the Cardinals just took Haynes King, who will have the pleasure and privilege of playing Call of Duty with Kyler Murray and starring in some YouTube videos that Kyler Murray made during the bye week.
You know, I looked at Haynes King a while back.
If Kyler Murray's playing like he is now in this Shanahan offense that the Cardinals have adopted, I don't think we're going to be able to make too many more Call of Duty jokes, you know.
Yeah, and he actually gave tickets away to one of the people that made a guest appearance in his video. That was a pretty classy gesture. So,
because we never said anything that he's not an upstanding young man. We just said he puts too much a thought process on Call of Duty. But if they put together an offense based on the Shanahan offense that suits him, and he can play as much Call of Duty as he wants as long as he performs.
yeah.
So we're not going to make those jokes anymore.
Yeah, and I think the Seahawks are going to win, but we'll get into that later. The Saints are up, William. It's your pick.
Let's see. Who am I picking?
Any positions?
Who am I picking for? Which team?
Saints.
Saints. Let's see. Defensive tackle.
Yeah, that's a good position to address.
Yeah. Just talking
Let's
about
see
it
what we
earlier.
got here at defensive tackle. Corleone's
Lord,
still
Lord.
there.
Ooh, let's see. Corleone.
Yeah.
Yeah, give me some Corleone.
Corleone at 124. That's a great value.
The Godfather.
Omar Norman Lott to the Chargers. The Packers get Kamari Ramsey. Tommy Hill, Nebraska. Interesting. The Cowboys have offered LSU linebacker Damone Clark one of their picks from the 22 draft for 128. The Eagles have also offered CJ Uzoma, the guy who used to date Kay Adams on the Jets, and he was also a really good starter for a few years on the Bengals and Jets. Now he's a backup, but yeah, Clark and Adams straight up for a pick if you want to trade this pick for a player. I would trade for Clark.
Man,
He's on
did
a
you
rookie
see
deal.
that? Just barely overthrew him, man.
But yeah, William, do you like either of these trades, Uzoma or Clark? Clark
No. No.
All right.
Like I said, pull up defensive tackle again.
Stackhouse is there. Turner is there.
Yeah, give me Turner.
Shamar Turner, Texas A&M. Steelers take
That's an interesting
Jaden
pick,
Higgins.
An interesting time because the Price, who transferred to Indiana from Texas A&M, just caught a pass from work for a first down.
Yeah, and
So
Joey has
that's an
this
interesting
pick.
time period.
Joey has this pick, and then I believe that's Sonny Styles who he carved in coverage. You're a few seconds ahead of me. Yeah, Hancock just broke up a pass intended for Price. So Price just dropped a pass. It's 3rd and 9. So 12:24 in the first quarter. You're a few seconds ahead.
Okay, my bad. But I'm looking at is the right tackle for Indiana still there? I think he's. I know I've been covering for a few years. I think he's a junior. Not so sure.
Well, I'm on the offensive line. No, there's not a player on Indiana available to pick.
Okay, so he might not be. They might not think he's going out. So.
Yeah.
That's cool, but he's a guy I've been covering for a couple years, and it's like just watching him here. I was like,
All right.
man, it's a good shot. What about Denzel Burke? Is Denzel Burke still there?
I believe he might be. I'm double checking right now. Hancock and Ransom are there. Sonny Styles is there. Let me see who. Burke should be there, but I think somebody took him. But I'm double checking to find out what's what and when Burke got picked, because I swear he was available. All right, so Burke did not get picked. Yes, but this is the Bills, and then I pick at 131 and 132 at the Jets.
This is the Bills?
Yeah, this is the Bills.
Okay. Something the Bills have always done a nice job with, keeping their quarterbacks up. I want to take Rourke from Indiana.
Okay, if he's there, he's yours. I think Rourke is off the.
Be there.
Yeah, the Raiders took Burke in round 3, and I think Curtis Rourke got picked in round 2. He did by the Dolphins. The Dolphins took Curtis Rourke in round 2.
Okay, I have the utmost respect for Rourke because he was the first offensive Ohio University to this high offense thing, and he did really versatile. But we'll do that for.
Noah Fafita is there. Donovan Smith, Jalen Daniels. Kyle McCord did accept an invite to the East-West Shrine Bowl. So he's going to be in the Shrine Bowl with Shadur Sanders, Kyle McCord.
Let's go for McCord. Because, it's like I'm trying to pick the best player at a position of that they traditionally take at this point because we're pretty far down.
Yeah. Cowboys are offering picks next year, and Eagles are offering 165 and 2026 fifth. I'm going to reject all of those, and I'm going to be picking for the Jets at 131. All right. So. And the New York Jets are going to draft another running back. We already have Braylon Allen, and we have what is it? We have
Brees Hall,
Isaiah Davis,
Braylon Allen, Isaiah Davis.
We have Brees Hall, Braylon Allen, Isaiah Davis, the South Dakota State running back. But we're adding Quishon Judkins to that fold because I do have a first on Judkins, and he's still there in the late 4th round. So we're going to grab Judkins and add another running back to the Jets' room. And now we have a reason not to pay Brees Hall.
I got $1 on Ohio State. Anyone game?
I've got Ohio State winning as well.
Oh no! I'm saying on Indiana beating Ohio State. You bet me $1, man. No, I don't want to curse your team, bro. Don't do that. I would like jinxing. I'm definitely intrigued by Rourke, though. I mean, he's definitely raw, but got some talent.
I want your opinion real quick in this, on if you're a team that has an established quarterback and he's there in the 3rd round and you want that guy to groom behind that veteran, you take Rourke. Is he in your conversation? It's a question for both of you.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm definitely that guy. Like I said, I took Aller.
He's much better than his brother, but
Lawrence.
I still wouldn't pick him that early. I'm going to take best player on my board, and that is Kentucky corner Maxwell Hairston. So I get another corner with the Jets at 132. The Chiefs get Darrell Jackson. The Giants get L.J. Overton. Joshua Gray is a Raven. Zy Alexander is a Seahawk. Are we on to round 5 yet? No, the Bills have the last pick in round. The Bills and 49ers have the last 2 picks in round 4. So, Joey, you're back on the clock.
Okay, since my 2 Indiana guys that I really like aren't there, I got a shivel here to I'm going to go with something, and I'm going to go a different direction here, Chris. What are the top SEC guys that you can see on the board?
SEC guys. Mukaba out of Texas is still there. Billy Bowman out of Oklahoma is still there. Deontay Lawson, Alabama is still there. Jihad Campbell, who got some pressures. I think he's a 34 outside linebacker, but Jihad Campbell's there. Brailsford, the Alabama center, is there. Sanders and Moss are there, but the Bills have 2 good running backs on rookie deals. I don't think they're going to draft a running back this early. Just looking here. If I do find an Indiana player, I will notify you, Joey.
Okay, because Indiana just took 7-0 lead.
Joey, don't ruin the game for me. You're a few plays ahead of me, and you're already ruining the experience. I know you. It's not okay to interrupt the game experience for me. It's not okay to do that. I'm an Ohio State fan, and if Indiana wins this, I'm just. If Indiana wins, you're wearing duct tape over your mouth until Ohio State beats Michigan. And if Michigan wins again, you're wearing duct tape for an entire year.
Okay. I'm just wondering how far ahead I am on you.
I don't care how far ahead you are. You don't get to comment on the game if you're ahead of me.
That's cold.
For this to happen, I need to know how far ahead I am.
I'm at 6:52, okay?
Okay, that's all I need to know. Now I can work with it. That's all you need to say.
6:52 is where I'm at, so please, no more spoilers.
That's all you need to say. We didn't have to go on a rant. You didn't need to go on a soliloquies. Like back in Romeo's day, you didn't have to go on Shakespeare on me.
I honestly felt like going Macbeth on you. You're lucky I went Shakespeare on you.
Well, Macbeth is Shakespeare.
Oh, come on, man. Noble. I remember Macbeth. Come on, man.
Yeah, but Macbeth is probably Shakespeare's most ruthless character.
Yeah.
Well, he's not even a character. He is a character, but, the entire play is ruthless. If you want to look at ruthless, that was
but yes, you do have. I'm at the point where I'm just gonna go through each position and see if there's anybody from Indiana available on the simulator. I think the Indiana receiver might be there. Oh, one of the Indiana receivers might be there. So let me double check.
No place to search.
Let me double check, see if there's anybody from Indiana. Nope, not yet.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying. You got to give me an effort for trying here.
I give you credit. You make your attempt. I give you credit.
All right. Nobody.
I give you credit for the effort. Indiana isn't exactly a sexy team. Okay, it's the first time they've been relevant in 20 years. So you're good.
Well, Ryan Day needs this win to get paid, and Indiana's coach already got an 8-year extension, so it really doesn't. That's why Indiana's coach is happy as a clam, very relaxed. Because
Ryan Day looks like he just shot himself. It's complete opposite looks if you look at these two guys right now.
Yep.
But is there anybody there from LSU?
I'm looking. Nobody from Indiana. I can look through LSU. Let's see. I think. Let me see if LSU's got anybody. Yeah, Glacey's still there. You took him in the second.
What? Lacey is still there?
Kyron Lacey's still there.
This dude's a second-round pick.
I think he's a 5th-round talent, to be honest, but I'm not even sure he's the best receiver on LSU. But that's what's great about the draft when we differ on prospects. So the Jaguars, the Vikings offered 242, fifth. The James Houston, the 4th. He had double-digit sacks at Jackson State. The Lions have offered him for 139. If you want James Houston, the 4th, he's available. just straight up for your pick, or you can keep the pick, William. It's your call.
Nah,
All right.
I'm gonna go ahead and pick. Who's on best player available?
Smith, Styles, Mullings, Johnson, Jay Higgins, Iowa linebacker,
Who am I picking
Bowman.
for?
Jaguars.
Oh, Jaguars. Let's see. Give me Styles.
What?
Like to have some versatility.
Sonny Styles, Ohio State?
Yes, sir.
Good pick.
Sorry.
Just double checking with William before I
Yes,
click
sir.
on the pick. You wanted Sonny Styles. All right, cool. Sonny Styles was the player you wanted.
That's a good pick for the situation. I mean, he's gotten burned twice today, but I think overall, Sonny Styles is a very good upside pick. And
Yeah.
what are we on?
Fifth round. Fifth round.
Yeah, very good upside pick right there. I like that.
All right. You're back up, Joey.
And he's versatile.
Bengals.
I would give a lot of credit because those Ohio State safeties, traditionally, not all of them pan out if they're taken early, but those safeties, when they're taken a little bit later and given time to develop, they all turn out really well. So I do like to pick on that.
All right. You're back up on the clock. The Bengals here.
Bengals? I wish Lacey was available with the Bengals pick. That would have been a great pick for Bengals.
I think Horton might still be there.
Really?
Let me double. Yep, Torrey Horton. Oh, Colorado State. Yep.
Yeah, take it. That's a great pick. That's another guy that I think will go by round 3.
Hey, there's Justin Fields.
Yeah, that's a great value pick.
Willie Lampkin, Barry and Brown. The Jets are back on the clock at. All right, so I'm back on the clock with the Jets. Is Jabbar Muhammad there? I know I've drafted 2 corners. Drafting a third one really doesn't make a lot of sense. But I also have Tez Johnson. I know Tez Johnson's gone. I think Muhammad's gone. I'm pretty certain he got picked in like the 2nd round or whatever. Let's see what we got here. Ole Gordon. Ole Gordon's the next best player on my board. But Logan Parr is also high on my board. And you know what? The Jets, John Simpson, I think, is on a 1-year deal. So let's get the guard. We already have a running back. We have 4 because we got Judkins in the last round. It's not that I don't like Ole Gordon. It's that I think it'd be foolish for me to pass on Logan Parr if John Simpson's gone after this year.
Yeah, it's good logic. It's good logic for, especially at this point. You know, sometimes logic is, the best way to go. So I've got, I think Ollie Gordon is a more talented player. I think your logic behind it, and
we can get him if he's available with my next pick, because I do have another 5th with the Jets. So if he's there, I'll take him with my next pick, or if he's there with the Falcons' next pick. But yeah, William, you're up. Gordon is the best player on my board if you want to draft him the running back. The Saints, they've already got Alvin Kamara. Kamara got a 3-year extension, so you've got Kamara. You've got Jamal Williams. He hasn't been cut yet. You've got Kendre Miller, and you've got Hampton. You've got 4 running backs. I don't think you need any more, but if you want a 5th one.
Well, I mean, that would kick Kendra out, and
Howard Roseman and screw with Chris. You gotta ask yourself.
let's see. I think Gordon's just too good to pass. That'll kick Kendra. Probably Jamal out, I imagine. Clear up some cap space. Well, if that's possible. I'm not sure what his
Ole
contract
Gordon.
looks like.
I don't blame you for picking him. It's a deep running back draft. I can still get a good player with my next pick.
Running backs are.
Chris is crying inside.
I'm not crying.
Not outwardly, but inside you are.
Nah, I've got other options. Running back, there's a lot of good running backs in this draft. The Bengals are back on the clock at 150, Joey.
If the Bengals didn't have that many holes to begin with outside of defense,
Hi-
And I think I hit most of those.
Higgins,
So we'll look at-
Lawson. Bengals extended Pratt and Logan Wilson, though. I don't think they're going to draft a linebacker early, but they might take one late. Hod Campbell, Parker Brailsford is my top center, but I think you took Jake Majors with the Bengals, so I don't think. Yeah. Jaden Roberts is there if you want a right guard. You do have Alex Coppa at right guard, but Roberts would be a good developmental player. I don't know how much longer. Do you think Alex Coppa is in jeopardy of being bought out at some point?
I don't at this point.
Yeah.
Williams,
Stackhouse is there if you want another defensive tackle.
let's go stack out. I mean, the value's too good. You keep him at defensive tackle. We already did. I think I already drafted one defensive tackle. Now you got your nose guard and your defensive tackle of the future. So that's a good investment.
Mukabu and Landon Barton get picked by Howie Roseman. The Panthers get Donovan Smith. And I'm back on the clock with the Jets here. So let's look at my board. Cross, Restrepo. I want to look at what I did with the Jets really quickly because I believe the best player on my board is Oklahoma strong safety Billy Bowman. So if he's there, I'll have Billy Bowman and I'll have I'll have Billy Bowman and I'll have Xavier Watts as my two. Bowman's still there. He's listed at 89 on the board. Top defensive back. Let's grab Billy Bowman. So we get a strong safety. And who's Bengals back on the clock? Okay. Brailsford, Roberts, Monheim, Slaughter, Tosh Baker, Quick. I'm just seeing who's available. Nobody. Let me see if there's I believe this is the Bengals pick.
Yeah, I'm going to say I'm actually kind of impressed by the Ohio State interior offensive line.
Yeah.
No spoilers. I'm not going to spoil it for you, Chris.
Yes,
promise.
I appreciate that. They moved Donovan Jackson to left tackle. He can either be a swing tackle or a swing guard for Atlanta, and if he's good enough to beat out Bergeron, he could start at left guard. But that was a great block, and there we go. Henderson with a big run.
Wait, what happened?
Interior offensive line because they have shown some very good synchronization as a unit, and I just want to see how they do, for the rest of the game because this could catapult some draft stocks right here. Remember, you're playing against the number 5 team in the nation. If you can hold them at bay in the middle, that'd be great for draft stocks on those 3 interior guys.
Absolutely. It's interesting. Can't find an Indiana player, but I found a Central Michigan player in the 300s. It's a linebacker, though.
Which one?
Central Michigan. Central Michigan linebacker that I found was Justin Whiteside.
Whiteside's still there?
Yeah, I haven't heard of Whiteside.
Yeah, why would he be so low?
Simulator has him listed at 337 on their board.
337, what position do they have?
Linebacker. They didn't say whether he's inside or outside.
So they didn't switch his position.
Yeah.
Okay, because I'm wondering why he would be so low. And it's like, okay, take him.
Yeah, I'm still trying to find an Indiana player for Joey to no avail, but if you want the Central Michigan linebacker, I'll just make that happen.
Yeah, I've been a fan of Whiteside for a couple of years.
Huh.
I'm surprised he's still there. I thought he would have been considered a higher draft selection than that.
And Howie Roseman takes Carmona out of Arkansas. The Browns get Brashad Smith. The Cowboys get Riley Mills. They get Anthony Belton. Then they get Kobe Bryant. And now the Bills are back on the clock here. Buffalo Bills. The top two players on the board are Caleb Johnson and Jay Higgins. Iowa running back, Iowa middle linebacker. Henderson's third on the board.
Let's go with Higgins. I think Higgins is better. William, will you corroborate this with me? Because you watch more Iowa than I have. Is Higgins probably the best prospect out there available right now?
I have Higgins very high on the middle linebacker rankings. I haven't started them yet, but at this point, I have Lawson at 60. That's my top middle linebacker. Outside linebackers are next week, and then I have Stutzman at 72, and then I have Nick Martin of Oklahoma State at 94, and then I have Jay Higgins at 108. So Higgins is my fourth best linebacker in this draft.
No, Higgins is definitely a good linebacker.
Yeah.
Definitely, Joey.
Okay, so Joey's got 177, and William, you've got 178. Right. I am not sure how the hell we got into 3rd and 35. Howard started the game very strong, 7 for 7, and then this happens.
Well,
dude, I'm not sure if we're watching the same game.
I think we find a very good receiver for next year to look at.
And that's Carnell Tate who caught that, I believe. He's a 26th first-round prospect. There's also as many as 8 freshmen that are projected first-round picks in 2027, Joey. There's 8. There's 8 freshmen projected to go in the first round of 2027 at wide receiver. So if you can't get your guy this year, wait until 2027 and get stopgaps in free agency. That's kind of my thought process there.
I don't like going past a 2-year period. Yes, we can scout them, but when it comes to projections,
but there's 8 for 2027 right now. So I'm not going to go into 2028 yet, but there's 8 for 2027. So the way I see it is if you can't get a Burden or a McMillan or Ekbuka in the first round, get a free agent on a 2-year contract or a 3-year contract where you buy out the player after 2 years and front load that shit so that you're ready to draft a receiver on a rookie deal in 2027.
Well, just do the Andrew Berry thing and give him 2 years guaranteed with a 3rd year unguaranteed. That's basically a team option.
Yeah, basically that works too. But you were still in the clock with the Bills at 177. William 178. Caleb Johnson, Travion Henderson, Devin Neal, Singleton, all running backs tapped. Karan Reed, Henderson. All right, we'll get Henderson for the Bills here.
Travion.
Henderson's also returning picks.
Yeah, so
that's an extra dimension.
All right, so William, you're back on the clock here.
All right, man. Slow down on that. I can see it now. Give me Brailsford.
Top center.
Yes, sir. Oh, wait.
Ride, take it easy. That's Aerosmith.
Wait. Did you take it?
You just killed the vibe. We're so far out on the...
your R2-D2 sound effect killed the vibe, Joey. There
was a vibe.
It doesn't really matter if you're going to have that buzzing sound effect in the background. The buzzing sound effect cancels out my shitty vocal tonality. There was a buzzing sound on your end as far as reception goes. There was a buzzing sound.
I heard it.
William heard it, so I have witnessed here, but Lions offered 188 and 226 for 182. So if you want to move down a few spots... Oh, wait, this is Williams' decision. He's the Saints. This is Williams' fault.
What do we got here?
Lions offered 188 and 226 to move down 6 spots. You get a 7,
okay.
But all right.
Do it.
And the Lions, what are the Lions doing here with the... I just want to see. The Lions took Kobe Hudson, Central Florida, with the pick they got from William. Okay. All right. The Jets are back up at 183. Let's see what we got here. Let's see. Is Kyle Monongai, the Rutgers running back, still on the board? I'm going to check. I don't think I think Emory Jones got picked, but I'm looking to see what's available here. Yeah, Emory Jones did get picked. I don't know why he'd still be Oh! I think I know who Joey wants with his next pick. The Indiana tackle Trey Weddig just became available in the simulator. I know that's who you want with your next pick, man. I think that's one of the players you.
Yeah, he's a guy I like.
So
at this point,
and you can get him at 190. I'm still picking at 183, but he should be there at 190. But I'll make sure you get him.
190 is Bengals, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he'd be a good fit for the Bengals.
All right. I've got Kyle Monongai. I have Monongai at 47 on my big board. The Rutgers running back. So we're gonna get a fifth running back. I know it's insane, but
Not really. Like,
I mean we're just stacking running backs on rookie deals so that if Breece Hall take $7 million or go for free agency. That's how many running backs we have. Take $7 million a year or go to free agency, Breece Hall.
It brings up a Hunger Games scenario. That all it says. Like, we can't cut it. You're bad.
Okay, Williams got 188. He's on the clock, and then you're up at 190.
Okay, pull up the best player available there.
Caleb Johnson, running backs, best player that's not a running back. You've got Taft, Reed, Simon, Campbell, Catan. Hancock can play corner as well as safety. Top tight end on the board is Eli Stowers at a Vanderbilt. Colby is there if you want to right guard, I guess. Barrett Carter is there.
Let's see.
Kuth.
Brand Kuth.
You want
I
Kuth?
need a backup tight end.
He can be tight end and a fullback, so that's a good pick in terms of positional flexibility. And the Colts take Eli Stowers out of Vanderbilt. All right. Indiana player. Joey's been waiting all day for this Indiana player, Trey Weddig, Indiana. He gets him at 190. Seahawks take Crenshaw Dickinson, and the Giants have offered 217 and a sixth next year. Lions have offered 246 and a sixth next year. Reject those. You get to pick with the Jaguars here.
Who's on the clock?
You are on the clock.
Oh, man. No. Scroll back up. Which team is it?
The Jets. No, you're the Jaguars.
Jaguars.
You're the Jaguars. Best player on my board right now at this point is Kansas running back Devin Neal. I have him at 56. He's the number 2 player on the simulator.
Yeah, and I haven't drafted a running back for the Jaguars, have I?
I don't think so, but we'll double check.
No, maybe I did.
Maybe you did. I don't blame you for double dipping. This is just a great running back draft. No, you got Sampson in round 4, but now you get Neal in round 6. It's kind of what the Jets did with Braylon Allen and Isaiah Davis last year. They double dipped at the position.
Yeah. I'll take Neal. I like Neal when I
Yeah.
he popped on film when I evaluated Jalen Daniels.
So is Jonas Sanker available, a Virginia safety? If he is not, then we will just grab nope, he's not there. So what's the next position on the board? Linebacker, let's see, is Lawson there? Nope, he got picked. Jalen Travis, left tackle, Iowa State. Is Travis available? Because I have Travis at I have Hancock at 62 at corner / safety, but at 61, I have Jalen Travis, and I don't think I've drafted I drafted Will Campbell, but I have Will Campbell as my starting left tackle. My starting right tackle would be Fashanu then. And I don't see Jalen Travis on the simulator. I don't think I can pick him yet. It's not that he isn't there. It's that I don't think the simulator is going to allow me to pick him. Is Jordan Hancock of Ohio State. He can play corner and safety, has positional versatility. We're going to grab Hancock here at 62. He's 62 on my board. We're just going to draft for value at 199. PJ Williams, SMU. Connor Colby goes to Packers. The Browns get Tonka Hemingway. Bears get Jack Beck. Seahawks offering... Oh, Seahawks, Chiefs, and Lions are all offering 6 next year for 203. But it's Joey's pick. He's going to pick here.
Who am I picking for?
You're picking for the Bills.
Bills. What corners are they?
Jacob Parrish. Igbinosun, he's the number 4 corner in Ohio State. Azaria Thomas. Gentry Williams. Well, Tony Grimes. There's Grimes. There's a lot of meh guys. Aiden White's there. Oh, Orion Strong's there, Virginia Tech, but I'll give you Grimes. All right. And I'm on the clock at 2:06. So if he's not there, if Jalen Travis is not there, we'll go with Jonah Monheim, center USC. I have Monheim as my number 2 center. We're going to grab him right here. I can't believe Monheim and Jared Wilson at Georgia are both still there, but Monheim is my number 2 center. We'll grab him as depth for Joe Tippmann, the Jets center, on a rookie deal. Bills, you got offers from the I'm guessing you're going to grab Wilson for depth behind McGovern because the Bills don't have a backup center behind Connor McGovern, who moved from left guard to center. So I'm guessing, Joey, you're going to pound the table for Jared Wilson here because the Bills do need a backup center, and you love Wilson, so it makes sense. Let's see if we can get Rivers here. If we can't, I'm guessing the next 2 linemen are going to pop up. Jalen Travis, I have a second on Jalen Travis, so he finally pops up. We're going to grab Jalen Travis and get that swing tackle here at 208. So everybody in the first and second round is off my board now. We'll see what happens here. Raiders take Singleton. The Chiefs offer 254 and a 2026 7th. All right, you're up, William. 7th round. It's round 7, William. I don't know if you're still here. Okay, you're still here. Ben Urasek. I heard the dog barking. Ben Urasek's the top dog on the board as far as schools with dog mascots. Ben Urasek, Georgia tight end. That's the top dog available. I heard the dog barking in the background. I think your dog wants you to pick Urasek for the Jaguars in round 7. Do you want to listen to the dog or do you want to make your own decision here? Be your own man. It's round 7. I mean, Belichick let his dog make the picks on a computer. So, I'm just saying.
All right. You there?
So, you're a sec then for the Jaguars?
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Can hear you
All
now.
right. Where are we at?
We're
for
in
the
round
Jaguars?
7. Yeah. round 7 for the Jaguars.
All right. Who's on there for quarterbacks?
I think you already took Aller as a backup.
Yeah, I did.
I'm just double checking. Yeah. You took him as a Mac Jones replacement, but you could get a third stringer, C.J. Bethart. So C.J. Bethart replacements also needed. Wiegman's there. That's Ugalele's there. No, he's probably going back. Mertz, Will Rogers, Hudson Card, Tommy Malone, Preston Stone, Chandler Rogers, Cal, Ty Thompson, Tulane, Sluka's there, Caden Salter.
Give me
JT Dillon.
Sluka. I can run him like Taysom Hill in some packages.
Awesome. The Giants take Davison Igbenut. So Jacob Parrish goes to the Patriots. Gabe Jacobs. I'm up at 221 here. Taj Brooks is 65 on my board. Monheim was 66. Damian Martinez is 67. I know the Jets don't really. Well, there's a bunch of guys that I have log jammed into the 71-91 rating as far as talent goes. So let's just look at the guys that I do have and see if there's a fit. As far as need goes, and how many picks do I have left? That's the other thing I got to look at in round 7. I believe I have multiple 7ths with the Jets. I do. I have 3 7ths. All right. And there's multiple running backs I like. So even though Martinez is my highest ranked guy, I'm also looking at this from the standpoint of I believe Jaden Roberts is gone. So, all right. Winston is Winston there. I do have Kevin Winston very high on my board. I have Winston in the 70s. Sounds like Winston got drafted. No, he's there. He's 206, though. All right. So Winston, it looks like this is between Winston and Martinez right now. I've already drafted multiple safeties. If Rucker is there, I'll get an edge because I do have Rucker. Because I have a bunch of these guys from picks from player 67 to 79. I have the same exact grade on every player mentioned in the 67 through 79 range. Floor 71, ceiling 91. So if Kamon Rucker is there, we'll get him and we'll I think Rucker got picked by the computer, but okay, yeah, Rucker did get picked. That's okay. We're already stacked at edge, so we will just go BPA, and we will get is Roberts. I don't think Roberts is there. Yeah, he's not. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna get Damian Martinez, Miami, Florida, get a third running back for the Jets. So now we have 5 running backs. They're essentially competing for roster spots at this point.
Martinez, right now, he may be there right now. I don't think he's going to last that long.
I have a third on Martinez. I have him at 67 on my board. 67.
Yeah,
So
Martinez, the Swiss Army knife. He's just waiting to get his shot in front of him.
And Williams got 226 and 228. Winston is the best player on my board. He's a safety, but I believe Williams taken multiple safeties with the Saints. I know Marcus May and Matthew both have contracts. He took Castro and Nwangpa, so he's already got 2 safeties, the 2 Iowa safeties. Penn State safety, though, is 70 on my board. He's still there. Next best player is Arondre Gadsden, the Syracuse tight end. He has not been picked yet, but there's a bunch of tight ends. Bringstool's there. Urasek is there. Lakey is there. I'm guessing Lakey's the pick for William at this point. Ferguson's also there. Mason Taylor's there. Gadsden's there. You got a preference of this?
Yes.
Group?
Lachey. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Lachey? All right.
Yeah.
Luke Lachey. Yeah, I'm just double checking. Yeah. And then the Giants are going. The Colts are going to pick John Michael Sturdivant, and then your backup. Saints.
Let's see. Give me a Reed.
Reed.
Utah.
Kareem Reed,
Linebacker.
linebacker, Utah. Okay.
Yes, sir.
The Buccaneers take Kevin Jennings, SMU, and the Seahawks take Taylor Green out of Arkansas. All right, Falcons are up. No, we don't want picks in next year's draft. Go away, computer. Kevin Winston is 70 on my board. We're going to grab Winston here. And it's round 7. We get Winston for the Falcons. We get another safety to pair with Justin Simmons and Jesse Bates. And Kevin Winston can pair with Bates and maybe start right out of the gate. And if at the very worst, he's a good depth player to have to replace Richie Grant. The Jets are up at 236. Okay. Aronde Gadsden is number 71 on my board. So we're going to grab him. And the Syracuse wide receiver / tight end is the latest gadget to go to the New York Jets. 49ers get Tristan Lay out of Clemson. Steelers get Will Howard. Bringstool goes to the Patriots. Connor Weigman's a Raven. Lavian Moss is a Viking. And you're back up at 243, William. And I've got 244.
All right. Pull up the best player available. All right.
Coleman, Gibbons, running back. So 5 running backs. Barrett Carter, Bryce Foster.
Ooh. Who did I draft the center for? I remember grabbing, what's his name?
Nussmeier, Hampton, Warren, Castro, Perkins, Nwangpa, Corleone, Gordon, Kuth, Lakey, and Reed.
Okay. Yeah. Give me Waller.
Yeah, I do like that pick, Hunter Wohler. I have Wohler at 90 on my board, but that is a great value pick here.
Yeah.
And I'm back on the clock here at 244. Next best player after, let's see here. Next best player on my board, Luke Kandra, I believe, is gone. Yeah, I think Kandra got picked. Donovan Edwards and Singleton and Harvey and Hallman are there. If Ricardo Hallman is there, I'll pick him. Because I think the Jets, I've drafted 3 running backs. I think it's fiscally irresponsible for me to draft a 4th one, even though I love the idea of drafting another running back. Just feels irresponsible to draft a 4th one. I'm just putting...
Yeah, it's free Breece Hall.
Well, screw it. I'll take Donovan Edwards. I'll take a 4th running back. It's a 7th round. I really don't care at this point. I'm just going to stick to my board and see what happens. Wait, Jaden Ott is... Did I have a... No, I moved Jaden Ott from round 2 down to round 4, so no. I don't have Jaden Ott in the 2nd anymore. I have Ott in the 4th, but... All right. I have Edwards, Singleton, Harvey. I'm gonna go with Donovan Edwards. Get a 4th running back. I know this is insane, but
Free Breece Hall, man. He's on my.
We have Breece Hall, we have Braylon Allen, we have Isaiah Davis, and we have 4 running backs from this draft. My drafting of running backs is rivaling Matt Millen's obsession with wide receivers, which is not really a good way to start off the Jets regime.
Can it get any worse, though?
That's true.
I mean,
252. The Saints are back on the clock.
Oh, let's
Are
see.
Singleton or Harvey available still? Just curious. Harvey's there. I don't think Singleton is, but I think Harvey is on the board. RJ Harvey. That's the best player on my board at this point.
Let's see. Go to best player available.
Next best player on my board is safety. I have him, and then I have Mitchell Evans at 92.
Yeah, I like that idea. I'll take Moore.
So the Saints get Rod Moore. The Browns get Ugalele and just because they can. Deion Burks is a Chief. 49ers get Barrett Carter. And what the heck did the Panthers do with the Mr. Irrelevant pick? I'm genuinely curious. They didn't pick. There's no 256, apparently.
They just done with it, man.
I think Dave Pepper was like, screw this. Fans are going to trash our draft. We're not going to turn in the Mr. Irrelevant pick. I guess the Niners got Barrett Carter with Mr. Irrelevant. But
There we go.
Before we sign off, I do want to see the trades. I'll go through each team. With the Falcons, I got Will Johnson, Mikael Williams, Donovan Jackson, Kevin Winston Jr. I only made 4 picks, but I got 4 players in my top 70, all at positions of need. I have 2 firsts next year. I have a second, a third, a fourth, a fifth, a sixth, and a seventh. I was kind of hoping the simulator would show me like the trade I made, team trade console. Can you show me who I traded for? Could show me who we traded for. The Bills, Joey got Restrepo, Fairchild, Fannin, Kenneth Grant, McCord, Lacey, Tony Grimes, Higgins, Henderson. He's got 1st, 6th, 5th next year. Simulator crib sheet show. That just shows you like
How great I am.
no, that's not what I was gonna say. Starks, Walker, Webb, Taj Brooks. This was a great start. You got Walker and you got Williams with the Bengals. Starks, Webb, Brooks, Ricky White, Jake Majors, Torrey Horton, Stackhouse, Whiteside, Weddick, and you've got 3 3rd-round picks next year. You've got 4 4th-round picks, 2 6th-round picks, and the draft picks received. You traded down from 13 to 19. You got Malachi Starks with the Broncos 1st-round pick. You got Deion Walker with the Colts 2nd-round pick. You got Taj Brooks with the Vikings 3rd-round pick. You got Tyleik Williams in the trade down with the Colts. You got Jake Majors in the trade down with the Texans. You got Torrey Horton with the Vikings 5th-round pick. You got Justin Whiteside with the Vikings 5th-round pick, and then you got a 3rd from the Broncos, 3rd from the Texans, 4th from the Texans, 4th from the Colts, 4th from the Vikings, 6th from the Texans. And then the draft picks you traded away, you traded 13 away for the Broncos, and they took Mason Graham, and the Colts took Ashton Gillott with the 2nd rounder you traded away. But you did gain Byron Murphy.
Well, I'm good.
Yeah, so you're good in that respect. You're good. I'm just seeing, the Travis Hunter, Loveland, Stutzman, Aller, Sampson, Riley, Turner, Styles, Brailsford, Neal, and then you got picks. So picks received. You got Carolina took Ty Felton with the 3rd-round pick, but you got Stutzman and Riley with the picks they gave up. So I would say you won that trade, William.
Very much. Very much.
Nussmeier, Hampton, Warren, Castro, Perkins, Nwangpa, Corleone, Lakey, Kuth, Gordon, Wooler, Rodmore. So you got O'Marion Hampton from the Bears. You got Tyler Warren from the Steelers. Ole Gordon from the Jets. So you got Ole Gordon with the pick I gave away for Jake Hayner. That's actually pretty good value.
Yeah.
I would say you won that trade. Kuth, Lakey, Kareem Reed, Wooler. Picks trade away. You traded away a 2nd at 38. The Bears took Jared Ivey at Ole Miss, who's not even in my rankings, and the Lions took Kobe Hudson.
Yeah.
And you traded away Carr to the Steelers for pick 60, and you got Tyler Warren for Derek Carr. That's basically you got Tyler Warren for Derek Carr.
I like that. Not too bad.
And then I got Will Campbell, Xavier Watts, Benjamin Morrison, Judkins, Hairston, Logan Parr, Billy Bowman, Monongai, Jordan Hancock, corner/safety, Monheim, center depth, Traylon Travis, swing tackle, Damian Martinez, Rondre Gadsden, and Donovan Edwards. And then I've got a 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, multiple 7ths. I got Xavier Watts from the Commanders, Logan Parr, and Hancock. And I got Donovan Edwards. So look at, because I traded away the 2026 first, and I got Watts, Parr, Hancock, and Gadsden. In other words, with all the picks I accumulated from the Commanders. I traded away a second rounder at 39 to the Broncos. I got Monheim at 206 and a first from Denver next year, which I ended up trading away. And the Broncos traded up for Jalen Royals. The Lions traded up for Jalen Walker. William got, damn it. Oh, I traded a first rounder from the Falcons. So I kept my first rounder from Denver. And I guess, I don't know. This is, I guess I guess the simulator has the Jets picking with the Falcons first round pick. I don't know how I acquired that because I picked for the Jets and Falcons.
Guys, Nolan for Ole Miss just went out injured.
Oh shit.
Looked like he was favoring his shoulder.
I don't think the Falcons traded their first round pick to the Jets, but the simulator says they did. So that's that. Joey and I are going to make NFL predictions, but I know, William, you got some other stuff you want to do. I appreciate you coming on. Next week, we don't have any teams in the simulator next week. No bye weeks next week. And there's only 10 outside linebackers. So next week's like a mini show. Next week, we really is going to be a much shorter show because we'll have the 16, we'll have recaps in the 4 games and the 12 games with predictions, but that's literally all we'll have in the 10 outside linebackers.
We won't have the wheel of death.
Well, when you put it like that, keep it up. Keep it up, Joey. You make another wheel of death joke, I'm going to make you play the NHL draft simulator from FC Future Considerations. Keep it up.
That's for sale.
Future Considerations, they're a hockey website. They have an NHL draft simulator. I know you don't like hockey. If you want me to load the NHL simulator, you can keep making wheel of death jokes. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Well,
John Lynch is at this game. He is probably looking at Tyleek Williams, if I had to guess.
I'd imagine.
Hargrave is out for the year. And he could be looking at Donovan Jackson, too, if Aaron Banks leaves in free agency.
All right, gentlemen.
All right.
I got to bail. Have a good one.
William.
Later, Joey.
That was William Yanish, and I'm going to load up the predictions. We had a lot of locks on Draft Utopia this week. I think we had like 8 or 9 locks just on games alone. So, and everybody's 0-1 because everybody picked the Browns. Everybody picked the Steelers. Nobody picked the Browns. I was originally going to take the Browns, but then I changed my pick to Pittsburgh because of the Browns' injuries at tackle. I love Nick Herbig. I was not a fan of Ifedi. And there were some other factors at play, like Brad Allen officiating the game. Steelers are 2-0 against the Browns in games called by Brad Allen. So I figured, Brad Allen was going to be an asshole to the Browns.
Yeah, I was going to pick the Browns, but then after Stefanski started benching the veterans, I was like, okay, the defense isn't going to be able to hold up to anything. And then when the veterans got back in there, it's almost like they realized, oh, if we don't perform, we get benched. And, I mean, there's like, oh, stark difference. But, yeah, we both had our reasons for taking the Steelers, and they were all legitimate reasons. And it was a fun game. It was one of the more fun games.
I put it as number 4 for 4th best Thursday night game of the year. Ravens at Chiefs is 1. Bengals at Ravens is 2 for me. Buccaneers at Falcons is 3. I'd put this at number 4.
Yeah, I'd say I just saw it was really fun. Once that near whiteout started, it was like you saw guys slipping around, you saw different game plans, and you saw, it was one of those snow games that it was just fun to watch.
Yeah. There is speculation saying that Owosu Koromoa's injury is so severe that he may be forced to retire.
That was from Mary Kay Cabot. There's no indication of that yet, but it is likely he's out for the season.
Yeah.
But there is no indication as of yet that it could cause him to retire. That's just speculation from Mary Kay.
but it's not out of the realm of conversation. It's just we're just not to that point yet.
Chiefs, Panthers. Chiefs are not losing 2 in a row. Even though it'd be hilarious to see Bryce Young beat Patrick Mahomes. They are getting Ekwonu back at left tackle. I don't know if Cade Mays or Brady Christensen's going to start at center with Ekwonu back in the lineup, because Christensen started a few games after Corbett went down with an injury. Leggett, Coker, Thielen are all going to be healthy. Miles Sanders is out, but we are going to see the debut of Jonathan Brooks. I like the Chiefs 30-17. I think the Panthers are going to score more than people realize, but I'm taking the over here because the majority's betting the under. Majority's expecting a defensive game, and Vegas has to win some money on this with all the locks this week. Everybody took the Chiefs.
Yeah, that's not shocking. I don't think the Panthers are going to get lucky again.
They're going to beat Tampa next week when they host the Buccaneers. They're going to hand Baker Mayfield a loss, which is going to keep the Buccaneers at 9-8 and keep them out of the playoffs. So Bryce Young's going to ruin the Baker Mayfield, the Baker Mayfield, the Joe Rogan Baker Mayfield experience for Joey. But yeah, other than that, yeah, there's.
What Joe Rogan have to do with it?
I just felt like throwing in. I probably shouldn't throw in the Joe Rogan experience because it's a great show, but I just felt like throwing Baker Mayfield into the Joe Rogan experience, because if I could pick one NFL player to put on the Joe Rogan experience, I think Baker Mayfield would be the best player to put on that show. I don't know.
Joe Rogan teaching Baker Mayfield martial arts just because. It's like, oh, there's a pass rush, kick him in the head. Oh, what? It's like, damn you, Joe Rogan.
All right. But yeah, everybody's taking the Chiefs. The next game on this list is Vikings-Bears. This is not a lock, surprisingly. Everybody except me took the Vikings. I took the Bears because their tackles are back. I think Caleb's due for a good game and Darnold's due for a game where he sees ghosts. I also think with the officiating, you got Clay Martin calling this game. The Bears have a 4-3 record in games under Clay Martin. The Vikings have a 4-5 record in games under Clay Martin. They started 4-0 under Martin, but they've lost 5 in a row under Clay Martin. I think Clay Martin's going to help the Bears out, and I think the Bears are going to win this to make the wild card race more interesting for that, because right now it looks like Minnesota's pulling away.
Caleb Williams right now is the perfect example of why Tom Brady said this trend in the last 15 years of throwing a first-round pick right into the starting lineup hurts more players than it helps. Caleb Williams needed to sit for a while. They threw him right in, and he's not helped himself.
I've got the Bears winning 21-20, but I've got a landslide victory. Very small landslide victory.
How could they bring a small landslide?
I'm giving the Bears a 1-point landslide.
Landslides are huge.
21-20, Bears win.
Landslides cover things like California. How is that small? I'm kind of confused here about your usage of landslide. Like mudslide. Like it covers shit. And they're really big.
I'm going 21-20. Next game is Titans-Texans. This should be a lock. I mean, the Titans are not going to have a Wouzier or Snead. And the Texans, they're not going to have Blake Fisher. He's got a concussion. And Fodukasi's out at defensive tackle this week, but I don't think that'll matter. They do have everybody. The secondary's at full health for the first time all year. I'm going to go 28-6 Texans. Everybody on the site has the Texans winning. So, yeah, another lock. So that's 3 locks in the first 4 games.
The Strouds have been having a really down year compared to what we were expecting, but I expect them to bounce back.
we have, I think 8 of the 13 games this week are locks, and that includes the Thursday night game. But Joey and I prevented 2 locks from occurring. Bears Vikings was the lock I prevented from occurring. Lions Colts, another lock here. Lions, I do have them winning. What's my score for this game? I do have this game. I have the Lions winning 34-17. So I do have the Colts getting 17 on Detroit at home with Richardson, but I just think Goff and this offense are going to be too much for the Colts to handle. Why do I have the Dolphins at 3-7? They're 4-6. They're 4-6. Come on, man.
That just shows how much they've underachieved this year. They're automatically predicting losses even when they win.
I've got the Dolphins. Yeah, I got the Dolphins beating New England. As much as I'd love to see the Patriots beat the Dolphins here, it's not going to happen. And next week, the Patriots host the Colts. I do have them beating the Colts in Gillette next week in a 28-27 shootout, which will make up for last year's game in Germany between Mac Jones and Gardner Minshew. If we get a 28-27 Patriots-Colts game, that'll atone for last year's Gardner Minshew Mac Jones game in Germany, where it was like 15-12 or something. Remember? That was just a brutal game in Germany last year.
Yeah, I tried to forget.
But yeah.
I tried to forget that game. It was not a good game.
I've got the Dolphins winning by 2 touchdowns, 31-17.
The Germans are used to getting drunk, but they got extra drunk after that.
Yeah, Kendall Fuller's in concussion protocol. So with Kendall Fuller out, now you have Cater Coe, the nickel, probably moving over to number 2, and Siran Neal, the dime, moving over to the nickel. So that does make things easier for Drake May, but I don't think that'll make a difference. Everybody took the Dolphins. This is the game where Joey prevented the lock.
You gotta take the Dolphins.
You took the Patriots.
I took the Patriots. Okay. And simply put, I think the Patriots are a very good matchup in this game. I think May and the tight ends are much better, and with Alex Van Pelt calling that offense, and he knows how to take advantage of those tight ends in that mismatch, with Drake May playing pretty well right now, I really think they're going to be getting the ball out of their hands quick and playing a quick game, getting the tight ends involved, getting the running backs involved, and opening up just for a couple big hits. So.
Buccaneers play the Giants. This is another lock. Buccaneers are getting Mike Evans back this week. So Tyke Smith is doubtful at nickel corner, but I don't think that'll matter. Jamel Dean got placed on, could finally be back in week 12, but he isn't off of injured reserve yet. But he did practice. Jamel Dean could be back this week, but I don't think he will be back. But if Jamel Dean and Tyke Smith are out, the Giants have a chance. I don't think they have a very good chance. Tommy DeVito starting over Drew Lock. And Daniel Jones lost the third string job to Tim Boyle, who has no business in the NFL, but that just shows you how far the Daniel Jones has fallen. That he lost the third string gig to Tim Boyle.
And got replaced by Don DeVito.
Everybody's got the Buccaneers. I will go 21-7 Tampa Bay. Who scores for the Giants? I'm going to go Malik Neighbors.
Just because
on a rushing touchdown. I'm going to go Malik Neighbors on a reverse sweep. So, Tommy DeVito's so bad he can't even throw a touchdown to Malik Neighbors, and it will be Malik Neighbors on a running back sweep that gets the only touchdown for the Giants.
The only reason you get them points is because Adon is the quarterback. And you're scared. The Italians are taking over.
No, next game is the Cowboys and the Commanders. It's Cooper Rush versus Jaden Daniels. Honestly, I think the Commanders could play Mariota this game and they'd probably win, like they did against the Panthers earlier in the season if they wanted to.
They could play me this game and they'd probably win.
You know, if the Commanders clinch a playoff spot by Week 18, they're going to rest Jaden Daniels, and we're going to be forced to sit through Cooper Rush versus Mariota or Trey Lance versus Mariota in Week 18 when these teams meet again in Dallas. But I'm going to go 20-14 Commanders. Dallas actually keeps this within one score despite losing. Yeah. Another lock here. I think the only games that aren't locked so far, Joey, are the Patriots game against the Dolphins and the Vikings-Bears game. I think every other game so far has been a lock this week.
Yeah, it's...
this might be the worst week of the season. I thought Week 11 was the best week since Week 1. This might be the worst week of the entire season, if I'm being completely honest.
Yeah, it's like this might be the week where you and I get a game up if we're lucky. Because we prevented 2 locks.
Yeah, the Broncos and Raiders. I'm going to go Broncos 21, Raiders 20. I think the Raiders actually cover the spread, but I'm not bold enough to pick them to win. Raiders have a ton of injuries at corner. Nate Hobbs is out. So is nickel corner Corey Bennett. And the Raiders don't really have a lot of depth at corner. So they've got Darnay Holmes at dime corner. He's now going to be the number 2 corner next to Jack Jones, who's going to move from boundary to field. And then number 5 corner on the Raiders is DeCambrian Richardson on Mississippi State. He'll be the nickel. So Bo Nix could have a masterclass in this game, but I like the Broncos 21-20.
So, Chris, here's something that I found out, because I was going to put a little bit of money on Bo Nix to win Offensive Rookie of the Year, just as an outside shot. I looked. Bo Nix is not on the ballot yet. They don't have a betting pool for him yet. So if Bo Nix comes out here and balls out, he may force their hand.
We'll see. 49ers, Packers. There were 3 people that picked the Packers, but that was before Brock Purdy got benched for not Brock Purdy got ruled inactive. He didn't get benched. Brock Purdy, he's out with an injury, and Dobbs has also had an MRI after getting injured in practice. So Brandon Allen is going to get the start for the Niners. And Nick Bosa is also out. So
I heard Purdy could be out for 3 to 4 weeks. I'm not sure about what the injury is, but I heard he could be out for a few weeks.
Yeah. Vanel's got Burrow and Purdy as his 2 QBs in our Yahoo League. So that does not bode well for him with Burrow on a bye week. He's got to choose between Brandon Allen and Bryce Young. And surprisingly, Brandon Allen's projected to get more fantasy points than Bryce Young. Brandon Allen of the 49ers third stringers projected to get more fantasy points than Bryce Young. Yeah. I've got the Packers winning 28-21. Maybe I'll change that score to 35-14 in wake of the injuries. I think the over is going to hit because the majority of people are betting the under. And they're betting on San Francisco. So there is a temptation on my end to take the over here. But I'll change the score from 28-21, which is what I would have had if Purdy and Bosa played, to 35-14. Packers win by 3 touchdowns instead of 1 now. Boom. And Banel, Kerm, and West were all going to take the Niners. Now they're all going to take the Packers thanks to Brock Purdy, Dobbs, and Bosa being injured.
What the heck?
All right, next game is Cardinals Seahawks. The sad thing is this might be the most fun game outside of all right. Okay. Hold on. Notre Dame fighting and Ohio State celebrating. I love watching Ohio State celebrate as a team, but yeah, Notre Dame, they're number 9 in my poll here. I just got to load this, but yeah, Cardinals are playing the Seahawks here. I know you took the Cardinals, but Will Hernandez suffered a season-ending injury at right guard in October. We don't know if Kelvin Beachum or Jonah Williams or if Christian Jones is going to play at right tackle. There's some uncertainty there. Multiple edge rushers are out for the year. Oh, and Seattle got Abraham Lucas back at right tackle. That was a huge curveball, Joey. Abraham Lucas played his entire rookie year, got injured in week 2 last year, missed the rest of the season, gets injured in training camp. You think he's going to be out for the year again, but he gets activated in week 11 against the Niners and the Seahawks win in San Francisco. And if Abraham Lucas is healthy, the Seahawks have this.
You gotta stay healthy.
Yeah, I'm still on TalkShoe. Joey is on the phone, but there have been 0 technical difficulties on TalkShoe today. But yeah. So Joey might come back to TalkShoe next week, but he's going to wait to make sure we get through this show without any technical difficulties first. You know?
There's at least once every week on TalkShoe where
TalkShoe said they're getting it handled, and they messaged me on Twitter. They looked concerned when they were messaging me. So nothing bad's happened today. I am very happy about that, TalkShoe. I'm very grateful for that. So keep up the good work, TalkShoe. But yeah, if Abraham Lucas is healthy, I think the Seahawks win. And I think this is going to be a high-scoring game. Actually, I'm going to go low-scoring because the over-under is 48.5, and most people are betting the under. So I'm going to go with most people are betting the over. Most people are betting the over, expecting a high-scoring game. I'm going to take the under. I'm going to go 23-21 Seahawks. Wes is taking Seattle. Tracy's taking Seattle. Oren's taking Seattle. You, Bantle, and Kerm like the Cardinals. So
yeah, I like what the Cardinals are doing. I like that they're using that modified Shanahan Stefanski type mismatch Shanahan offense.
well, their QB was
like it's doing very good job for Kyler Murray.
Cardinals OC was the Browns quarterbacks coach under Stefanski. A lot of people. Yeah. He's in year 2 as OC. Things are clicking now. I don't think they have all the pieces they need to enhance or maximize Murray's ability, but they're making things work. But I think Seattle just wants this more. And, but it's interesting, though, because next week I've got the Seahawks losing the Jets. But if the Seahawks prove themselves this week against the Cardinals, you're probably going to pick them to beat the Jets in New York next week. So this is a window of opportunity game for both these teams. If Arizona keeps winning, keep riding the hot hand. And if Seattle keeps winning, if Seattle wins this, he probably picks them to beat the Jets in week 13.
And I told you when the Cardinals hired the Browns QB coach to be their OC, not to sleep on it, because he was a good coach. And he really didn't show that in year 1.
Actually, in year 1, you saw glimpses of it at the end.
You saw glimpses, but you didn't.
Because Murray was going through 4, 5, 6 progressions. You didn't see that from Murray until last year. But it wasn't until it was too little too late. And now this year, you're seeing that more from Murray, but you're also seeing the maturity, the humbleness.
Yeah.
So.
And it just goes to show, if you give a coach a chance, sometimes they'll come out and who knows? We may be.
I do think Arizona's offensive coordinator will be a future head coach, but I don't think he's quite ready this year. I would say he's more of a 2026 or 2027 candidate if I had to estimate right now.
Yeah, give him a couple years. Let him grow into this position.
Yeah. Eagles, Rams. Eagles don't have Devonta Smith. The Rams don't have Note Boom or Havenstein or Note Boom's coming back, but they were not going to have Havenstein at right tackle. But I think the Rams win 28-24. I think this is a high scoring game. I like the over here. I think the Eagles are going to lose their next two. The Eagles got to play the Rams on the road, and they got to play the Ravens on the road in Baltimore. I think they're going to lose their next two, but they're going to finish the year at a respectable. I think they're going to finish the year at 13-4, but they're going to lose their next two games, the Rams and Ravens, because they're currently at 8-2. I think they drop to 8-4 and then end the year on a 5-game winning streak. So I do have the Eagles losing the next two. If they can actually win the next two, they can put a lot of pressure on the Lions to win out. So
and it's like I did a few run-throughs of the playoff predictor this morning, and what I saw was if you win 9 games, you're probably going to make the playoffs in either conference, but if you only win 8 games, you're probably on the outside looking in.
No, I've got 2, 9, and 8 teams in the NFC missing the playoffs. I've got Chiefs 16-1, Bills 13-4, Ravens 12-5. I think we'll get to the Ravens in a second. Texans 11-6, Chargers 12-5, Bengals 10-7. I have them winning out, and I have the Steelers at 9-8 as the last wild card. And I have the Broncos at 9-8 too, but the Steelers beat the Broncos in week 2, so they get in over Denver. So
So what I did to get to that result was I took one team each time, and I just put in an upset win and let the computer simulate the rest. And I was looking for variables, basically. I was just looking for variables in the situation. And the variables came out that it might not be 9 wins exactly, but it's going to be close for those wild cards.
It is. I've got Lions at 15-2. I have the Lions losing a second game. I don't know who I have them losing to. I'm checking right now. I have them losing to the 49ers in week 17 on New Year's Eve. I've got the Eagles at 13-4, Falcons at 11-6, Rams at 11-6, Packers at 13-4 with wild card 1. The Commanders are 10-7 and the Vikings are 10-7. So the Commanders and Vikings both go 10-7, and because the Vikings go 10-7, Vikings would have gone 11-6 had I picked them to beat the Bears, but because I picked them to lose the Bears, they're at 10-7. And here's the kicker: if Baker Mayfield beats the Panthers in Week 13, the Buccaneers go from 9-8 to 10-7, and in that scenario, the Bucs are the 6th seed, Commanders are the 7th seed, and Sam Darnold is sitting at home instead of in the playoffs. So that's something to keep an eye on. Because, in that scenario, it would be Baker would have a third game with Kirk Cousins. Jane Daniels would have a third game with Jalen Hurts. And then the Packers would play the NFC West champion, which would be the Rams in my scenario right now. But it could be anyone in that division right now, the way things are going.
Two variables that I plugged in just because I thought they'd be interesting to see what would happen. I had the Browns beating the Steelers and Ravens, and that allowed the Buccaneers, or not the Buccaneers, but that allowed the Broncos to get like the number 5 seed or something like that, 5 or 6 seed. And then I had the Broncos winning 4 in a row, and I forget, it was, I forget who got in. It was a team that's not.
I have the Broncos starting the year 9-5, but I have them losing the final 3 games to the Chargers, which is now a Thursday night game. I have them losing to the Bengals in week 17, and I have them losing to the Chiefs at home in week 18. So I have the Broncos starting 9-5, but losing 3 in a row. And they just got to win 1 and they're in. And I have them losing 3 in a row and not making the playoffs. But here's the thing: if the Chiefs are,
How did the Bengals get in? Like, think that Broncos went 4-0 ended up with allowing the Bengals to get in.
I have the Bengals at 10-7. They're my 6th seed, and I have the Steelers at 9-8, and I've got the Chargers at 12-5. So Chargers are currently my highest seeded wild card, and that's not going to change. But yeah.
But it was just an experiment to see what scenarios could create havoc within the playoff situation. So, but it was a pretty fun experiment.
Yeah, I've got the Giants winning in week 7. I have the Giants winning in week 17 against the Colts. Well, now that Daniel Jones isn't starting, I should probably change that. I don't know why that. Yeah, so we'll change that.
Scenario I ran where the Colts I forget which one it was, but the Colts actually got into the playoffs.
All right, so Chargers would beat the Texans, Ravens beat the Bengals. Again, the Bills beat the Steelers, Packers beat the Rams, Eagles beat the Vikings. We'll put the Commanders in over the Falcons because I want to set up a Lions. I want to set up a Lions Packers NFC title, and the only way to do that is to take the Commanders in an upset for shock value. Even though I think the Falcons are the better team, Ravens.
I do want to ask you, what are the chances Chargers or Ravens beating the AFC Championship?
Well, I have the Chargers playing the Chiefs in round 2. So if the Chargers knock out the Chiefs, it would set up a hard bowl AFC Championship in Baltimore.
Yeah, because every time the Hardballs get together, I just want to watch that game. I don't care what it is.
So if the Chargers knocked out the Chiefs, it would set up a Charger-Ravens AFC title, but I think we're getting Ravens-Chiefs. I think we're getting that. Question is, what is the Chiefs' final record going to be? Because if it's 15-2, my insider believes they'll three-peat, and if they're 16-1, he believes they'll lose to the Ravens in the AFC title. I have the Chiefs at 16-1, so we got to pay attention to the record now. I've got the Lions beating the Commanders and the Packers beating the Eagles. So that sets up Lions over Packers, Ravens over Chiefs, and then Ravens over Lions. Ravens versus Chiefs is the Super Bowl this year.
Yeah, it's like I only clicked on the playoffs for.
You got all the sports books want. All the sports books are saying they're going to lose a ton of money if the Lions win the Super Bowl. Like a bookie at one of the sports books came out and said, if the Lions win the Super Bowl, we're going to lose a lot of money. Plus, CCC Productions, he does this thing where he compares NFL C scores for Super Bowl champions. So the Lions are first in points scored, they're fourth in points allowed, and they have the 18th toughest schedule. So the Lions would have the highest C score of any team in this year's playoffs. It'd be around 38 to 42 points, the Lions C score for this season. It would be up there if they won the Super Bowl. Their C score would be up there, whereas if the Ravens or Chiefs win it, their C score is going to be significantly lower. Well, the Ravens will be second in points per game, like 24th in points allowed and 25th in points allowed and first in strength of schedule. So, yeah, it'd be up there. We'll see. But the thing with the Chargers is they run a lot of zone coverage.
The Lions are the favorite at plus 325, so I'm not sure how they would lose a hell of a lot of money.
The sports books would lose money for the people who bet on the Lions. The people who bet on the Lions would make money off the sports books. That's what I'm saying.
Right now, everybody's at a plus 325 or higher. The Chiefs are 450, 650. The sports books are going to lose regardless if people make a bet now. Doesn't matter who wins.
No, if the Lions get to the Super Bowl and they win, we're talking about at least 3 casinos in Las Vegas filing for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. That's how much money the sports books are going to lose to the consumer.
So they must be talking about people who made bets a lot earlier.
Yeah, we're talking like February, March, April, May, those type of bets.
Yeah, because
that's why I'm thinking the Lions will get there, and then the AFC team will get bailed out by the officials so that the sports books can save face. And
this is something for you. The Ravens are plus 750. The Ravens are like 8th on the list.
That's why there's a lot of Yeah, because the main insider that I trust, they changed their Super Bowl pick from Ravens to Chiefs this week, but they said it had to do with they don't think they want Lamar in the White House. Doesn't matter. Lamar, if he outplays Mahomes and he finds a way to get to Louisiana, he'll be playing Detroit. And I think whoever comes out of that Chiefs-Ravens game is going to win. I think the Lions' best bet is they draw the Bills, but those teams play in Week 14, and I don't think we're going to see a rematch of that game in the Super Bowl. I think the Lions will win that game. I've got the Bills losing the Rams and the Lions on the road, but yeah, I think what'll happen is the Ravens will lose this week to get to 7-5. Steelers will lose the Bengals. Ravens will beat the Eagles because they're Lamar Jackson's money versus NFC teams, but with Roquan, Ravens, Chargers. We both like the Chargers. Justin Herbert's on the cover this week, but Roquan's out with a hamstring injury, and I feel like a lot of it's going to come down to who's healthier. Like, if the Ravens beat the Chargers on the road, you'll probably pick them to beat the Eagles, but if they don't, Roquan's not healthy and Smith's healthy and the Eagles keep winning, you're probably going to pick the Eagles, even if Lamar Jackson does continue his streak against NFC teams, because when you have teams that are about as healthy as the Ravens and the Eagles, I can understand taking momentum into account in that situation. But I still think the Ravens.
Especially right now, when for 2 weeks in a row, the Ravens' defensive back has really been exposed.
I like Marlon Humphrey. I like Nate Wiggins, but he's undisciplined. Brandon Stevens was great last year against Calvin Ridley. He's taken a step back this year. He surprised a lot of people in year 3 when most figured, he's just another guy on a rookie deal. Surprised a lot of people last year, and then this year he's taken a step back.
Yeah, it's so I'm looking at it and I'm saying, you know, right now for some reason I don't know what it is, but
I think the Ravens are going to lose the Steelers and Chargers. They're going to bait the public into betting on. They're going to bait the public and the casual fan into betting against them. Then they're going to beat the Eagles when the Steelers have Steelers play the Browns in Week 14. So the Ravens will beat the Eagles and the Steelers will lose the Bengals. So the Steelers will be 8-4 and the Ravens will be 8-5. Then the Ravens will have their bye week, and the Steelers will beat the Browns to get to 9-4.
that game's not going to be a big game for the Ravens. The Steelers.
Here's what's going to happen. Let me explain what's going to happen. The Steelers are going to lose the Bengals, but they're going to beat the Browns during the Ravens bye week. So Steelers are 9-4, Ravens are 9-5, and then we get to Week 15. The Ravens play the Giants, and the Ravens win that game. And but yeah, the Ravens, I think the Ravens would be 8-5 entering their Week 14 bye. The Steelers would be 8-4. Steelers would be 9-4, and then the Ravens would win to get to 9-5 against the Giants, and the Steelers would lose to the Eagles and Philly. So both teams would be 9-5 entering Week 16 when they meet again in Baltimore. And
It's like I was trying to get that out as quick as possible because I knew I was probably going to lose reception for a minute.
yeah, but we had the same thought process. We think both teams are going to be 9-5 entering the Week 16 when they have the rematch in Baltimore. And what's crazy, Joey, is that's the day the college football playoff starts, December 21st, and both the games are going to be on TNT. So I'm going to have to cover college football that day, and you're going to have to recap the NFL games. We're going to have to split. That is going to be a motherfucker because we're going to have to split up the because that day, the NFL, there's going to be NFL and the college football playoff on at the same time. The first game is Texans Chiefs. That's on NBC. Second game, Steelers Ravens. That's on Fox. But those are going to. Yeah, so basically everything Joey tells me, I'm going to be typing into the game recap while I'm watching the college football playoff and live streaming that on the podcast. That is going to be hell. That is going to be hell.
Yeah, it's like, if I have to work that day, it's like, on the computer, let's see how many 122s come up at once.
Well, that's the thing. If Joey does get called in to work, then I would have to do everything. That would be.
No, that would suck too.
That would.
Everything would suck in that situation.
All I know is that the 2 games on ABC for the college football playoff are in prime time, 8 p.m. Eastern. Those are the only 2 games on ABC, and then the rest are on TNT and ESPN.
Then that wouldn't be an issue. The thing is, though, with what I wanted to say about the Steelers and Browns is the Browns ended up sweeping the Steelers for some ungodly reason. That Steelers and Ravens game later just becomes that much more important.
Well, I think the Steelers will beat the Browns, but they'll lose the Bengals in Cincinnati next week.
Yeah, but the implications on that would be immense when it comes, because right now we're getting down to the nitty-gritty.
Right now, I think Denver's only way they can get in the playoffs is if the Browns and Bengals both sweep the Steelers. I think that's the only path for the Broncos to make the playoffs, because
that would be a hell of a story in itself. The Steelers losing out to the Browns, to the state of Ohio, and what type of embarrassment would that be to Pittsburgh?
Okay.
Oh, God.
Okay, so the people that use gematria to pick Super Bowls, they have four teams coming out of the AFC: Chiefs, Bills, Ravens. The 4th team is the Broncos. Now, if the Broncos got in as the 7th seed and they beat Buffalo, the Chiefs, and the Ravens and the Lions as a 7th seed with Bo Nix, that would be the single greatest Super Bowl run in history. That would top what the Steelers did. That would top what the Steelers did and what the Packers did by a mile.
I'd agree. And then it would really make the sports books look stupid because they don't have Bo Nix bet in there, and he.
If the Super Bowl was Broncos Lions, the Lions would be favored by like 10.5, 2 touchdowns. We're talking Super Bowl 32 point spread where the Packers were up by like 14 against the Broncos entering 32. That's the type of point spread we're looking at if we get Broncos Lions.
That would be just ridiculous. I mean, that would make everybody who was in charge of anything look stupid because. It makes sports books look stupid. It makes the officials look stupid. It makes the AFC look stupid. I mean, I'm sure Clark Hunt would probably have a nervous breakdown. It would be just complete anarchy if that situation would happen. It's like, oh.
I don't think that situation will happen, but I'm throwing it out there just for the hell of it because I can.
It's a hell of a situation to throw out because that would send a lot of people into a tailspin. Of course, even though it would make the sports books look stupid, they'd absolutely love it because that means they make a lot of money. They'd make a lot of money.
They'd make back some of the money they lost, and then they'd have a heart attack for 2 weeks about losing a ton of money to the people who bet on the Lions at the beginning of the year. But the 3 NFC teams that are linked to the Super Bowl are the Lions, the Packers, and the Falcons. The Falcons are the 3rd NFC team linked to the Super Bowl.
Really? The Falcons?
Yeah, Falcons.
I guess Kirk Cousins could light a fire.
I mean, I think if the Lions lose, they'll end up losing to a team like the Falcons. It'll feel like when the Vikings went 15-1 and lost the NFC title in '99. Because if you think about it, if the sports books view the Lions as that big of a threat to Kansas City or Baltimore, you have a team like Atlanta, who's an upstart team, knock them out, and then they get to the Super Bowl, and then we get Kirk Cousins versus Lamar Jackson, and then at that point, all bets are off the table.
And in that situation, I also wouldn't rule out Tampa Bay because they're going to have at least Evan.
I think Tampa Bay is going to be Super Bowl 62 because Super Bowl 62 is in Atlanta. Baker Mayfield, the Buccaneers, are tied to the number 62, and Baker's contract is up before that Super Bowl in Super Bowl 61. So I think he'll get extended at that point, and I think 62 will be Josh Allen versus Baker Mayfield. I think that'll end up being the result because I can't see the Lions going to 4 Super Bowls in a row, and the only NFC team that's connected to the number 62 is the Buccaneers. So I think that's.
We have to say Godwin as well to be back because
Godwin's not. Buccaneers are not making 59. They're not. They're not even sniffing the playoffs this year. I have them losing out to the Vikings and 49ers. And Godwin's a free agent, Joey. Chris Godwin's a free agent after the season. Yeah. Because they extended Evans, they're going to lose Godwin, but they still have McMillan and Palmer on rookie deals. And with those guys starting next to Evans the rest of the season, they're going to gain the experience they need for the long run. That's going to help.
yeah, because I thought Godwin had one more year.
No. They bought out the last year of the they exercised an option on the last year. They rescinded the option on the last year. It was originally through 2026, but then they took a year off the contract so they could get out of the deal early. So Godwin's a free agent this year. Yeah.
That's going to bring up some scenarios for next year that we're going to have to explore. But Godwin is one of the top receivers in the league.
Right now, for next year, I'm thinking it's going to be the Bengals in San Francisco. Joe Burrow, he's going to win it in San Francisco where the Bengals lost 2 Super Bowls to the 49ers. Burrow's going to have that Joe Montana moment in San Francisco, and he's going to play either the Lions or the Bears. I really want a Bengals-Bears Super Bowl because Jason Vandel's best friend, Jimmy Dickens, a Bears fan, and those two going at each other's throats for 2 weeks over the Super Bowl would be hilarious and be entertaining as hell. But I think we're probably getting Bengals-Lions if I had to guess, Joey, because I just can't see the Bears going from where they're at to Super Bowl 60 right out of the gate in year 2, like Burrow did. Burrow got the Bengals to the Super Bowl in his second year. I can't see Caleb doing that right now. He'll be lucky if he can get the Bears to the playoffs in year 2. I mean, the way he's playing right now. He'll be lucky just to get the Bears to like the divisional round or the NFC title. I'd love to see Caleb in the Super Bowl, but I just don't think it's going to happen next year. Like,
I love Caleb Williams for the person he is. I love Caleb Williams for the statement that he makes. And I even really like his leadership ability. My big problem with Caleb Williams right now is I think the Bears pushed him in before he was ready to start. And he's not playing. He had one good game where he hit 300 yards. And the rest
he had 2 good games, but they were both against the bottom 2 pass defenses, the Jaguars and the Panthers. Those were the 2 games he did well in.
And don't get me started on the rant that I did at work about the Jaguars switching their defense to make them one of the best pass rushing defenses in one of the world. Don't even get me started on that. But Caleb Williams did a great job taking advantage of that. He showed he's smart. He showed he has a lot of raw ability. At the same time, he got rushed in, and what the Bears should have done was this year, this next year, I want to create a quarterback. This year, there was some available and it didn't happen. He paid the most part, but it's what he is. He's been winning a training camp until now. And I blame that on the Bears front office. And, well, I do have to quote the evidence on Caleb hasn't played well, but why? I look at the Bears front office and I say, you screwed up. Because you hurt this kid that had a lot of potential. So now, instead of being somebody who might be good or really good in year 2, you might have to wait till year 3 because you threw him in there too fast. And that's something that I agree. I don't always agree with Tom Brady. I agree with Tom Brady 100% on that. The NFL and some of these fads with throwing these young kids into the fire,
It's hurting the game. I agree with Tom Brady 100% on that. If you would have let Caleb Williams sit for a year, you let Caleb Williams sit for 6 months. I guarantee you, he is further ahead in his development, and he's playing better on this day, this week, than he will be playing this week. It's starting all these games. Guaranteed. I agree 100% with Tom Brady, which is something that does not happen very often. But this is something I think Tom Brady is 100% correct on. Because remember, Tom Brady didn't start his rookie year. He sat behind Bledsoe. So it's the second year that he got his shot and they were let it go. So Tom Brady is an expert in that field because he's been there and done it. Okay, there's my rant. There's my rant for the episode, folks.
Yeah, so I've got the Chargers beating the Ravens. Let me pull up the score here quickly. I think I zoomed out. I'll quickly pull up the score, but I have 27-21 Chargers. We are at the 4-minute mark. But yeah, I'll pull up the score here. Just making sure I got everything. And yeah, so there are some people here that took the Ravens. Banel took the Ravens. Kerm took the Ravens. Tracy took the Ravens. And Caleb Downs, former Alabama safety, just scored a touchdown for Ohio State. I think that was a pick six. It's starting to look like the Buckeyes are pulling away, but yeah.
And that game was, the only reason Ohio State was up to begin with was because of a bad snap on a punt. But it has not been an offensive game. It has been a defensive game between Ohio State and Indiana. It's been a damn good defensive game. And so you got to give it to both of those defenses because they are both showing. 2 and 5, shutting down the other offenses the entire game thus far. Hey, let's face it. That's an awesome deal for both defenses. We got to give them both credit.
Yeah, but I'm just thinking, what teams are connected to the number 61? Because I think next year will be very bland. It'll be Bengals, Chiefs again. The Bengals will finally win, and then they'll get their Super Bowl over whoever comes out of the NFC. I think Super Bowl 60. Super Bowl 6. Yeah, there's four Super Bowl locations. This one's in New Orleans. I think it's going to be Chiefs or Ravens over Lions. Next year, I would go with the Bengals over whoever comes out of the NFC. Probably the Lions, but there's a few teams in the AFC tied to 61. The Chargers are the main team tied to 61. They'd win it at SoFi Stadium like the Rams and Buccaneers. Other team tied to the number 61 is the Cleveland Browns. I'm not saying they're going to get to the AFC title, but they could end up being the dark horse opponent that plays the Chargers. They're not going to get to the Super Bowl. Their AFC title would be their ceiling.
I'm not disputing the fact. I'm just saying it'd be a hell of a story.
I'm just saying. I don't think he'd be the starter in 2026, 2027, Joey. I think it'd be a quarterback the Browns drafted in 25 or 26 that would be starting.
I agree with you. But I'm just looking at the story that could be generated from the headline that was.
Because I'm looking at, okay, what players are from the LA? What players are from California that could generate interest, generate storylines besides the Chargers and Browns, the Texans, and the Bills. The Bills, Josh Allen grew up in Firebaugh, California. So, so those would be the four teams. I think the Patriots could be a wild card with May by that point.
I'm thinking of a couple of players that they're in the free agents are out of the league now because they suck so bad.
Yeah.
The Bengals?
I think the Bengals are they're going to get one, and then they're going to get, then maybe they'll get a second one in 63, but I don't think they're going to repeat. They feel like the type of team that if they get, once they get that first Super Bowl, they're going to have a Super Bowl hangover from partying too much. I don't see them as a team that's disciplined enough to repeat. I think they can win 2 and 4 years like the Steelers, but I don't think they can repeat. They're too undisciplined to repeat, Joey, the Bengals, because if they win one, they're going to party all off season and have a hangover.
One of their offensive starters are from California. I think it's a skilled player. I'm not exactly sure which one it is. I just thought of that off the top of my head. But,
I don't know who it would be for the Bengals. I wish I could help you.
yeah, because I'm just thinking of it off the top of my head.
It might be Io Civis, the receiver from Princeton, but I couldn't say for certain. I know.
I was thinking receiver as well, so that might be it.
I don't know, though, for certain. I could not tell you for certain. But I do think, I think with 61 rolls around, I think we'll probably see the Chargers, Texans, Bills, and Browns, and maybe the Patriots as a wild card.
Yeah, we're just thinking of people who are connected to California, 61.
And then 62, it'd be Allen, and it would be Baker Mayfield. There's not another NFC team outside of the Buccaneers connected to 62. Baker goes to Atlanta to play Josh Allen. Atlanta, Georgia. So Josh Allen versus Baker Mayfield in Atlanta, Georgia.
Just saying.
I mean, there's not a quarterback from Georgia in the NFC, and Buccaneers are the only team connected to the number 62. So I feel like that would be an Allen Baker Super Bowl in that scenario.
And it's interesting. I'm trying to think. Who are the new stadiums that are going to be getting built in the next 3 to 5 years? Jacksonville, we got Cleveland.
Las Vegas. NFL wanted Las Vegas for Super Bowl 62, but they already had a commitment to Allegiant Stadium for the men's Final Four, so they couldn't host the Super Bowl. So I think Super Bowl 63 will come down to Allegiant Stadium and New Nissan Stadium, and I think New Nissan will end up winning out because New Nissan opens in 2027. It'll be 2029 when Super Bowl 63 takes place. So I think Nashville will get Super Bowl 63, and it'll be the next Super Bowl on Fox after the one in New Orleans.
And you have to realize it is going to be you have to realize in the next the 2 new stadiums being talked about, Browns in Brook Park and the Jaguars. Jaguars are going to be on site where the current stadium is. The Browns are going to be in Brook Park.
Browns will get, and you got the Bears too. The Bears are building a big indoor stadium in downtown Chicago. So you're going to have those teams. By the time we get to Super Bowl 63, Titans are going to enter. Titans and Raiders will probably get 63. And then you're going to have Bears, Browns, Jaguars, and Raiders competing for 64. I think the Titans will get 63 because Super Bowl 59 is going to be on Fox. 58 was CBS. Fox is getting 59. 60 is going to be on NBC in San Francisco. And ABC, ESPN, ESPN2 are getting 61 in LA. So 62 will go back to CBS. 63 will be in Nashville on Fox. I think 64 on NBC. Where would NBC want to go for the Super Bowl? Chicago. I think Chicago gets 64 because it's the biggest market. And if they build an indoor stadium, let's face it, biggest market. NBC loves hosting Super Bowls in big market locations. They had 56. I think they had 56 in LA, 60 in San Francisco, 64 would be Chicago, Illinois. I think if they build the indoor stadium, which means ESPN gets Jacksonville or Cleveland for 65 whenever that happens. Or they go back to Vegas. I don't know.
Because I'm going to be in Jacksonville. I'm probably going to be here for the long haul. So, Wouldn't having a podcast with me on the ground for the week-long activities for the Super Bowl in Jacksonville, wouldn't that be an awesome podcast?
I mean, this is the thing. I would probably consider. No. I agree. I'm actually thinking, if when Jacksonville hosts the Super Bowl, I might do a second visit and I might just record the podcast on foot. Because if I can't do a media day thing where I get in the stadium with a Super Bowl at Radio Hall, if I can't get into Radio Hall, the next best option is to travel around the city. And that's why I was thinking if I went to the Senior Bowl this year, find someone who wants to drive to New Orleans, because New Orleans is only a 45-minute to 3-hour drive from Mobile, Alabama. So find someone who wants to drive from Mobile to New Orleans, and you could just go to the Super Bowl.
When we lost you, we're not going to bring that part up. But, we're there watching the hockey game.
You just like to talk about that part instead of the result of the hockey game itself. Because
that's more entertaining.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not entertaining. The game is entertaining. Looking for me is not entertaining. The game is entertaining. The game is entertaining, Joey. Not the game.
The thing is, that's the Jaguars. They're known as the official ball of the Jaguars. Can you imagine being able to do a podcast or two from Dos Gatos, on Super Bowl week? That'd be pretty cool. I'd have to talk with Casey, but...
Yeah, but if we get Ravens-Falcons, I just realized if we get a Ravens-Falcons Super Bowl and the Falcons blow like a 28-0 lead in the fourth quarter, you're going to be even more pitch out black drunk than you were in Super Bowl 51. Remember when the Falcons blew the 28-3 lead? They were crushing the Patriots, and you were just blackout drunk in Super Bowl 51?
I was not blackout drunk. I remember it. It's like, if I was blackout drunk, I wouldn't have remembered a damn thing about that. But I remember.
All right.
So, last time I was blackout drunk. Honestly, I don't remember the last time I was blackout drunk.
You said you got really drunk during that Super Bowl to the point where...
I got really drunk, yes. I also got really drunk during the Patriots-Falcons game, but that's because that was the last year they actually gave out free shots for every score.
Yeah.
The reason that was the last time that was the last time that happened.
Imagine if they had continued that trend. Somebody would have passed out if they had continued that trend when the Patriots played the Eagles. Somebody would have passed out. Someone would have died or passed out because, not that we're wishing that upon anyone. That's the last thing we want. But, all the scoring in the Eagles-Patriots game, with all the scoring in the Eagles-Patriots game, and you're giving out free drinks after every score, it's going to get out of control. It's not going to be good.
They don't do that anymore. They let you pick a team now. At least they did last time I was there, and they give you a shot for a touchdown if that team scores. No field goals.
Yeah.
They're not repeating the same mistakes as the Falcons Patriots, where everybody was pissed off.
Yeah. So looking at because I'm looking at. I think it's going to vary. I think Jacksonville or Cleveland could get 65. It just depends. I think the other would get 66 and Vegas would get 67 because I think Vegas is going to get another one. Vegas could end up getting 63 and delaying things for Nashville and Cleveland and Jacksonville by a year. That could very easily happen. But I think at the very worst, they're going to get 2 within an 8-year period.
These stadiums are going to be. I've heard figures for both Jacksonville
and the Bears.
1.5. I haven't heard the figures for the Bears.
The Bears, it's going to be like 4 or 5 billion. It's going to be like 4 or 5 billion. Yes. And there's a lot of teams building new stadiums in Chicago, Joey. There's a lot. The White Sox want a baseball stadium. The Bears want an indoor stadium. The White Sox want a new stadium, and the Chicago Fire, the MLS team who plays at Soldier Field with the Bears, they also want a soccer-specific stadium. So I think the Fire or the White Sox are going to end up relocating because Chicago's not going to have the money to pay for a $5 billion. Joey, let me finish. The Chicago's not going to have the money to pay for a $5 billion NFL stadium and then either an MLB stadium for the White Sox or an MLS stadium for the Fire. One of those teams is going to get screwed over by the Bears and end up having to relocate as a result.
I disagree, and I disagree for this reason. Well, put my previous point on hold for a second.
All right.
Because if you look at Stan Kroenke did something that was a cardinal sin that has turned the tables on how things are financed. Because stadiums, up until he did that and he completely financed that new stadium by himself, were majority public funds.
And now the owners try to get it to where the public pays for 50, 60%, but the public really only wants to pay 25, 30% now.
Others don't want to pay shit.
They don't.
They're tired.
They don't want to pay shit.
Billionaires.
But they have to pay a minimum of 25, 30%, 40%, 50%, because the owners...
It's getting really interesting because it's like states are starting to think about the way they are with the Browns, which say, owners have been able to do this because they just threaten to leave and they walk away. And you can't do that in the state of Ohio. The Model law. You can't just walk away. And other states are looking to finagle some type of Model law type thing in there to keep those states, to take that power out of the owner's hands, where they can just say, oh, the people don't want to pay for it, even though our team or our city or where we are doesn't have the money for it. Say, we're seeing that with Tampa Bay Rays right now. Where St. Petersburg is having to decide, do we want to keep the Rays and let Disney bonds? Or do we want to repair our city after a massive hurricane? The owner wants them to give him the money. He doesn't care if the city recovers. He wants the money for the stadium. And St. Petersburg said, no, we're going to repair our city first. And so he's like, okay, we're just going to move across the bay to Tampa. And now they're playing in the Yankees preseason facility. And so states are looking at that type of thing. So by the time these stadiums roll around, people are approving bonds, but you're not going to be able to move every city. Every team in every city.
Well, here's the thing. Dallas, Texas, the Mavericks and the Mavericks are looking at a NBA arena that's going to connect to a casino. That's going to be their next arena after they get done with American Airlines. I don't know if the Dallas Stars would go with the Mavericks to that new arena, but they want to build a basketball arena that connects to a casino. So if they pull that off, an NFL team's going to pull that off. And I think the Steelers will be the first team to build an NFL facility that connects to a casino, because Acrisure Stadium, it's right next to the Carnegie Science Museum, and it's right next to Rivers Casino, which not only has a casino in it, it has a hotel connected to the casino. So could you imagine building a stadium that connects to the casino and the hotel, or when you put it within distance of Acrisure? I think that's what they'll do in the 2030s or 2040s.
I actually heard that they were planning on doing that after their stadium deal was up. But I didn't hear they were going to attach to a curb. I heard they were going to build it to attach to the stadium.
Yeah.
Which was, I looked at them like, dude, if anybody can do that, it's Steelers ownership. But outside of Jimmy Haslam, I think, and Jimmy Haslam and Stan Kroenke, I think the Steelers might have the richest owners in football. Now, I won't put money on that, but they'd have to be up there. So I think St. Louis is going to do that, but they might be able to do it.
Yeah, I don't think anybody else besides the Steelers would be able to build a stadium that connects to a casino.
No, there were very few. Maybe the Hunts, the Conkeys, the Haslam's, and I'd have to say, you know, the Steelers and 49ers, they're families, same families, so, you know, they got money out the ass. You know,
What if Jerry Jones just butted in where the Mavericks and Stars are going to build their casino arena and said, you know what, we're going to put an NFL stadium near a casino, and then just Jerry Jones butts in it.
I don't think Jerry Jones has that much money, but he's getting so much money so quickly because of Jerry World. You give him 3 years, he might end up being the richest owner of football.
But I think like Pittsburgh, if anybody pulls off like an NFL stadium connected to a casino, logistically it'd be Pittsburgh because they have a casino right by Acrisure, and it just makes too much sense.
Yeah, I would say because of current state laws, the only teams that could potentially do that, correct me if I'm wrong, if these are regular states that have these laws, would be the Haslam's in Cleveland because gambling is legal in Cleveland. Gambling is legal in Pittsburgh, I believe.
It is.
So those two owners could do it if they wanted to.
And that's the thing. If Pittsburgh wants an indoor stadium, they'll give them one, but it's going to be connected to a casino, and it's going to be connected to the Carnegie Science Museum. They're going to have this thing.
Now, is gambling legal in California? I know
No, it's not. Gambling is not legal in California. Nope.
Because I was thinking New York might be able to
Nope.
pull it off if
Nope.
gambling was legal in California.
Nope.
What about the Giants?
Because here's the thing, Las Vegas is going to get an NBA team. They're going to connect a university, like a campus, to the Las Vegas NBA arena. That's like a $5 to $10 billion project. And then the Dallas Mavericks are going to build an NBA arena connected to a casino. So when that happens, somebody in the NFL is going to copy the Mavericks and try to connect a casino to an NFL stadium. And I think it's going to be the Steelers because Acrisure getting up there in age. It's not at the point where you have to go from Three Rivers lasted nearly 40 years. I think Acrisure will last 30. It's already at 30 years. It's already at 20 years now, but it'll get to 30, maybe 40 years, and then they'll pivot to a stadium, an NFL stadium that connects to a casino, and they'll be the first team to do it.
What about the Giants? Tomorrow's a news. What about the Wolves?
The Giants are stuck with the MetLife Stadium lease until 2040, whereas the Jets can get out of that in 2025 or 2030. The Jets could get out of that next year, but they didn't want to. They're probably going to get out of that in 2030 or 2035 and build a stadium in Manhattan, New York.
2040 for MetLife?
Yeah, the Giants, they're stuck with the MetLife lease. And it's only like 15 years old, but they're already stuck with the lease until 2040.
That stadium does not seem like it. That stadium looks like it's like 40 years old.
It opened in 2010, but it's only 15 years old, believe it or not.
God, you got to look at whoever constructed that thing. You got to look at that and be like, God, you need your money back. You know, that stadium did not age well.
No, it did not.
It did not age well. Yeah, that's I don't feel sorry for the Giants fans. Another 20 years, 15 years. Jeez. I thought I was back when we had Daniel Jones. I feel worse now. I do have any other days to go over non-press. At White State.
I think the one other team besides the Steelers that could build a stadium built to the casino is the Buccaneers, because they're gonna have to either renovate Raymond James or build a new stadium pretty soon.
Well, the thing with the Florida is they've only got one legal
Hard Rock, but
betting. The Hard Rock casinos are the only legal ones there because
they could build a Hard Rock casino next to an NFL stadium, the Buccaneers. But I feel like if anyone were to do it, it'd be the Dolphins because they have the Hard Rock naming rights for their stadium. But they've already their stadium's new. They've got their stadium still new, so they wouldn't.
But they would have to because the Seminole Tribe and Hard Rock are the only.
Maybe the Broncos. Maybe the Broncos would do it down the road. Maybe the Broncos could build because they have the Walton. They have one of the Waltons now as the owner, and they've got the money and resources to pull something like that off.
And here, the interesting thing is that even though the Waltons, and this is really interesting, and it's probably one of the biggest conundrums in the history of anything between politics and business. The Waltons are actually a progressive family, even though they have several conservative values. So if they want, I don't know if gambling is legal in Denver, but if they wanted a casino there, they would push for it and they would legalize gambling if they did. Simply because I don't know their stance on gaming, I haven't looked it up, but a lot of their policies are progressive. And if they decided they wanted Colorado to legalize gambling so they could do something with the stadium and a casino, you know what's going to happen in Colorado? The same thing that happened when they legalized marijuana. Any debt is going to be gone in the state. They're going to legalize it. They're going to use it. And they're going to use those bonds that they get from gambling to build a new stadium with a casino attached. Or they're just going to buy the stadium right now and attach a casino to it because they can.
Yep.
One of the things, the Wolves will make it happen. They've done it before, where they see a progressive political position they want to take, they will make it happen. They will put the money into it to make it happen. And believe me, if you want, I think right now the Haslam's are the richest owners in football, $14 billion or something like that. You know, something that's not the Rollins. I don't think we have a clear indication of how much they're worth. But you would have to think they are right there with them, if not more.
Yeah.
Because they haven't owned the NFL long enough, NFL team long enough to get every NFL owner they have. They have to share their wealth.
Yep.
Right now, they haven't been owners long enough to have the annual wealth share. But next year, we're going to know. We're going to know where they stand.
Yep.
And I think that's something they have guarded their wealth for many years.
Okay, one thing we did not touch on today is the MLS playoffs. Okay, so the second round's underway today. I like New York City FC. I like New York City FC over the New York Red Bulls because New York City FC is building a new stadium in New York that's going to replace Yankee Stadium. So they're going to move out of Yankee Stadium.
There you go, draw me right back in.
Yeah.
Okay.
So New York City FC.
You know I like the business side of things.
So I'm picking New York City FC to beat the Red Bulls because the Red Bulls still have their shitty stadium, and New York City FC they're building a new stadium in Queens in 2027. Them advancing the Eastern Conference Finals after they won the MLS Cup 3 years ago makes a lot of financial sense for the league. So I like them over the Red Bulls.
Not only that, but you got to look at where they're building it. Queens is an undervalued, understated section in New York. It's one of the most famous because they had the World Fair there. And nobody knew why they had the World Fair in Queens back almost a century. But they still keep Queens and hold it in such high regard. So to build a new stadium in Queens, it's like saying, we're going to build it where you would at least expect us to build it, and we're going to build it up around it where we have the finances, and it's not quite as expensive, but, you know, we can work with it, and we can make something special out of it, and we can build up the area around it and build up Queens as a whole. It's like, it's a good, sound business decision that you can use to enhance your product without breaking the bank.
Yep.
So I think it's a good job. I think it's a good decision.
Yep. I
And
agree.
It's an area that is just right for expansion and building. And maybe it's been overlooked multiple times over the last season.
And
So I think it's a good decision.
yeah, so the New York City FC, they're the 7 seed. The New York City FC is the 6th seed, I believe, and Red Bulls are the 7 seed. Red Bulls beat Cincinnati. Red Bulls beat Columbus, and New York City FC beat Cincinnati. So New York City FC is the home team. I think they play at Yankee Stadium today, single elimination. So yeah, the New York City FC had a playoff game. New York City FC's season lasted longer than the Yankees. Who would have thought? But yeah, like here, as far as the other game today, LAFC versus the Sounders. I said this at the beginning of the year. LAFC, when they won their first MLS Cup in 2022, they lost their goalie and their center back. They lost another goalie and another center back after losing to Columbus. They're the number 1 seed in the Western Conference. They have home field throughout the playoffs, but that has to come back to bite them in the ass at some point. I like the Sounders as the 4 seed to go into LAFC and upset them after LAFC went into Seattle to upset the Sounders last year.
I don't know if anybody understands how important it is to not get a hamstring pull or anything with your hamstring in soccer, because your hamstrings may be the most important part of your body when it comes to soccer. Because if your hamstrings go, you can't get it.
I wasn't talking about the hamstrings. I was talking about the 2 goalies and the 2 center backs. Those are the 2 most important positions on defense. When Bill,
position, but you mentioned the injury. So I'm like, you know, just don't pull a hamstring if you play soccer, because if you pull a hamstring, you got nothing left.
yeah, and I think Seattle's going to win. I've got a feeling we're going to see an upset in the West. I think Seattle's going to get even with LAFC, since LAFC went into Seattle and upset the Sounders last year at Legion Field where the Seahawks play. So, I mean, I think this year we're going to see Seattle go into LAFC and upset Magic Johnson, the owner of LAFC. And then the Sunday games are going to be the games where the favorites win, because tomorrow Orlando City hosts Atlanta. Joey put money in Orlando. Duncan McGuire had 13 goals as a rookie. He's had 10 this year. Duncan McGuire had 23 goals, 3 assists, 46 points at Creighton. He fell to 6 in the draft, even though he was the best player as a senior. And I think Duncan McGuire, this is going to be his year where he gets Orlando to MLS Cup, and maybe he wins it all. So right now, I'm looking at Orlando, and I'm looking at my LA Galaxy. They host the Minnesota United FC. And Minnesota United, they do have a good young goalie, Dane St. Clair, 2019 first-round pick. Was lucky enough to interview him at the MLS draft in Chicago. He went to the pros after his freshman year. The Galaxy, only team in MLS history with 4 different 10-goal scorers. So I think the Galaxy and Orlando, the 2 teams that play on Sunday, they're going to be the teams that ultimately meet in the MLS Cup. I think that's what's going to be we're getting.
We liked McGuire for a while.
Yeah.
He deserves a little something.
Yeah.
He's been through the trial. He deserves it.
Yeah. And he's like the only player from the MLS. Him and St. Clair are like really the only big time stars from the MLS drafts left in this playoffs. The rest of these teams, Seattle is Christian Roldan, 2nd pick from the 15th pick from the 2015 draft. I had him 2nd on my board, but outside of those 3 teams, there's really not a guy who's from the MLS draft still in the playoffs that you watched in college soccer that you can like get behind or root for. So those three teams got to go on. But there's talks that San Diego is trying to trade for Miles Robinson. Miles Robinson, he went from Atlanta to Cincinnati this offseason. I would think any trade involving Miles Robinson would involve Cincinnati getting draft picks back because they traded their first round pick, the Galaxy. Would San Diego want to part with the number 1 pick? I wouldn't. I don't think that's what they'd be getting, but I'm just curious what the return would be for Miles Robinson if San Diego, the expansion team's trying to make a trade with Cincinnati for him. Because I think that's an interesting rumor, and if that is true,
Miles Robinson is a solid player. Okay, he's solid. He's not, all world. He's not world beater. But he is somebody an expansion team could use to help build up their team. So,
would I trade 31 away to get him? Yes. Would I trade the number 1 pick in the draft to get him? Absolutely not. Especially with a player like Harris who commands who can score on triple teams. You're not going to get that every draft. And that's the thing with Harris is he's at 19 goals as a true sophomore. No sophomore in college soccer history has ever scored 20 goals in a year. No sophomore. Harris could be the first. Even if he loses to Pitt tomorrow, if he gets a goal, he's the first sophomore in history with a 20-goal season in college soccer. So,
so we're not going to take anything away from him. We're just saying you don't trade the number 1 overall pick for a key piece. Or you don't trade number 1 overall pick for a key piece. You trade number 1 overall pick for a franchise.
like,
A key piece can last you 5 years, and then you move on.
like if I were trading the number 1 pick away, I would want a player like Lionel Messi, and I'd want a young player like Miles Robinson in addition, and you get the number 1 pick.
So our football fans out there, what we're talking about on the levels is Jameis Winston's a key piece. You keep for 2 or 3 years to build up everything else, and then you move on from him. Okay? He's not number 1. He's not freaking Peyton Manning. Okay? You're not spending number 1 overall pick on him. So you do not trade a number 1 overall pick to get him. So that's kind of what we're talking about here. If we want to compare football to soccer in this situation, we compare number 1 pick versus number 31 pick. Okay, so just to try to get our audience to compare apples to apples.
But Cincinnati doesn't have a first-round pick. They traded their first-round pick to the LA Galaxy, so they might actually do 31 for Miles Robinson because that would be the first pick in round 2. They might actually do that.
Yeah, that'd be a good deal for both teams. If you have a key piece that you can get that you're going to keep for 2 to 3 years, maybe 2 to 4 years, and you can get them for 31, and you can still get your franchise, which will help you build up your franchise. Absolutely, you do that deal. And if you don't have a first round pick, and you get a guy that maybe worth a second round pick or so, but if it's going to be around for 2 or 3 years, and you can get a first round pick out of it, yeah, you do that too.
Vanderbilt did knock out Florida State in women's soccer. Florida State's like the powerhouse team in women's soccer. They were going for a three-peat. This was their 3rd year in a row as the number 1 seed. And freaking Vanderbilt, who's not even ranked, knocked them out of the tournament.
Damn, Vanderbilt's usually only good at baseball. So that's, well, they're usually pretty good at softball. But outside of the little round balls, they're usually not that good at sports.
Yeah. 2024 has been a banner year for Vanderbilt. They knocked off number 1 Alabama in football, and they knocked off number 1 Florida State in women's soccer. So I would say 2024 has been a banner year for the Vanderbilt athletic program.
Yeah, and I think they also, in football, they also beat Florida State when everybody thought Florida State was good.
Yeah.
So Vandy has really had a banner of all year. And if Vanderbilt's baseball and softball teams end up getting far in the College World Series and the Women's College World Series, or winning it, this may be the greatest year in Vanderbilt sports history.
Yeah, I'll look at the women's bracket. I want to pull up the men's and women's soccer brackets for college soccer here. I want to see what's going on here because I'm going to go to the Cornell Pitt game tomorrow. Western Michigan beat SIU Edwardsville 5-1 in the snow. UC Santa Barbara knocked out UCLA in overtime. That's an upset. That's a big upset. Providence beat Bucknell. Maryland got revenge on Long Island. Remember, a few years ago, Long Island beat Maryland when they had Ben Bender. Emil Jaskinen was the striker on Long Island. He's transferred to Akron. So
Akron's a good soccer program.
yeah, it is.
You know,
I don't blame him for leaving Long Island. He could only do so much at Long Island, so he enters the portal. Michigan beats Robert Morris. Washington beats Seattle U. They will take on SMU. Michigan plays Dayton. Furman knocked off North Carolina. The Furman Paladins knocked out the Tar Heels. That's a big upset. And North Carolina State beat Charlotte. As far as the other bracket goes, Gardner-Webb knocked out Oregon State. Oregon State's a soccer powerhouse. They had Logan Farrington, the third pick. They made the Final Four last year. Gardner-Webb beating Oregon State. Yeah, the only thing more embarrassing than losing to Gardner-Webb in soccer would be if you lost to Gardner-Webb in football, since they're an FCS team.
Well, Gardner-Webb is a pretty good baseball program.
Yeah.
But at the same time, baseball ain't soccer.
And Oregon State's a soccer powerhouse, so Gardner-Webb beating Oregon State, that's a huge upset. That's probably the biggest upset of the round 48.
Pretty big upset, you know.
Akron beat Princeton, the Ivy League champions, 1-0. They'll play Indiana. I think Akron's a sneaky upset to knock out 14-seed Indiana. It won't be easy. Tom Crean's one of the best coaches in Indiana, but, I mean, Indiana doesn't have the star players they've had in years past, so... And Emil Jaskinen, he transferred from Long Island to Akron. He's got 23 goals, 8 assists. He's bested what Duncan McGuire did his senior year at Creighton. So that could be a sneaky upset. West Virginia beat North Florida. They're going to play 11-seed Virginia. UMass beat Evansville. UMass plays Penn. They were the highest-ranked Ivy League team. They're the number 6 overall seed. If UMass can knock out Penn, UMass could go on a little bit of a run here. They're a sneaky, dangerous team. They've got one of the best offenses in the country, and they've got 3-time Atlantic 10 Offensive Player of the Year, Alec Hughes, who I had a first-round grade on last year, went undrafted, but because of COVID, he got a 5th year of eligibility, so he'll be a first-round pick this year probably.
And I'm really disappointed because it really looked like the Indiana-Ohio State game was going to be a full defensive game, and it's mostly a defensive game, but it's not. A few mistakes on the Indiana side. Ohio State capitalized. It's now 28-7 Ohio State. I'm really disappointed because I really expected more, but I give Indiana credit for, making Ohio State work for it.
Yep. Vermont shut out Iona 5-0. They're going to play Hofstra tomorrow. And Vermont knocked out Duke a few years ago in the College Cup when Pitt made it in 2022. They ended up reaching the Elite Eight and they lost to Syracuse. And if Vermont beats Hofstra tomorrow and Duke beats San Diego, it would set up another Vermont-Duke game in the Sweet 16. So that's something to keep an eye on. The St. Louis Billikens got upset by Kansas City. So Kansas City's soccer program is going to play Missouri State. And Cornell, they beat Fordham 4-2. Alex Harris had 2 goals, no assists. And Alex Harris, the top forward in my MLS mock draft, faces Nicholas Sorensen, the Pitt freshman center back, who's the top defender in my MLS mock. So number 1 versus number 3 overall picks. I had Dean Boltz, the Wisconsin freshman striker, at number 2. But Wisconsin did not make the tournament. Pittsburgh did. So the top 2 players in this tournament are facing off tomorrow in Pittsburgh. Top forward versus top defender. You do not get that very often this early in the tournament, Joey. I am not taking that for granted. I mean, I went to Pitt Portland a few years ago when it was an Elite 8 game. This might be better than that just because of the matchup I'm getting.
Definitely need to look at it in
top forward versus top defender.
In perspective. We definitely have to look at everything in perspective.
Yeah.
If you're looking, maybe I'm looking too far into it, and what you said,
but would you say this is the best game you would have seen since then?
I've been to
Or
Pitt
is it
soccer
just-
games, regular season and tournament since 2019. This would probably be the peak. And I went to Pitt Portland when it was an Elite Eight game with the Final Four on the line. And that was scoreless for 120 minutes. The crowd was nuts at Ambrose Urbanic Field. The crowd was freaking electric. It was nuts. And that had Final Four implications on the line.
Yeah, 'cause that's kind of what I was thinking.
And that was in Valentin Noel's draft year when they had Burton Jackson and their team was stacked. This team's got more first-round picks, but not as many big-time stars.
Yeah, because that was kind of what I was trying to get at. I was trying to get at, is this on par? And then I had a gas bubble and I lost my entire train of thought. So I just flat asked out without trying to analyze it. Just, is this the
But what's
top?
crazy about Cornell is they are in the exact same slot of the tournament as Creighton was. Because Creighton beat number 2 Washington, who was undefeated that year in the regular season. And then Creighton, who was an unranked team outside of the top 16, made that miraculous run to the Final Four where they lost to Syracuse. So if Cornell can beat Pittsburgh, I think they'd beat the Missouri-Kansas City winner. I think the only team that would pose a threat to them in this bracket if they got through Pitt is Duke. And if Duke gets knocked out by San Diego or Vermont, I think there's a path for Cornell to get to the Final Four if they knock out Pittsburgh.
Well, Cornell's a great team when it comes. They're a great program. So, I mean, you expect them during some years to, be able to make huge runs. I mean, if they didn't, they'd be a second program. But these guys are guys that are going to be contenders every year. So, I mean, you'd expect that out of them.
But
If you upset them, that's a big accomplishment on your part.
Pitt's the number 2 team in the tournament. They were the ACC regular season champion, which is the toughest conference in soccer. So if Cornell can beat Pittsburgh in Pittsburgh, I think they're probably going to – I think the only team that would pose a threat to them in their field is Duke, the 10 seed, and that would be an Elite Eight game if Duke got by Vermont, who knocked them out a few years ago. And that's not guaranteed for Duke or Cornell or Pitt for that matter. But the left bracket in the top is a gauntlet. Ohio State's the 1 seed. Stanford's the 16 seed. Florian had Pittsburgh over Stanford as his tournament pick. Clemson's the 9 seed, and Wake Forest, who beat Clemson to win the ACC championship, is the 8 seed. So this bracket last year, this bracket had Marshall as the 1 seed, had Stanford as like the 8 seed, and I think Clemson was like the 5 seed, but they ended up playing Stanford in like the Elite Eight or something, and they ended up beating Stanford to get to the Final Four. I don't remember the exact seeding from last year, but we talked about the upper left bracket. I remember us talking about the upper bracket last year. So that bracket's tougher than it was last year. Denver is the top seed in their bracket, but Akron could be a challenge. Indiana with Crean can be a challenge. Penn could be a challenge. I think UMass with Hughes can be a challenge. Virginia beat Pitt in the ACC tournament. I think that bracket's pretty tough too, but not as tough as the Clemson, Wake Forest, Ohio State bracket with Stanford in too. The lower left bracket has 5 seed Dayton, Michigan, Washington, 12 seed SMU, 13 seed Marshall, Furman, North Carolina State, and 4 seed Georgetown. I think this is the weakest bracket. Weakest bracket of the 4. Because at least in the Pitt bracket, you have Duke, you have 7 seed Hofstra, you have Vermont who beat Duke, you have Missouri State, you have some good teams in that bracket. I would say that bracket's stronger than the one that has 5 seed Dayton and 4 seed Georgetown. That's just not a good bracket, in my opinion.
It's like we took a little bit of heat a couple years ago for roasting Denver, and then Denver gets all the way to the freaking.
That was college hockey, Joey. They ended up beating Boston University.
And at the same time, it's still Denver.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not gonna.
Yeah, because last year Marshall lost to 16 seed Stanford. Stanford was the 16 seed. They beat Marshall, and Clemson was the 9 seed. Clemson's a 9 seed this year. Stanford's a 16 seed this year again. So, I'm saying Ohio State's bracket's a gauntlet because they're going to have to play 16 seed Stanford in the Sweet 16. And if they beat them, they're probably playing 9 seed Clemson or 8 seed Wake Forest, the ACC champion. That bracket's a gauntlet.
I'm just a little hesitant to underestimate any Denver team right now. Maybe in a couple of years when
Denver might win their bracket. They do have Sam Bassett at midfielder, and they do have some good center backs. They could very easily win their bracket, but it's not a bracket that I think's a cakewalk either. They're definitely the favorite to win their part of the bracket, but I also don't think their bracket's a cakewalk either.
Yeah, it's like I'm just saying, it's not that long ago when their sports program exceeded expectations. So let's give them a bit of the doubt.
Yep.
Until they prove as a sports program that they cannot handle the benefit of the doubt.
Okay, so I'm looking at the women's bracket here. Duke and Michigan State are meeting in the third round of the tournament. Duke's the 1 seed, Michigan State's the 5 seed. Iowa's the 3 seed, Virginia Tech's the 7 seed. Virginia Tech knocked out 2 seed UCLA. That's an impressive win for the Lady Hokies. And soccer. Looking at the next part of the bracket, North Carolina was the 2 seed in one bracket. They're playing Minnesota tomorrow. Penn State's playing Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt played Florida State in one bracket, and that was a round of 32 game. They knocked out Florida State in a round of 32, and they have the teams seeded 1 through 8 in each bracket. So the women's, they do a 64 teams, and Florida State lost to Florida State beat Samford 8-0, and then they lost to Vanderbilt in penalty kicks. So Vanderbilt's going to play Penn State in the next round. And Mississippi State's a 1 seed in their bracket. They're going to play Notre Dame. And Southern Cal's a 1 seed in the women's bracket. They're going to play Wisconsin, and Ohio State's going to play Wake Forest in the next round. So most of the upsets, like Virginia Tech and Vanderbilt, are like the 2 surprise teams, and pretty much everybody else who's expected to win won. So as far as the women's bracket goes. But it'll be interesting to see what happens there. Kaylin Dudkovich leads women's soccer with 19 goals. Ohio State's still in the tournament. But yeah, we'll see what happens with the men's and women's tournaments. There's going to be a lot of soccer games tomorrow. I'll be at the Pitt Cornell game scouting Harris and Nicholas Sorensen, but the first round of the Division II and Division III playoffs is out, so I'll reveal that. So Kutztown is the number 1 seed. Valdosta State's a number 1 seed. Ferris State's a number 1 seed. And Colorado State Pueblo's a number 1 seed. Charleston, West Virginia is 11-0. LPA is 8-2. And New Haven will play Slippery Rock, my alma mater, in the Division II playoffs, which are actually today.
You scared the gigabytes out of me.
I scared you.
The future isn't scary. Not investing in it is. 100 innovative companies, 1 ETF.
I think I might have oiled myself.
Before investing, carefully read and consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more in prospectus at Invesco.com.
Good evening and welcome to the 2024 Division II Football Selection Show. I'm Will Haskin and I am honored to kick off the D2 postseason tonight as we begin the march towards McKinney, Texas in the championship game coming up on December 21st. The path to that final game tonight for 28 lucky teams, 4 of which will be the top seeds of our super regions and receiving bye this upcoming weekend. The remaining 24 teams have games this coming Saturday as we begin.
Yeah, I'll give you guys
process
an update on the
2024 champion.
I'll give you some stats on hockey really quickly for college hockey because there's some players in the NHL draft. I kind of want to see how the stats look because I think Devin. Let's see, Ryan. Let's see what the Ryan Leonard has the most goals per game. Capitals' 8th overall pick at Boston College is a sophomore now, but I don't think he has the most. Here, let's click on goals. Let's click on goals here. Nope.
I just might have gotten a good idea for a new book.
What's up?
Simply because we had this conversation here on the air. So,
Great.
aliens come down and the most cynical human on the planet, and they'll save the world. These spaceships like, crap. Figures. Oh, let's go save the world. Give me a fucking nuclear reactor. Okay. Like bad Santa during an alien invasion.
That is good.
Yeah, that's absolutely hilarious premise. I give it that. Bad Santa meets DC. That's absolutely ridiculous. Probably absolutely hilarious, but it's absolutely ridiculous.
Okay, so the leader in points in college hockey is Jack Devine. 1 goal, 21 assists, 22 points. I had a 3rd-round grade on Jack Devine in the 22 NHL draft. He fell to pick 221 in the 7th round, and the Florida Panthers got Jack Devine in the 7th round, and he leads the country in points in college hockey. So it looks like the Panthers got a steal in Devine, who...
I think Calgary is Divine. He's a divine player. He's a divine human being.
Yeah. That's insane, though. They got him at 221, which is almost where the Niners got Brock Purdy. So they got the Florida Panthers essentially got the Brock Purdy of the NHL draft and Jack Devine at 221. Ryan Leonard leads Boston College in goals. James Higgins now at 15 points in 11 games as a freshman. 1 goal, 14 assists. All right, this is what I like to see from Higgins because he's supposed to be. I thought he was at 13 points. And see, College Hockey News has him at 15. Okay, this is good. If Higgins wants to stay at number 1, this is what we got to see moving forward. But yeah, I'm pretty impressed with that. But yeah, we'll watch the end of Ohio State, Indiana, and then we'll call it a day. I mean, we're at the 5-hour mark on Restream and Talk Show. I'm getting ready to sign off personally. But yeah, who's in the chat? Hello, can I help share your stream to Kick communities? Go ahead. Go ahead, Yanish. Is that William Yanish? It's Yanis 332 on Kick. Is that your? I'll message William. Is that? I don't think that's his Kick account, but I'll message him just to confirm after the show off the air. But I don't. If it is William, thank you. If not, thank you still. Much appreciated. Always enjoy when our fans share our content. It's now 31-7 Ohio State, and Indiana, we'll see what happens.
Indiana played a very good game up until the early 3rd quarter. And I'm going to tell you how these teams are at it. They didn't make mistakes, and they pounded the run.
Well, here's the good news if you're the Indiana soccer team. If you beat Akron tomorrow, you'll cheer your fan base up after this demoralizing loss. If you lose, it'll be a double whammy, the likes of which the state of Indiana has never seen. It'll be a triple whammy if the Colts lose the Lions tomorrow, which is very likely. So it really is up to the Hoosiers soccer team.
I don't think it's that bad. I think they're going a little overboard. Indiana.
Well, if Indiana does not go on a run and get some garbage time points, they got to go on a 14-0 run. If they don't go on a run, they are out of the playoff. It's that simple because the committee's going to look at a 31-7 loss and say this is not a playoff team. That's just how this works.
Here's the thing. It was more, the committee's full of shit anyway. We all knew that. We've known that for years.
Yeah.
But the whole thing stems from he has played more mistake-free football. Ohio State or Indiana.
Ohio
Indiana
State.
makes a mistake. A bad snap at the end of the half during a defensive game that gave Ohio State an amazing field position for the touchdown. Okay? And it's just those little mistakes. And Indiana made a few of those little mistakes. They had I think it was a fumble. Another mistake. It is back to who has the fewest turnovers and who makes fewest mistakes. Quite frankly, I thought Indiana outplayed Ohio State for over a half. But Ohio State made fewer mistakes.
But they're going to look at this, and I think we're going to see, I don't know, we'll see a second SEC team in the top 8 now, and then we'll see, we might see 5 SEC teams in the playoff, even though I think only 4 should be there.
If Indiana wins out after this game, which I think only 1 or 2 more games.
They play Purdue at home after this.
They play Purdue.
They'll win that.
If they blow out in that game, I think they make playoffs. They are an incredibly talented team.
They deserve to be in the playoff regardless of the outcome of this game, but I'm saying the committee might not put them in. They might just look at this loss and say it's a black eye and leave them out and put another SEC team in.
I agree with the possibility. But, it was just the thing Ohio State made some mistakes. That's all this game came down to. It came down to mistakes. The offense of Indiana stayed pace with Ohio State's offense. Their defense kept pace with Ohio State's defense. But the mistakes, which put them in bad field position, hurt them. The fumble, the situation.
Ole Miss and Florida are tied. 7. Should I flip over to that game, Ole Miss Florida game on ABC? That's tied at 17 in the fourth quarter.
I think so because that is a game I looked at and I was watching some of that earlier. You know that quarterback?
Lagway. And Florida's got the ball at the Ole Miss 9-yard line. So if they score here and they beat Ole Miss, we're looking at Tennessee moving back into the playoff and Ole Miss probably moves out.
Now, I will say this. The big-time defensive tackle that we were talking about earlier, he went out early. I saw the play. He busted up his shoulder. I didn't hear what the diagnosis was, but that shoulder was hanging. And that some bitch ended up doing another play with his shoulder hanging. Don't know how he did it.
UMass is actually playing a respectable football game against Georgia. Georgia leads 38-21, but you would have never expected UMass to drop 21 on Georgia's defense. So the fact that they scored 21 on Georgia, you have to give them credit for that.
UMass is a strong team. UMass is a strong team. They're not amazing. They got some good players, and they can put some shit up. And I almost watched a dude in a suit that was on a scooter nearly get freaking ran by a car that was coming across the street because he decided to go get some.
SMU leads Virginia 26-0, and Miami, Florida leads Wake Forest 35-14. So with the win over Virginia, SMU clinches the first spot in the ACC title game, which means it's either going to be Miami or Clemson if Miami loses the final ACC game of the season next week.
I'm surprised Virginia didn't put up more of a fight at them. That's kind of I expect more out of Virginia in that game.
Rutgers.
And here's the thing about the Florida game. I have good for the last month about the young talent on Florida, the young quarterback and everything. They're all back. Last week, they had like 9 players out. A lot of those players are back. And they're hanging with the number 9 team in the country. Florida, you get it 2 years, Florida, hell, maybe even next year, Florida's going to be a force.
They're going to be like a 7 or 8 win team next year, and then the year after that is when they're going to make their run in the SEC.
No, they might be a force next year, depending on what their quarterback turns in.
Lagway, rushing touchdown. He looked like a young Vince Young with that rushing touch. Oh, no, that was Montreal Johnson. Never mind. That was not Lagway. That was Montreal Johnson. Sorry.
Maybe, but Lagway looks like he's going to be he's already special.
Yeah.
I mean, I saw some throws and some reads.
2027 is going to be Lagway and Raiola. And if Arch Manning starts 2 years at Texas after this season, he'll be in that 27 draft too. You're looking at 3 QBs in that top 10 at least.
And let's face it, I saw Lagway make 3 reads earlier in this game, and he's still going. I mean, he's still young. He still has a couple years left in it. You know, he's already making 3 reads. He's already making.
I've seen Raiola make 5 reads, and I've seen Arch Manning make all 6 progressions. But Lagway's making 3 out of 6 progressions. That's encouraging from a freshman. I'm not going to say you'd like to see more, but I'm not going to say anything bad because there's some 1-read freshmen. So I'm just going to be like, it is what it is. You'd like to see more growth next year, but this is what we saw from Cam Ward after his and then he went to 4 reads and he went to 5. So it's a year-by-year thing.
Well, I don't think a Manning in that situation said, "Oh, who did he learn from? Oh, Peyton and Eli. Oh, well, you think he might have a leg up on the competition when it comes to reading a defense? I don't know. Maybe. You know, it's like, come on. I mean, putting Eli in there with, or putting Arch in there with the ability to read defenses at a young age, it's like, that kid that, you know.
This Florida game, this Ole Miss Florida game reminds me of the Bourbon Bowl. This Florida Ole Miss game reminds me of the Bourbon Bowl and the Water Boy. And Ole Miss and Lane Kiffin are the villain, and the Gators are SCLSU with Bobby Boucher, and Ole Miss they're Louisiana. And Lane Kiffin's like Red Bull U, the villain in the Water Boy, the coach that's the villain in the Water Boy. He's got that look on his face, that look of defeat.
Well, it is, though, what it is. I think to evaluate the QB class, there's like, you have to evaluate a person by person this early ahead. And to say, well, this person's making 4 reads, this person's making 5 reads, this person's making 6 reads, it's like, okay, this person's making 3 reads. That's very good for a freshman in major college football. I mean, how many of these guys come in there and they're like, he has the talent to be a number 1 overall pick. How many reads he make? 1. Happens all the time. Let's just look at greatness for what it is and potential greatness. I'm not even saying these guys are great yet. Potential greatness for what it is. We're looking at 2026, 2027.
Well, I did find one 2027 mock draft. It's got Julian Sand, the Ohio State quarterback that's redshirting behind Will Howard at number 1. It's got Raiola at number 6, and it's got Lagway at number 10. And if Arch Manning, look, Sand hasn't played yet. I would put Arch Manning at number 1 if he plays both years at Texas after this year instead of going pro in 26. But I'd put Sand somewhere in the back end of round 1 if a team needed a QB. I'm not saying he isn't a first round. I'm just saying he's not done enough. Oh, they have Luke Kromenhoek, the Florida State QB, at 19 to the Rams. So you're looking at 5 QBs if Arch Manning enters the 27 draft instead of 26.
Honestly, right now, based on who's played the most and showed the most, based on what they played, and I'd go with the Florida QB as number 1 in the class as of right now.
I'd go with Raiola at 1, but I would go with Lagway at 2. But Jeremiah Smith, Ohio State receivers, number 2. Seaton, the Colorado left tackle, is number 3.
He's a prodigy.
Yeah.
We're going to see what he can come up with, over the next couple years. But from what we've seen of him this year, okay. He made.
This is a mock draft Shane Hallam did, and it was back in May before the season started. Okay. So in Shane Hallam's defense, this is a mock draft from May of 2024.
Yeah, so he really didn't know how things are going to shake up.
But he had Jeremiah Smith at 2. He got that right. I think Seaton, I can live with Seaton at 3 in this mock. William Nwaneri, a defensive lineman at Missouri, is at 4. I would put Jeremiah Smith there. You can leave Micah Hudson at 5, but I would probably put I'd put Ryan Williams, the Alabama freshman, somewhere in here. Cam Coleman, the Auburn freshman, he's one of the 8 receivers that had a first-round grade. He's in this mock. They have Ryan Williams, the Eagles, at 22. Howie Roseman cannot get Ryan Williams. Dylan Stewart, the South Carolina edge, ends up on the Browns at 23. Dylan Stewart is the top edge in 2027. He's not going to fall to the Browns at 23. But it's not going to happen. He's like he's pretty much locked into the top 10 because he gave Campbell some fits as a freshman in the LSU South Carolina game.
I think it's way too early to judge, and by his because of how early his mock draft is, it's like now.
I'm just giving you a snapshot of what I've seen from the freshman. I'm not going to go through every single pick in depth. I'm just giving you a snapshot of what I've seen from the freshman. That's all I'm giving you. And I'm saying I saw Dylan Stewart play well against Will Campbell and Emory Jones. So that's a name to keep an eye on.
Yeah, it's just hard to put the genie back in the bottle after you've seen things. So you might
and this is a 7-round mock in Microsoft Excel. This is not a 1 or 2 round mock. This is a 7-round mock that Shane did.
I would never do that because after the first round, looking that far ahead, things get into the ridiculous.
Well, right now, Aaron Noland and Jane Davis, the freshman that committed to Ohio State and Michigan, are 2nd-round picks.
Yeah,
CJ Carr is a 3rd-round pick in this mock.
It's like he has people who haven't even played a down in college football. And that's what you get into when you get this far ahead and you decide, I'm going to do a 7-round mock. You don't have a fucking clue. You're just doing it for
Walker White, Auburn QB.
Make 1 round and stick to it.
Elijah Brown, Stanford QB. Will Nolan, Iowa tackle. It's just interesting. I want to see Amir Jackson, the Florida tight end's listed at 130 in this mock. He'll probably get drafted ahead of that if he continues to improve. I'm not saying he'll go in the 1st round, but I think 3rd or 4th is on the table for Amir Jackson, the Florida Gators tight end, if he continues to improve.
I do like Amir Jackson as well. He's not the primary target right now for their quarterback, but he's a guy that has a good rapport with him.
And I could see him playing his way into the 4th or 3rd round. I think 130, early round 5 is a little too low for him. I think he goes higher than that.
If you're looking at potential, because let's face it, 2027, that's all we're doing. We're projecting. I think Florida may have the top 3 quarterback and maybe even the top tight end if we're looking at pure projection.
Yeah.
Moving forward and looking at how they could grow based on what they've done. We may even have, depending on what our training does, we may have the top quarterback and top tight end. So let's look at it. I love a lot of the young players on that Florida.
And Cameron Lindsey, a linebacker on Pittsburgh, is Mr. Irrelevant. That's 2027.
Lindsey's a good player. The Florida safeties, I like both of the Florida safeties. They're young guys. I don't know if they're coming out 2027, 2026. But I think they're both sophomores. Freshmen and sophomores. So
they do.
They get a lot of good young players. That's why I say if they mature quickly, next year I may come downtown for a podcast on the Florida Georgia game, and this place may be look like it did 3 years ago when I went down there. When shit hits the fan, cops are everywhere, and everything's going down. Okay, I go to those guys for the game, and those guys have to shut stuff down and restart because everything's so chaotic. We may be looking at something like that next year.
Yep.
And, if these sort of players mature, because they're all young, and they all got a lot of talent, but they have to mature as players. If they mature as players,
Eugene Wilson III is considered a first-round player in 2026. I'm looking at 26 now, but Carnell Tate and Eugene Wilson III are the top 2 receivers in that draft at the moment.
and Tate we saw earlier, today, he did a very nice job.
I think 17 is too low for Tate, but that's just the mock draft database big board.
Tate made I remember one play from earlier today. It was one of his 2 bad plays. Where he just didn't run a very good route, and the pass got broken up. And so Tate's not a finished product. He's not a guy
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Give him another year, and
Okay, Charlie Campbell just updated his 26 mock today, November 23rd. Arch Manning to the Saints. Reuben Bain, Miami defensive player, to the Titans. Caden Proctor to the Patriots. So basically, if the Patriots pass on Will Campbell, but sources from Alabama have told Walter Football that Proctor has makeup and character concerns, and he's 6'7", 360. So he's basically Andre Smith with the attitude problems that what's a left? Growing up Eric Cartman. I love that comp. Interesting. Charlie Campbell has Garrett Nussmeier going 4th in this mock draft. Garrett Nussmeier coming back to LSU and goes 4th overall.
And let's say for that as well. So I would give Charlie credit for that as well.
So Arch Manning at number 1.
I'm going to go back. I haven't heard anything definitive, so I didn't want to say anything. But if Charlie's saying it too, I'll.
Yeah, he's got Caleb Downs, the Ohio State safety, going 5th. I agree with that. I think.
That's why I'm going to go back. And sources have been saying if he goes back, he'll probably be a top 10 pick at worst, top 5 pick. That I have not heard anybody saying it would be potential to go number 1. But I have heard top 5.
Yeah, and they have Nussmeier. Yeah, Charlie has Nussmeier at 4, and at number 5 he has the he has Kalen Downs, the Ohio State safety, going 5th, but he has tackles at 7 and 8. Cameron Williams, the Texas right tackle, and Francis Maugoa, the right tackle in the Miami Hurricanes. Both those right tackles are going to move to left tackle next year for Texas and Miami, respectively. Interesting. So Keon Sabb, Alabama safety, the Giants at 9. Denzel Boston, the Washington receiver, at 10. And he has Isaiah Bond, the Texas receiver, at 11 if he comes back and dominates with Arch Manning. So,
now, Chris, and given the things that I haven't shared that I've been hearing for the last couple of weeks, I don't think anybody else is. I don't think Charlie shared this one. We'll throw it out there. I've been putting TVs together. Don't you love when I put TVs together? It's an interesting mix. We've been talking about who pulled the trigger on the Deshaun Watson trade and who's going to get fired. We all speculate somebody's going to be fired.
I think it's going to be the. I don't think it's going to be Barry or Stefanski. I think it's going to be It's going to be D. Podesta. It's going to be Ryan D. Podesta, the athletics Moneyball guy. D. Podesta.
That's what I've been hearing. when you look at all the incentives, even Jimmy Henry, like, they said, very safe. The Saints be safe.
I think it's going to be DePodesta. We both said it at the same time. But yeah, Jamari Butler to the Jaguars and Tyreek Sapp to the Chargers. So Tyreek Sapp goes 15th to the Chargers. Charlie's got the Steelers taking Diggs, a Syracuse edge rusher, at 12. I'm seeing where the Browns pick in this. I don't think the Browns have picked in the top. No, the Browns haven't picked. The Patriots got Proctor, and they got McMillan in 25, and then they got Proctor in 26. If they go that route, the Patriots will be a playoff team by 2026. If they get McMillan and Proctor, they'll be a playoff team by 2026 if Drake May can stay upright in year 2. But finding a tackle in free agency, that's going to be the challenge.
I will give it credit there for projection.
Oh, and Lenoris Sellers ends up going to the Seahawks at 16. That's the third QB picked in the top 32.
I'm not as big on Sellers.
I'm not either.
But Diggs is a projection I'm pretty big on.
Yeah, the Syracuse defenseman. The Browns get Chaz Chambliss, the Georgia linebacker. Chaz Chambliss, 6'2", 250. 6'2". The Browns get him at 17 in this mock after getting Quinn Ewers. Alec Aomanor goes back to Stanford. The Cowboys get him at 18. Peter Woods. Mason Taylor goes back to LSU. He's a first-round pick. Pritchett goes to the Jets. Damani Jackson to the Packers at 22. Bernard, Alabama. Spencer Fano, he took over at left tackle for Utah as a freshman. Fano is the Texans pick at 24 as a Tunsil replacement down the road. Carnell Tate to the Dolphins. Come on, Charlie. Don't give the Dolphins Carnell Tate. They already have plenty of weapons with Hill and Waddle. They don't need Carnell Tate. The Dolphins do not need Carnell Tate.
If Hill keeps showing his age, and he has worn his body out very, very quickly, then that may be something that you want to look at. But as of right now, I can agree with you. As of right now, coming after next year, if he gets hurt again, especially if it's another leg injury, especially if it's soft tissue injury, then we're going to have to start looking at the projection of a wide receiver. Because, let's face it, as great as he's been, another season-long injury could spell that he's getting close to the end of his dominant stage.
Yep, prime years. Aaron Anderson's 5'8", 187, but he is projected to go to the Bengals at 30. Aaron Anderson, I think he might be a second or third round pick, but I don't like that pick at 30.
Anderson is an interesting pick there because this is, like I said, all projection.
Damari Brown, cornerback, Miami. Yeah, Damari Brown, cornerback, Miami, goes to the Chiefs, and the Lions get Florida Gators receiver Elijah Badger at 32. The Lions get Elijah Badger. They took a corner. The Chiefs took a corner from Miami, Florida corner.
Oh, okay. I thought you said they took a corner from Brown.
No, they took a corner from Miami, Florida. They took a corner for the Hurricanes. They took Damari Brown. Damari Brown, he's a corner on the Hurricanes. And then the Lions got Elijah Badger from the Gators. But yeah.
Okay. You worried me there for a second, Chris. Like, they took a corner from Brown?
No.
Like, what's Andy Reid smoking? I don't feel that.
Yeah, but
that would have been a hilarious pick. You had to look at a satire. If we need a corner that can do precise calculations, we don't need somebody to work on NASA. I think she'll do well without this guy from Brown. Yes, the Chiefs, I think, are in an interesting situation. They're going to be in an interesting situation in 2025, 2026. That's because
I'm kind of curious to see how 2026 plays out because I feel like it could end up being weaker than 2025 in football, but it's early to say.
I think personally, you can't really judge 2025, 2026 past the first 10, 15 picks right now. I'll go 16 because these guys, we're looking at them, and it's all based on potential. There is nobody established outside the IO for the next few years.
Yeah, 2026, you got Nico Imaleva, I think, and Arch Manning, and maybe Nussmeier if he comes back, and that's probably those are probably your 3 first rounders for 2026. That's it. Those are the 3.
And 2027 will be more of a crapshoot because we don't know as much.
I think Raiola and Sellers are both going to be first rounders in 27. I could see Sellers being a round 1 guy in 27, but he's raw. He needs a lot of work. I think he needs to come back for at least another 2 years.
I can beat the Tabers with some of these Florida guys, but the bottom line is we're all looking at projection. We're looking at potential. We're looking, and there's a lot of that coming in. The only thing I think we can say for sure is that Arch Manning, whenever he comes out, he's going to be the top quarterback straight off the bat. Can somebody unseat him? Yes. But they're going to have to be damn good by the time he comes out. And if that happens, Arch Manning, and say he doesn't come out till 2027, and the Florida quarterback that is so highly regarded, if the Florida quarterback comes up and he's so passive, you're getting 2 franchise. You're getting Eli and River type shit right there. And is there a law? At that point, you're going to have a quarterback for 10 plus years guaranteed either way. You know, for those 2 guys. So the next guys can say, well, we would have been number 1 in any other class. Very true. Which means you'll probably go 4, 6, 8, something like that. So that would make an amazing draft class for quarterbacks. Simply with 2 quarterbacks that are top tier that you can take. Because here's what I like to do. Look at the quarterbacks. It's something that we're doing this year is, okay, put them in last year's draft. Would they be the first quarterback taken? No. Would they be the second quarterback taken? No. Would they be the third quarterback taken? No. Okay, then why the fuck did they talk about taking number 1 this year? No.
Yeah, and remember when we said this was going to be a really good goalie draft for the NHL? There'd be like 10 goalies in the first 3 rounds. There's now 6 in the top 50, and there's 2 in the top 25. Ravensburg and Jack Ivanovic, the Brampton Steelheads goalie. They used to be the Mississauga Steelheads. Those 2 goalies are ranked 15 and 22 on the Sporting News. So there are 2 goalies already in the top 25, and it's only November. So... and there's so
and the only thing we can do is say, you know, that's why I say we can't do top quarterbacks for 2026 and 2027 yet, because if the big thing is, where would they go in the previous draft class? If they're not better than the previous draft class, why are we going to take them now if we wouldn't take those guys then? Just saying.
yeah, that's fair. But there's 6 goalies in the top 50 now, and there's 2 in the top 25 for the NHL draft. I mean, we knew it was a good goalie draft, 10 in the first 3 rounds. But shoot, I didn't think we'd have 2 in the top 25 this early in the process. So, yeah. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it'll get there. That's process work its way through. It's all about the process.
Agreed.
It's all about, let it work.
Interesting. Penguins get Caleb Desnoyers at 7. Sharks and the Canadians are the 2 worst teams right now, but most mocks still have Higgins at 1. Ravensburg into the LA Kings. They drafted a goalie last year. They got the top goalie in last year's draft. Carter, I believe Carter George. They got him from Oshawa in the second round. I don't think the Kings would draft in their goalie in the first round at 18. I think Ravensburg will go in round 1, but I don't think the Kings will pick him. I mean, we'll see. And this says the Stars have 2 first-round picks. That is false. They only have 1. So Lions, they got to fix that because Stars only have 1 first-round pick in 25. They don't have 2. I've done mock drafts for NFL, NHL, NBA, MLS. I'm working on a WNBA mock for Monday now that the lottery came out. The Dallas Wings moved up to number 1, and the Sparks have number 2.
Chris, just for an update, Florida still leads Mississippi 24-17 with a minute 32.
And I've got 10 of the 12 write-ups for that WNBA mock done, but it's 4th and 3, big down coming up for Ole Miss. If you know what's going to happen or you're ahead of me, don't say anything. It's very.
I'm just looking at the betting site right now, and that's hard enough to go by because they are not very good at this.
Yeah.
All I can tell is it's 103 and first down. I don't know who's got the first down. Like he said, it's 4th down. Who's got it? I don't know. So,
let's see here. Dang, the Predators and the Blackhawks are competing for that that number 1 pick. And looking at Tankathon's updated NHL mock. So the Higgins is number 1 in Nashville. Martone to the Blackhawks. Matthew Schaefer, Anton Frondell. I watched Anton Frondell's tape. He doesn't shoot well. He doesn't pass well. He doesn't skate well. He doesn't defend well. He does nothing at a high level. He's versatile enough to play center and winger, but he does nothing well at a high level. 7 points in 9 games at the junior 20 level, not even against men in Sweden in the junior league. So I think Frondell is going to be the bust because you're waiting for a top 5 pick who underdelivers in the pros and is just a total bust, like all across the board. I think it's going to be Frondell in the 25 draft cycle. I don't think there's a guy in the top 5 right now, the NFL draft, that looks like a bust. I know we're due for one, but I don't see one in the 25 draft cycle for the NFL. But I think Frondell for the NHL could be a candidate. I like Roger McQueen, but I like him in the top 15. I don't like him at 6. That's too high. Logan Hensler still hasn't had a goal. He entered the summer as the top defenseman with a slightly higher grade than Matthew Schaefer, who had mono to begin the year, but has dominated since. 18 points in 13 games since coming back. Hensler has not scored a goal yet since arriving at Wisconsin. Tankathon has the Canucks getting Ravensburg, the goalie. I could see that. The Canucks goalie, their main starter, Thatcher Demko, he got injured in the playoffs last year. Stiliovs did a good job, but I also feel like Stiliovs is a stopgap with a limited ceiling. Ravensburg took Prince George Cougars to the Western Conference Finals as a rookie goalie in the WHL, kind of like what Stroud did with the Texans last year in hockey. But Ravensburg, I could see him dominating in Vancouver, and the Canucks could just reload at goalie. But yeah, Justin Carbonneau, Dallas. Colin Potter was projected to be the fastest skater in the draft. He's dropped all the way to the second round because he's gotten off to a bad start at Arizona. Only 6 points in 13 games. That's got him out of the first round. Carter Bear, though, has 39 points in 22 games. He's second in the WHL in points. This mock has him in the second round. He was at 13 on my board in August, and he's a high-energy guy. Think Baker Mayfield with skates and a hockey stick. That's a guy that's going to be a steal at 45. That's a guy who should end up in the first round when it's all said and done. Jordan Gavin, I had in the top 10. He's a player that is listed at 53 in the mocks right now, only at 19 points in 22 games. Somewhat. Shane Van Sage, only 8 points in 10 games. But yeah, we'll see what happens. There's a lot of time left for these prospects to turn things around. Simon Wang from the OJHL, 17 points in 25 games. It looks like Florida made a defensive stop on fourth down. Simon Wang, he's a defenseman on the OJHL. Your jokes have zero merit here, Joey. You're just trying to have fun at my expense, and I'm completely unfazed by your humor.
Hey, Beavis and Butthead is always fun. Okay.
It is. Beavis and Butthead tell a joke. It's funny. But I'm just unfazed by your humor because I'm just trying to get through some news. I love Beavis and Butthead. I've watched Beavis and Butthead in America. That was funny. I've watched the newer Beavis and Butthead movies. Yeah, I've watched Beavis and Butthead.
And you were unsafe. Like your Beavis and Butthead standing now. That's punching it.
That's fair.
Okay, I'm done. Yeah. It's been like 4 or 5 hours. We're gonna have a little bit of fun at the end of the show.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you.
We came in the show on a boring fucking monologue. We gotta have some fun, and Beavis and Butthead does it for you. Well, we're gonna go Beavis and Butthead.
I know, but yeah, Simon Wang could be a dark horse player to get picked in the first round of the NHL draft. And as soon as I said the player's last name, Joey decides to pop a Beavis and Butthead joke.
The Wang is gonna be first. Wang's the best overall.
Well, 6'2".
Wang is best.
6'2".
Penetrate the NHL.
He's a defenseman. Defensemen are supposed to penetrate the attackers. Defensemen are supposed to penetrate the attackers. I mean,
The Wang's gonna penetrate everybody in the NHL.
well, he's listed at 32 in the mock drafts, so a team like Dallas or Vegas could get him at late in the first round. Well, Vegas traded their first round pick away. For the next 2 drafts, so it'd be Nashville or it'd be somebody else. We'll see.
He's gonna penetrate everybody for Gonna be somebody get angry and take methamphetamine instead of pot. Yeah. And God, we just created a monster. Give Beavis and Butthead neck. Monstrous. But on the bright side, fourth quarter, no time remaining. Florida has pulled off the upset, 24-17.
I'm happy for the Gators. Go Gators.
I'm happy for me because I just won $2.35 on that.
Good job.
Thank you. It was a fine last minute that I could have won a lot more from had I actually bet before the game started. But, I just lost the Indiana bet. Jameis Winston had the drop touchdown pass by David Njoku, so I lost that bet based on that drop pass.
Yeah.
That would have been 6 yards, and I had Jameis Winston with over 224.5 yards, and he ended up with 219. So, David Njoku, you're on my meeting list.
Yeah, David Njoku screwed me in fantasy too. I flexed him, but I had but my opponent had Cedric Tillman. I had Njoku and I had Chris Boswell. I got some points from Boswell.
Yeah, and Boswell had a good game. Cedric Tillman had a decent game outside of the fact that
I was considering picking up McPherson, but with him on a bye and with Butker on IR, I just figured Boswell's the better play, and I'm glad I went Boswell.
Yeah, that was a good job. You made a good call there. And Chris, for future fantasy consideration, Anthony Njoku, history states he's good in cold weather, but when it snows, he is incredibly inconsistent. Okay, last time it had heavy snow in New Orleans, he ended up dropping a touchdown pass, and in this game, he ended up dropping a touchdown pass. Yes, he redeemed himself by catching that ridiculous pass by Winston.
All right, so this author, Cody Williams, did a 7-round Cowboys mock draft on Fansided. Round 1, Abdul Carter at 9. I like Carter in round 3. I don't like Carter in round 1. Omar Norman Lott, Tennessee defensive tackle. Evan Stewart at 73 is the first pick I like. Lawson at 110 is good value. Devin Neal at 145 is good value. Fairchild at 168 is good value, but that's a pipe dream. I don't think he's going to fall that far. Upton Stout at 170, that's realistic. Jackson Dart at 171. I don't know if the Cowboys want Jackson Dart after that game against the Gators, but hey. But yeah, that's the Cowboys mock draft from Fansided. 7 rounds.
Chris, to my point though, did you see the 2-point conversion to Njoku?
Yeah.
That was an open play because
I got points on that.
The sound system that's in every quarterback's helmet, it somehow became dislodged during the play. It was in front of Jameis Winston's face, so Jameis just knew where he wanted to go with the ball and threw it up there. And Njoku was covered. He just got up higher than everybody else, and I was scared to death because he came down right on his head. I'm like, oh my God, we just had JOK go down with a neck injury. Then he just pops right up and just celebrates. And I'm like, this David Njoku guy he's made a ton of stuff. Great play by Winston, but this Njoku guy, he came down on his head, sure neck injury, popped right up and looked just fine. Hey, I did it. And that was.
Yeah, but the CHL USA Prospects Challenge is set for November 26th, November 27th. I'll be here on the 26th. I'm heading back to my family for Thanksgiving on the 27th. So I'll be there for the first day. I don't know when they're going to air that. I'm guessing it'll be on NHL Network. But yeah, they're instead of just having the CHL Prospects game, they're going to have them take on USA, best USA versus the best in Canada. So we'll see what that's actually scheduled for Wednesday the 27th at 7 p.m. Eastern. So I'm sure I'll get Twitter updates for that as I'm at my parents for Thanksgiving, and then I don't know if I'll be back here because I'm not going to be back here on Black Friday when the Chiefs game is on. I might be back here Friday night, and if not, I'll be back. I'll probably do the show because last 2 years when Michigan's played Ohio State, I've done the show at my mom's house during Thanksgiving, and then I'd go back to my apartment after the Ohio State-Michigan game. And I know for a fact that I don't I know for a fact that my family does not like driving in the dark, and I don't want to take a lift back. I will if I have to, but if not, I might do next Saturday's show without the Logitech mic, without the toner microphone, even though it looks really nice, really professional. But yeah, I am getting something for Christmas. It's gonna have stock updates, it's gonna have crypto updates, and it's gonna have scores on it. So I will be able to get scores for any sporting event and have that in the background during the live stream. So you'll see that next week. But yeah, I'm going to sign off on TalkShoe and Restream. This has been a lot of fun. I don't know why TalkShoe disconnected, but I don't know how long I've been disconnected from TalkShoe, but next week we'll have linebacker rankings, and you'll have a next week. So yeah, we'll have the top 10 outside linebackers and then just NFL predictions for Thanksgiving. It'll be a much shorter show. We might actually clear everything by noon because we won't be using the simulator next week. We'll have a shorter show. But yeah, thank you guys so much for tuning in on TalkShoe. I'm signing off there. You can go to Restream for the full version because I don't know how much got disconnected from TalkShoe. And you can go to YouTube and check out Draft